And 3, 2, 1, go! Yes, yes, yes. That's how we make our history. Ladies and gentlemen, all QA community, I'm so pleased to welcome you here at our QA Global Summit 21, Volume 2. That's incredible. By the way, can you hear me well? Just type something in, in chat, because I wanna know if if I'm trying to not zero. Okay. So I'm really excited. Well, every time when I open next QA, yes. Yeah, guys, you hear me. Thank you very much. Every time when I open this next Geekle event, I feel like I touched this energy stream of world tech innovation, because people who come here to share their knowledge are top engineers of the world, and they share the most innovative ideas for today, the most fresh content, the most exciting perks and tricks and everything. So yeah, and that's why hundreds and thousands of developers are coming to our events and our platform, and I was so excited. Let me disclose lots of, some of these numbers we have today on our QA Summit, and I will invite even Vikky. She is a community manager. Right now we have more than 2,500 registrations of this event. We spent way less paid advertisements, so we kind of think that this is the organic interest about this event. We've been working for 3.5 months to create this event, and right now we have 38 speakers for this event. It's really it's a huge event, that stuff. And right now I see almost 700 people who connected to our platform. I mean, Geekle.us stage, and some people on YouTube. Unfortunately, I can't see it on my screen, but I know it's something about up to 100. So right now we have lots of people who watched us and connected. Yeah, almost 100. Yeah, and I wanted to invite Vikky. She's our brilliant community manager. Lots of you knows her because she's the one community manager who created our first event, QA Global Summit Volume 1. Hello, Vikky. How are you?
Hi, Ed. It's so good to be here again with our second event. I'm so happy, so excited, a little bit nervous, but I'm sure with our amazing speakers, it's going to be amazing.
She was barely crying, actually, last time when it was her first event, and today she's shining. I'm so happy. But yeah, give us few words about what we got today.
So today is going to be the junior day. And we have amazing speakers who will talk about testing in Agile and DevOps, leadership and management, about automation, about AI. So I'm sure you'll get a lot of interesting stuff. Besides, I would like to say such a huge thank you to our amazing program committee, because they, as always, as usually, helps us a lot. Like all of them, I think you will see almost all of them during the event, as they will be participating in panel discussions. Some of them will be speaking, and you will have a chance even to participate in the workshop from some of them.
Awesome. Sorry, I will interrupt you. The QA community, especially QA program committee, is one of our hottest communities and best, fellows. And I'm so excited. You're so touchy. Thank you very much.
Yes. Also, I have to mention our community partners, because without them, we couldn't get any kind of warm support, because QA community all around the world is just such a warm, friendly, and welcome. I'm not stopping impressing but all those people. And for this event, we had 19 community partners.
How many? 19 communities.
Yes.
So can you imagine almost 20 communities all around the world connected to support this event? Oh, that's awesome. That's great job. Vikky spent lots of time texting on LinkedIn, Twitter. Where else?
LinkedIn, Twitter, emails.
Emails, lots of emails for sure. Yeah.
Never ending story.
Yeah. Okay. What we got?
And moreover, for this QA summit, we have 2 sponsors.
Yay! Cool, guys. Thank you.
Really appreciate their support, and you will get to hear about them during the day today, and of course during the 2 days tomorrow and the day after.
That's nice. And also we have several moderators from our partner company named A1QA. Am I right? A1QA. It's kind of hip hop, style. A1QA. That's those awesome people. And even our first moderator, Alex, is from that company, right?
Sure.
Okay. Can we invite Alex right now?
Yes.
Yeah. Who can add Alex? Should I do this myself or what?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Nice.
Oh.
Hey, can you hear us?
Yeah. Well, Ed, Vikky, hello. Nice to see you today.
Nice to see you and hear you. Yeah, A1QA. That's kind of hip hop style name, and I love it. Yeah. By the way, Vikky can't hear you, but I will tell her. Wait. Yeah. What's up, man?
Yeah, all good. How are you today?
I'm
so excited. Nervous, by the way.
Really don't people. Well, again, QA community is one of the most friendly and hot and welcoming communities. So you don't have to no doubts. Everything gonna be smoothly and nice. So should we say or mention someone else, or we will just go to straight to the point?
I think before going straight to the point, we can ask Alex to tell us a little bit more about their company, introduce them, and then we can proceed.
Yeah, a few words about A1QA, yo.
Okay, so A1QA is a pure-play QA services provider. So our story is quite long. We are 18 years in the market. Wow. And we had about 800 QA-only engineers on board. And we are focused on quality assurance only. We don't perform any development, DevOps. We know only quality assurance, integrated in the software development pipelines and other stuff. Working in several industries like e-commerce, like banking, finance, other stuff, and bringing expertise in terms of services like security, like performance testing services, test automation as well. Testing in DevOps, so all the kinds, and modern words like AI, machine learning, IoT as well. So all this
that's
stuff.
Great. That's awesome, man. Thank you. Thanks for this pitching. Yeah, this company just help us to maintain this event. Lots of, I don't know how many, but lots of moderators are from this company.
Yeah, I think actually even today. Almost all of the moderators are from A1QA.
Oh, that's nice.
Wow.
Thanks, guys, for this kind of support. Yeah, man, the floor is yours. I mean, just do your magic and innovate this world, Just keep moving it faster and faster.
Okay, yeah, so let me take a word and introduce mostly myself. So my name is Alex, and I'm a solution advisor at A1QA. I'm ex-head of R&D and Test Automation Center of Excellence Department, and was working in project coordination for quality assurance projects. Now I started in QA about 6 years ago with QA automation engineer position. And so during the time, I had a chance to operate with several technical stacks like Java and Swift and C# with JavaScript and PHP. So a lot of stuff was there. And then I moved to bring in expertise and teaching other people. So and develop my role mostly to management and mentoring in terms of test automation. So it's briefly about me, I think. So, and in 1 minute, we have to start with our first block. It's testing and agile and DevOps. And yeah, now maybe let me present our first speaker, Nithin, who came today with the topic of 3 Ps. It's pairing, process, and planning that help to engage teams. So Nithin is QA lead in Faith Company, and I will take a microphone to Nithin. Hello.
Hey, hello, Alex.
Hello.
Yeah,
Nice
how
to
are
see
you?
I'm good.
Yeah, nice to meet you
Great.
as well.
How about you?
Doing great, doing great. Thanks for asking. Super excited
That's
to be
nice.
here.
That's nice. Yeah, cool. So are you ready to start with your presentation?
Yeah, I already shared my screen. Yep.
Yeah, great.
It's visible
We
now,
can
right?
see your screen. Yeah, well, so take your word, please. Yeah, thank you.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Alex. So, hello, everyone. Welcome to QA Global Summit Volume 2 by Geekle. We all might have faced issues on lack of engagement between teams and working in silos that could have impacted our projects and releases. So today I'm here to share how making small changes to our process and plans and some new additions helped us to engage teams and how it effectively helped us to scale and deliver products faster. So a little bit about myself. I'm Nithin and I currently live in Malaysia. I was born and raised in India, where I started my career in testing. So right now, I'm fortunate enough to continue my passion by leading a wonderful team at Astro and building a community-driven co-writing space for all the testers. So let's get started. So today we will be going through these all points in this short span of time. I will share about the problems we had and the changes we did to solve them. So you could see past, which is the issues we had initially, and then there were pain points. So I will be giving a brief on the pain points we had and about the change which we made and how we evolved using the 3 Ps and how we executed those changes effectively. And in the end, I will be sharing a few closing words with some resources which will be handy when you are trying to build a quality culture in the organization. So let me start with this code first. So remember, if you are not confused while thinking through your strategy process, you are probably not doing it right. So this code, I got it from the leading quality book. So whenever you think of improving the process or strategy, it is okay to get confused. If you are not getting confused, think twice. So let's have a look into the problems which we had. So problem number 1 was basically everyone might have went through this stage, right? So silos between the teams and trust issues. So teams were working in silos, no proper engagements, and speeding up was literally impossible whenever it was needed. So we had documents and processes, but it was all over the place, and there was nothing consolidated over somewhere. And we didn't revisit the process and plans which we had initially when there was a time to revisit and update those. So basically, everything was outdated, and it was a tedious task to update them. So problem number 2. So this is actually a subset of problem number 1. So basically, why silos happen is the feeling of having this them and us inside us, right? So QA team B was seen separately, and it created the us among us, and the dev team were the them. So when it comes to engineering and development practices, QA was less involved during the initial stages. And when devs do their testing from their side, we QAs were not trusting them. So we were not having the confidence to let it go when they are testing something. So it created the them and us, which was our problem 2, which was directly connected to the problem 1. And problem 3, we thought that quality is equal to testing only, and everything related to testing is part of QA team responsibility only. And it is QA team's sole responsibility when it comes to testing, and no one other than QA team is involved, has to be involved in terms of testing and quality approaches. So problem number 4 was we had process documents and plans in place, but we never had a proper metrics which was gathered to identify whether the process we had was success or it was a failure. So there was nothing like metrics which could highlight us about the impact we did, and that led to the lack of engagement in terms of team sentiments and collaboration. So problem number 5, lack of collaborative accountability. So everything was in place, but no one knows who is accountable for what. So who does what, and whose responsibility is taking initiative to create process, whose responsibility is there to take initiatives on implementing some certain plans and how to execute those. We were not sure about it. And this was the first question all the time when we were analyzing the problems which we had. And problem number 6, lack of proper vision and breakdown of phases. So as a team, we were following the organization's vision and without considering our QA teams or the engineering team's vision. So what happened was we were literally following what was given, and we were not trying to make changes according to the culture which we have in the engineering team. And while having a vision, it is equally important that we break it down into phases and execute them in smaller chunks. Otherwise, a huge vision cannot be achievable. So problem number 7 was QA was seen always as a bottleneck and who literally slows down all the releases. And when it comes to releases, everyone will blame us that our QAs are the bottleneck and we cannot release because you guys are not giving the sign off and all. So problem number 8, lack of shared understanding of QA practices. So that happened because of a problem which we just discussed before. So everything related to testing was testers' responsibility only, and testers were not taking initiatives to share their approach towards the other engineering teams, and the engineering teams were not getting involved that much with the QAs to understand more about testing and the way they perform testing. So problem number 9 was lack of innovation and not adapting to changes. So process and plans needs innovation, right? So, and we lack to find innovative ways to think of new ideas and approaches and how to implement them by incorporating the changes. And 10th problem, which is a very crucial one, sticking to the old process and plans irrespective of the changes in the environment. So when we were analyzing the problems which we had, things keep on changing, right? So last year this pandemic came into picture, and everything wanted a rapid scaling, and we wanted to deliver software fastly. So we were still sticking to the old process and plans irrespective of the conditions or the environment which we had in place. So that was also one of the problems, one of the critical problems we faced during that time. So coming to the solutions and the changes which we did and how we evolved. So first thing we considered was implement a process in place and revamp it in stages. So not to make a drastic change in one shot. We divided it into smaller stages, and we tried to revamp the entire process which we had within the organization. So when we tried to understand the process which we had in place, what we did was we tried to understand it deeply. not only covering the surface. So understand things as a whole and how those works. So we have to evaluate how things worked in the past, how it works in the present, and then only we can imagine about the future. And what we did was we defined accountability and identified who owns quality and who is to whom we could approach when there is something related to quality. And the third point is how testing team is involved and engaged with other teams. So we know that testing team is somewhere involved in the projects. Basically, it was at the end of the development stage. So we wanted to identify where we were involved exactly, at what point in a project, and what type of engagements we were having with different teams. And the next things we did was make changes. So we did smaller changes to the approaches which we had and made it visible. So as you can see, as seeing things make it valuable. So we made changes visible to the other departments and across the organization. And what we did was we started writing down things and started to speak about it. So we talk. So when someone is talking about something, it sets a proper foundation for cross-team collaboration, and it encourages people to collaborate more. And if you want to make a process or a plan change, we need to get the top management involved, and we need to have interactions with them. So whenever there is an involvement from the top management, we should have a solid reason, a solid why, which explains why we need that change to be implemented. So we literally evaluated all the problems which we had, and then we drafted why we need a change. It was really helpful because during the last pandemic season, we wanted to revamp the entire release uh, cycle from 2 weeks to 1 week cycle. So it was the right time to pitch in some innovative ideas from our side where we could improve and where we could shorten the release cycle to the top management. So that was one of the justifiable reasons from our side. We wanted to make our release cycle shorter. And so when we had this top management involvement, what we did was we involved everyone from the top management along with our product team heads and development team heads and all the QA leads and all. So we did a brainstorming. So we identified all these pain points, and we started to think deeper on the existing process and plans which we had in the which existed in the org. So then we drafted a pilot project incorporating all those changes. And what we did was, after having that pilot project, we defined proper metrics to gather this information regarding the success and failure of the change. So we were okay to fail, but if we are failing, we should learn something from that. So that is why we defined proper metrics to gather inputs on the process changes or the planning changes which we did. So first thing what we wanted to change was our QA strategy to fit with the development process and the company's situation. So we evaluated how we do feature testing, how we approach regression, what kind of exploratory test we are doing. Are we doing any critical path testing, where we have automation in place, about our API tests, UI tests, which can be automated and which cannot be automated. So those kind of assessments were made. And we wanted to create a report to show to the team that the quality of product is this and progress the team made when applying this QA process and strategies. So these reports basically involved defect by priority and defect escaped and root cause evaluations, which we did, and what all are the projects which skipped QA and what all are the issues we had, and all those sort of things in our report. And we tweaked Jira swim lanes. So basically, in the initial stages, ready to test, we had one column called ready to test, and it was the sole responsibility of the testers to test the tickets which is moved to there. So what we did was we changed the ready to test into a shared up responsibility. So it is not only the QA team's responsibility to pick the tickets, it could be developers, it could be product owners, it could be designers. So anybody can test. And then we break down the scope of work which is designated previously to the QA team. So we created roles like release leads, QA person in charge, and ready to test leads. So basically a person in charge will be monitoring all the test projects which is running across our organization, and RTT leads will be monitoring the tickets which is there in the ready to test column, and they will be collaborating with the other engineering departments to handle the tickets, ensure the smooth flow of tickets across the swim line. And what we did was we started involving the other teams for regression tests. So whenever there is a regression test, it was only QA team's responsibility to run the test. So we changed that mode. We started getting involvement from the other teams so that they are also aware of creating releases and test plan for regression and how to execute them basically. So it was a ground for them to learn on the testing approaches which we followed. And we did an entire revamp of our release process by setting the right parameters which we could look into. So we have this 1 week release cycle. So we set up a time frame to complete the ticket development, and we had a time frame to merge this ticket to the release branch or the release version in Jira. So if it is delayed, and we won't be including that ticket into our release. So that is how the process revamp was made, and it was agreed by everyone in the team. And we started to have demos. So demos, when it comes to demos, we had cross-team demos where different teams will be collaborating together, and we had dev demos and we had QA demos. And then what we realized was be innovative and always ready to accept the changes which we have. And as time evolves, be adaptable to tweak the process and plans without sticking to one and focus all during that time. So we learned a lesson. If we had all the process initially, but we were not looking into it when we had to change it. So it was high time we changed the process. So now, whenever we have this frequent gathering of these metrics and sentiments from the team, so whenever there is something which is falling beyond the threshold, we will definitely look into it and update the process and plans which we have. And the other point was define a systematic, organized, and efficient plans and process as a team with all the agreement, with a general agreement from the team. So gathering regular and timely feedback really matters. So we had a sentiment metrics where we tried to gather feedback from our team members on the changes which we implemented. So we had, they are okay with the change, they are happy, they are extremely happy, they are satisfied, they are very much satisfied. So those kind of metrics. And we had to analyze and understand different tones and feelings. So why I put tone and feeling here, because what I realized from my team was each smiley in Slack itself had different meaning on one's feeling during that time. So we had to understand different tones and feelings within all our team members, and realize that slow progress is still a progress. So you cannot make a drastic change in one day. So what matters is a progress. So even if you are making a small change, 1% change to your process, that is also a change. And always think that there is room for improvement. Don't think that I have set up the process and I have laid the foundation and I don't need to look into it again anytime. So always think that there is a room for improvement and continuously learn from the process. So this powerful image created by Simon actually helped us a lot when it comes to growing a culture of quality. So as you could see, engage is there. So we have to engage to focus on vision of quality, which we have. And we have to set the quality narrative across the organization, basically. And then what we need to do is we need to share the vision to wider business. So it is not only the QA team's responsibility to have a vision. And whenever we have a vision defined, we should share it across to wider business. And then we have to build relationship outside the test team and help them raise awarenesses. So basically, we need advocates who will be preaching about quality and the importance of quality. So we also had this, we made these changes, and our engineering managers were helping us to build relationship outside the team. So they were preaching about these changes to their departments and their development teams. and it really helped us. So someone should be there to advocate about the after having relationship, someone should be there to advocate about the changes which we have. And we should drive the process improvements that are quality focused. So in a way, it will lead us to grow a culture of quality. So we discussed about having metrics, gathering feedback, and everything. So collecting information is not enough. And it is a reminder for everyone that if we are collecting some information, let it be metrics, a process change, a new plan, or an update, we have to look into it and we have to understand what it represents. If we are not looking into it, one day it will be thrown out. We won't be considering it for anything. And the other thing to keep in mind is always revisit and always reframe and reiterate the process which we have. So be proactive than reactive and always be ready to fix the gaps with the solutions. And moving to the last section. So when having this process and fixing the silo issues between the team, what we did was we started creating pairs. Okay, so that literally helped us to create a whole team approach towards quality and have a mutual understanding of quality practices within the organization and across the departments we had. So our pairs basically include, so this QA team will be collaborating with the developers as pairs, and the QAs will be collaborating with PMs and product owners, and QAs will be collaborating with the designers. So these were basically our pairs. And then, so it was a 4-step process which we had. So either one of the pair will be collaborating with the QAs to have an alignment and to do a risk evaluation whenever there is something to test or whenever there is something which has to be developed. And then we handed over the responsibility of scoping out the scenarios to developers or the product owners. So they could draft the scenarios by themselves. And what we will be having is the QA team will be reviewing the scenarios which is already defined. And once it is being developed, what the developers will do is they will do a demo on what is being developed and what all tests they have created from their side and what all tests they did from their side. And after having that demo, there will be a feedback gathering session. So QAs will be evaluating the testing which has been performed by the other pair, and they will be giving feedback on what all are the other scenarios which could have been covered. So if those scenarios could be managed within our unit testing or integration testing, again the developers will start to have this test within their code itself. And if it is not, if it has to be tested by ourselves only, then they will be passing it over to us to have a quick check from our side. And then we had an exploratory test session along with the development team, or along with the entire development team, where the product owners were also involved. So this exploratory test session, we time boxed it, and everyone will be doing testing during that time, and we'll keep on reporting the flaws or issues they identify during that time frame. And we will be looking into it and triaging the issues post the session. And in the end, if everything goes well, we will be having a test closure. And during that time, it is not QA team's responsibility to give the sign out. It is the team's decision. And basically, it works as a mutual agreement between the teams. So what was the QA scope then? So what we changed, right? So we changed it into these 4 pillars. So one was evaluation. So what our QA team will do is evaluate the features based on the past issues. And the second one is review. So review the test coverage created by devs or any other payers. Also define the tests that has to be part of our acceptance criteria, and provide feedback on the test performed by the payers and basically guide them how to test, and be a coach. So what we try to do is to implement a quality assistance culture instead of testing everything by ourselves. And in the end, we highlight the concerns and risks that could be anticipated when it comes to a project. So we had this understanding of past issues and what all are the issues which occurred from production. So that really helped us to create a risk assessment. Whenever there is a project, we will go through that checklist and we'll share that this all risk could be anticipated when we release this particular thing. And then it was about going beyond. So think beyond just reporting the issues. So our team started reviewing the design and architectural documents which we had, and review and contribute to the unit and integration tests. So they started collaborating more with the developers and giving feedback. So when we started talking technical with the developers, so that itself improved the trust and relationship between the teams actually, and help with triaging the defects with providing proper logs, commit codes, and basically dig deeper whenever we encounter an issue, and research on past issues and conduct proper root cause analysis of production issues, and to implement a data-driven QA approach. So what we did was gather data insights from our data team, and based on that, we started customizing our test process and test approaches, and monitoring logs, understanding exception, how we handle exceptions, how we handle retries, what all are the SLAs we have in place, what all are the dashboards which we have. So that is also could be part of the change. And basically build relationship with everyone and ask questions and don't assume. So keep asking every single questions which we come across, and that communication will lead us to engage and create a culture of quality. So my closing words will be encourage discussions and engage teams, ensure a safe space for everyone to have close collaboration, and make data visible to the team members and other departments, define smart objectives, encourage pairing with different teams, conduct bug bashes, XET sessions, brainstorming, and gamification. And I would highly recommend you all to go through these resources once if you are planning to grow a culture of quality in the organization. This really helped us when we set up a quality culture in our organization, and I'm sure that this will definitely help you all also. With that said, thank you so much for listening to me, and I would like to thank Geekle for bringing this amazing QA Global Summit for the community. I really feel grateful to have a chance to share this with you all. Over to you, Alex.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that was really nice presentation, and thanks for sharing it with us. So talk you at our Q&A session right after right after other topics. Yeah, thank you very much, Nithin. Yeah, see you.
All right, thank you so much, Alex. See you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, guys, and let me introduce our next one speaker. So it's Larissa Rosochansky, if I'm pronouncing right. So it's Larissa is senior manager at CT and CINT company. So hello. Can you hear as well? So how are you?
I'm fine, and you?
Yeah, I'm great. It was really interesting to hear Nithin topic. So let me switch to yours. So it's a building a quality engineering chapter, like pitfalls to avoid and best practices to follow. So let me share your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Alex.
Yeah, so you can see it. So take over, please. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, guys. So here I'm talking from Brazil, and we're going to discuss something very interesting that I discovered when I enter into a complete agile company, is how build a quality engineering chapter. So pitfalls to avoid and best practices to follow. First of all, let me share a little bit about myself. So I am a senior manager at CINT. CINT is a digital transformation company, and all of their efforts are completely agile. So we don't do anything else than agile. I am also a strategist, design think. I work a lot with design thinking. I love to innovate, and software quality has been my passion for a long time, more than 19 years. And actually, I used to joke that it's my oldest son. I also like a lot to deliver value into a lean digital transformation. Love to speak at at conferences and share knowledge. For me, this is one of the most important things that I do. And latest, I have been really pondering and liking agile engineering, really interesting. And used to be the head of the Brazil test services at IBM. Then I start to see a little bit more about automation. So I went to the head of intelligent automation, which is RPA plus cognitive at Alvanad. I have those two marvelous kids, Arthur and Isadora. And I'm a crazy dog person, so I have 12 dogs, 11 chihuahuas, and one stray dog. And my husband as well, which he's going to talk in the next after me. He is a QA and DevOps expert, so QA runs really strong into this house. So, why are we talking about a chapter of quality engineering? Why would that be necessary? Because actually, when we talk about truly agile companies, they usually organize themselves into tribes, into squads to deliver the best product for their customer. And those tribes, those squads, they are completely independent. They have the complete autonomy, and they are a multidisciplinary group delivering their product. But how can we share the knowledge, the learning, and the experiments that each tribe is doing if they are so independent and multidisciplinary? So consider that we are working for the same customer, and we have several tribes. So we have the tribe with the squads and each deliveries, but the customer is the same. So chances are that we are going to have some issues in terms of test data, environment, and something like that, that all of us will be going through, or even some accelerators or experiments we have been doing. How can we share this between everyone else? With chapters, or we can call these communities. So if we talk safe, thinking safe, this is a community of practice, or the chapter is a community of people that are working in the same domain, and they work for the same company, or they are interested in the same issues. So here I'm talking about the quality engineering chapter, but we can have lots of chapters. We can have, for example, architect chapters, DevOps chapters, quality engineering chapters, whatever you think is suitable for you to share knowledge. So it's really, really important that we focus on this, that we can understand what we need in order to create a chapter. Okay, but why? What is it for? Why we need these chapters? So we can have the recurring meetings that we are going to exchange information, exchange experiences. We can share lessons learned, or meaning that we can do fearless mistakes and learn fast. So I know that the other tribe already tried this and they were successful. Oh, but the other tribe tried to use Cypress and it wasn't very successful as could be. That tribe is using that tool for test data management, and then we can share everything, and then we can get the best practice from each tribe and apply to our own. Also, we generate a sense of belonging, a sense of community when we are working on a tribe. Usually what we have the teams there, they are working alone. So for example, if I have one QA into that squad, he can feel lonely into that squad, considering that he thinks that he's the only one doing this. He's the only one concerned about the root cause analysis, even though we know that quality is everyone's job. But when we create this chapter, we can create this sense of belonging of communities. One thing that is really, really important, many heads are better than one. Meaning that sometimes I have an issue, I need to automate something, and I'm not really sure how can I do this. But if we go collective, we can have someone else throwing ideas, brainstorming, and we can reach to the better conclusion. And all of this within our context, within our QA context, within our customers' context. And also, this is a unique and safe place for exchanges, questions, and transparency. So we know each other, we share the same things, so we can work with this. This is really important. So how we can get started? What to do to get started? First of all, identify the community's needs. We are going to work with a quality engineering chapter. So what we need to do, understand what is going on. What are the needs for this community? Talk with all the QAs, talk with all the architects, understand what are the pains and what do you need in order to create this community. So for example, we can say that if the management thinks, oh, we need to create a community, and I'm going to create a community for innovation, but no one needs this, really needs this, we won't get the participation we need. So identify the community needs. In my case, what I noticed when I joined the company was that we have several experiments throughout for all the testing, and but one tribe didn't talk to another, so we had one here and someone else here doing exactly the same experiment, and we didn't know if we're going to succeed or not. So I start to identify what would be the community needs. So they don't understand quite well what would be the tools that a customer have. What are the accelerators for testing, the testing accelerators for the customer has. So I would start to identify all of these needs. This took me 2 months, up to 2 months, to talk to everyone that I could find, and then I would be referred. Talk to this guy, talk to this guy in order to start to identify this. I also did other things that I'm going to share with you later. Other thing, identify possible members. So you know what would be the need for the community. Who can be the members? Is it a role? Is it a project? Is it a context driven necessity? So work with this. Who can be these possible members? Then with the possible members, you can gather some of them that are more enthusiastic and get momentum as well. So talk to them. I was thinking about creating a chapter for this. What do you think? Do you think this is a good idea? Do you think we can leverage this, and then let them be excited about it, and let them also exchange ideas, create this strategic to start to forming the community as well. As I told you before, many heads think better than one. So let's start considering this. Get feedback, collect the feedback, and start to understand and start throwing out ideas to see what would be the best one. Organize the first get together, the first meeting. So consider, I know what the community needs. I know who can be there. So let us meet, let us talk. and then start to exchange and exchange, because the chapter is all about the exchanges. Think of the community name. So what would be the community name? It will be testing allies. It can be the quality engineering chapter. So think about the community name again. Throw ideas, collect feedbacks. So now that you know what would be the community needs, think about what you can achieve with this community, the goal of this community. So think about it. So what you can do, you want to improve the communication between the tribes. You want to improve the quality of the product delivered. You want to improve the lead time. So think about those goals and establish some goals for you as well in terms of the community, what you can achieve. You can do OKR, etc. But it's really important for you to not just start a chapter just because. You need to really understand what are the needs, the pains, and also the goals that you can form your whole chapter around it. Establish a communication channel, open up a chat, a group, a Slack channel, anything that you can regularly talk to everyone else. So invite them to this communication channel, put some interesting information, some information that you can refer always into a week or something like that. Let the links there, share materials, share interesting links, and put the conversation starting. The most important thing is to start the conversation, make everyone understand what would be the community goal, the community objective, and then start to invite others into the community. Talk to everyone, start to inviting them, give the autonomy to the members to invite others as well. In this case, always the more is the merrier. So let's start all always inviting people, bringing them to the discussion, and then start to not get only you to talk. So, for example, you know that tribe is doing some very good experiment. Talk to the person because you don't want to put them into the spotlight without they want to. So talk to the person and then refer to them into to your communication channel. Oh, did you know that that person did this and this was very good for that? And then let the conversation start. Prepare the first topics and add them to the community backlog. Have something that you can use as a community backlog, a Trello, any visual tool that you can have the topics to be discussed, the topics in progress, and the topics that were discussed already. And this, in every meeting that you have, you can also put more ideas there and choose the topic you want to discuss prior to that, or just do this into the chapter. You can have, for example, on the meeting, in the chapter meeting, which is a recurring meeting, to have one part a pre-established topic that you know people will be interesting trends, or some showing that someone has done, or and the second part can be one of the topics into Trello that we are going to discuss. It can be an issue or everything like this. Get to know each other. So do integration because we need to have this sense of belonging. So get to know each other, do integrations, do virtual happy hours, and meet and meet and meet. So let us create this sense of community, this sense of belonging, and always collect feedback. Get feedback from the latest session, from the topics that are being discussed. Put posts, put surveys, and understand. Do NPS. We really need to understand if we are going good or not for doing okay. So what would be the pitfalls that when we are going to start to do this? Not finding the right people as members. So for example, you are going to create the quality engineering chapter. You don't invite the quality people. You invite only the scrum masters or only the senior managers, or you just invite developers and not QAs, or you just invite the QAs and not invite anyone else. So if we're going to talk to discuss things like testing pyramid, if we're going to talk about unit testing, you need to have everyone involved. You need to have as well, because you need to bring together, if we are going to talk about the quality, the whole team quality mindset, you need to have the whole team involved. So we need to have the software architect with us as well, besides the QA. Not understanding the community's need before creating. This is really important. So we are going to just create the community for the sake of it. We don't know what the community needs. We don't know what are their pains, as just I said before. This can be a major pitfall. We can have several guilds, several chapters that fail because of that. We really need to understand what would be our demographic people per se, and also what would be their needs as well. Not having a centralized place to exchange information and experience. If you don't have this communication channel, how can we get the conversation going? How can we get to really understand each other's problems and continue discussing and not only between chapters? For example, I need to have some information that I recall that maybe was said 2 chapters ago. Okay, where can I find it? I don't know. Oh, I need that material that was shared. Where is it? We don't know. So we really need to have a decentralized place where we can where we can exchange the information and experiences. Be inclusive and diverse. What I mean by that: the format, the way, the time, the form matter. Consider to have all of this the most inclusive you can get. So for example, you can record the chapters, record the meetings, so someone can access later if they cannot access. uh, Share some surveys in order to get the best time to meet. Ask what would be the best way. Can we do Google Hangout? Can we do Zoom? What would be the best? Ask for feedback, and also get the major ideas in order to go. And the other thing is that letting the rush of everyday life impact meetings and engagement. We know this is something additional. We know this is something for us to share. And this is important. So if we don't save some time for us and for the members to understand the importance of it and to keep the momentum going, this will fail. We really need to have, for example, we have bi-weekly chapter meetings. We need to stick to those. People need to understand that every 2 weeks we have a chapter meeting, and this will be really important to have this consistency, so we can not only build momentum but keep this momentum as well. Okay, so I'm going to talk about the real case that we did here at my company. And it's a really interesting one because we did this during the pandemic. So this community building, it was all done into virtual world. So weren't able to do face by face, and we have several people come and joining us after the pandemic. So we have never seen each other face by face. So I start to understanding actually what does the community need. So what did I did? I start to talking to several QAs. I start to talk to several people, architects, QAs, Scrum Masters, developers, to understand what would be their pains. I sent out a form for them to ask them to understand what would be their maturity in terms of what kind of testing you do, what kind of test data management you do, and all of this that I did was inside the same customer. So we had the same environment, we had the same testing tools, the same testing accelerator. So what I would like, and the same I would say allow it tools to use. So why I did this survey was actually to understand who was using, for example, the testing pyramid, who would be doing the unit testing, what tools they were using, who was doing mobile testing, what mobile farm they're using, if any. So I want to understand what was done and what wasn't done. I was new to the company as well, so I didn't have that context, that background. And what did I understand from this? That they were doing the testing strategy in several ways. We didn't have any standardized way of doing anything at all. And the test concepts, the pyramids, the testing pyramids, the role of QA within the squad were not consistent and standardized. So I remember that we have, I believe, two hit discussions about the difference between the component testing and integration testing, and where they would go into the testing pyramid. So these concepts were not really standardized, and the QA was not feeling part of a bigger whole. They didn't have really the purpose, the community. They were feeling really lonely in today's squad they were, and they didn't know the tools and accelerators at their disposal. So the customer had bought several tools and they weren't aware of those. And the automation efforts were really isolated and sparse. So we would have one automation effort here for unity and component testing. We would have another here for contract testing, and into another tribe we would have some end-to-end. And here on the other part we do have with another two the units and component testing. So it was really sparse, and they were not exchanging neither issues they were having with the framework that the customer was sharing with us. So we have to use this framework, and I had one tribe that was really having some issues with that framework in terms of using one common part, and the other tribe was trying had already solved this and was having issues into other. So we had some solutions that were already in place into one tribe, and the other tribe was suffering for the same thing. And really understanding what they were and how the quality efforts were organized. And that's where I did the qualitative and quantitative research. I put out a Google form with several questions. I asked what was the tribe and the squad they work in, what was the technology behind that. This is a major customer, so we had everything that you can think of. And also I ask some qualitative data. So what they think about the framework, what do they think about several things, and then we gather all of this information, and then we even show to them the information. The first chapter was about to presenting the idea of the chapter, and also to talk to them about the results of this and how to engage. So first of all, involve other areas. So what I did was to ask for human resource to get a list for everyone that has the role of QA and the role of architects. So I get all of this, and I invited them, and also I started to talk to some of them, and then we saw that were important to have as well some of the senior developers, etc., etc. So we start to create. I talked to the human resources area. I said what I was trying to accomplish here. I asked for the names list they gave me, and then we start to do this, and then we start to create this Google chat and this group in order to talk to everyone else. And I remember the first thing that I said was, the objective of the chapter is to do this. We have identified those needs. How do you think about that? And also use and abuse of referrals. Mouth to mouth is of great importance. So after we did our first chapter, people were really interesting, and I used to publicize this not only between the QAs and architects, but also between the leadership. Oh, we are going to do this first chapter. Invite everyone you think is important. Here is the link for the meeting. So please, if you want to join, talk to us, etc., etc. Also, QAs refer other QAs who refer other roles as a domino effect. So everyone who thought this was really interesting, we start to work with them in order to really work and to really get as many people as possible. And also we gave full autonomy for members to refer the members without restriction. Anyone interested in the chapter can join. So everyone can join, everyone can assist us and work with us. So this was really important. After that, we create the chat, the guild, and community name. So the list of QAs and architects with human resources, we name the chat the customer name and quality engineering. So not only for a tribe, but for everyone. Autonomy for members to add more members. The purpose of the chapter was published in the chat. The first message was about this, and we collect feedback always. So after the first meeting, we did NPS, and we start to continue doing this. And transparent communication with the dissemination of meetings, the ideas, the experiences, and the feedbacks, and we retro feedback those. So between the chapters, we would talk about it. So what do you think about this? Have you used this tool? And then we start to keep the discussion going, start the discussion and keep the discussion going. The first meeting, what we did was we did the dissemination of the first meeting in now online communication channels. So I would go to all the channels that we had, the everyone channel, the top leadership channel, the agile community, all the channels that we had for several things. I published the first meeting there. I did record the meeting for people to watch later and be more inclusive. Other of all, I create a unique place for all the meetings recorded there, and now the reference materials to be there as well. We did the alignment on QA concepts and roles. So what are the testing pyramid, etc. What is the role of the QA, and the experience exchange. And what we did achieve with this, we have more than 95 people as part of the QE chapter, 3 roles there, QA, architects, and developers, and we have also some Scrum Masters as well. We discussed about 10 different topics, presented and shared with others, and we had 13 meetings. Actually, I think we have already 15 meetings. This is a really a bit old material. So we are still going strong and still talking about several important things. What we learn involve not only QAs, but also architects and other roles. Advertise, 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 always advertise. Collect the greatest pain points and questions and set up the first meetings about these topics. People will come because this is where it hurts the most. Find engaged people who want to help on the chapter. Add topics to the backlog and organize the backlog visually, for example, the Trello, etc. Keep the chapter alive with relevant topics and interesting chat discussions. Ask powerful, thought provoking questions. Encourage new people to share new topics, experiences, and learnings, and encourage people publicly. So always pinpoint the efforts that are doing okay and ask people to present them. So we need to recognize everyone. So this is what I had about this great topic. This was really interesting. And if you want to reach out to me, please don't hesitate. Just come in and go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much for such presentation. I know it's early morning on your side, and it was amazing, and you highlighted some nice topics. Thank you, Larissa.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, let me introduce the next one speaker, Rafael, who is tester manager working with DevOps and quality assurance and CI/NT as well. So, and today Rafael will tell us more about the new QA role within a DevOps Quality Journey. Hello, Rafael. Can you hear us?
Hello, I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, all is great. Yeah, how are you today?
Awesome. I'm good. It's definitely early here in Brazil for us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but
Yeah.
it's today, you know. By the way, Rafael, I can see your presentation sharing, so
Yeah,
I would
let
ask you
me.
to share it because I
Yep.
cannot.
1 second. I think you can see it now, right?
Yeah. Look forward to hear something new about QA role in DevOps. Yeah, so please take a microphone.
Okay. Well, first I would like to thank you guys for being here today. I hope you all are safe within this kind of crazy times that we are living. So today we're gonna talk about an whole idea of the new QA role within a DevOps quality journey. So we are as we are evolving with the different kind of types of development going on. We started with waterfall, then we moved into agile, and now DevOps is kind of the hype and everyone talks about it. But what I'm gonna bring you guys is a little reflection on how we can embed and include quality testing and quality as a journey, as a matter of fact, on everything we do with DevOps, because we need to move into QA as a person, as someone specifically, and not only a team responsibility, but also something that we do every day in everything that we do. So I'm gonna first talk a little bit about myself. So I'm mostly a solutions architect focused on QA and DevOps. I usually try to connect different things with quality, for example, DevOps and quality, SRE and quality, and because I had like different experiences, and I think that we can add QA into everything that we do, and at each step of what we are doing within developing software in a product. I have a lot of experience also with agile and digital transformation. I have been a Scrum Master in the past, and I call those the dark days. But I have a lot of strong experience also working with banking and insurance, which are kind of complex, to not say difficult industries. And I'm also a crazy dog person. I have the same 12 dogs that Larissa has. So a lot of dogs around here. And first, I'm gonna bring you guys a little image which tries to show where is the focus on quality and testing as we move into the different models. So regardless if we are talking about waterfall, agile, or something more connected to DevOps, where we have like frequent deployments or frequent releases, everything that we do as we develop a software is usually divided into a couple milestones. So we do planning and design, we do development and build, we do the actual heavy lift testing, which is usually focused on functionality and what the user is going to do. Then we have deploy and release, which is actually, delivering what we developed to the user or to some specific environment. And then we have it, even on a waterfall, we do have some kind of continuous monitoring where we also should have been doing some testing. What usually happens is when we are talking about more conservative and waterfall like models, we're going to do a lot of testing at some like testing phase or testing time frame, and we're going to do very little of testing at the beginning, or even when we're actually generating code. So we in those cases we usually have a separate team or a separate area, or someone that has that role of doing the actual testing of the product. And then we don't usually do on those cases a lot of testing once we deploy and release, or even when we continuous monitoring, because usually what happens is you spend a lot of time developing something, then you do a lot of testing, and then you fix a lot of issues, and then you deploy, release, and then you do like a smoke test in production, and then you just go to the next version or you go to the next product. When we started doing agile, we said, okay, we can't do agile doing all the testing at some different team or at some different phase, which we probably already know that. So we started talking about shift to left, which is bringing the testing early as possible. And then we divided things into sprints. So even if I'm working with the sprints, I also have some kind of planning and design. I also have some kind of development because I'm actually developing something. I do a lot of testing, and what I have usually seen happen on those cases is that testing is usually done in the second week of the sprint if we're talking about 2 week sprints. And we kind of, in some cases, when we are not mature enough, we kind of replicate the same waterfall scenario but in a smaller scale, because the QA or the QA person or whoever is doing the testing within that agile team is going to have a lot of things to test on the second week of the sprint, which doesn't really get things better. We are just shipping software in smaller iterations, which are the sprints, but I'm not resolving or improving the way I'm looking at quality. So when we moved into DevOps and we start having pipelines and deploying to different environments often, we get a bigger problem, because if I'm gonna have to rely on someone to do all my testing or to actually have specific tests done at every deployment, if I'm doing that daily or weekly or even more several times throughout the day, I'm gonna have a big problem, because first, I'm not going to be able to do all the testing that is needed, especially if I'm not focused on having the specific test pyramid split up between my testing levels and making sure that I'm testing everything at at the place that I'm should be testing. So the whole idea is we need to bring testing and quality as early as possible, but we need to change and shift the way we think and we apply quality. And that's what I'm gonna bring you guys in the next slides. So just to reiterate what I'm saying is, when we had waterfall, we had like a big design phase, we had a lot of coding being done, and then we had like a smaller testing phase usually, and then we have like usually the same type of deploy phase similar to testing. And the size of the little blocks here not are really intentional, because what I'm trying to show is, even when we moved into agile, the pieces got smaller, but we also are trying to do design code test, and then we usually deploy at a specific release date or after a couple sprints. Even though we probably have like ready for production code at the end of the sprint, we usually put some things together to deploy, but we still have kind of that bottleneck where testing is usually done by one person, and it is usually done a lot of manual testing even when we are with an agile. If regression is used, if automation is used, is mostly for regression. But when we look at what we are proposing to do with DevOps and a DevOps quality journey, we still have some kind of design phase, but then the pieces, they can get even smaller, more frequent and faster. So how can I keep up with all that if I'm gonna have like a QA person or a small set of regression tests and just look at that? Even if I have like a huge batch of regression testing, a huge switch that I'm gonna execute every deployment, if that takes like 3 hours to run, I can't have like fast feedback loops, or I can actually tell my developer or tell my team that, okay, you're only gonna know if everything is all right with the commit that you just did on your code 3 hours from now. So we need to, as we got the smaller pieces, if we look at how big they were in waterfall, how big they are with an agile, and now that we are talking about agile with DevOps, we have even smaller pieces because we have like pipelines and things getting uh, delivered to different environments several times a day. I need to also make sure that I have smaller tests, smaller validations, and I can't just rely on specific testing that is going to replicate what the user is doing. So just to talk a little bit about what we usually do in the ideal world of agile, quality would be everyone's responsibility. We would be testing less and more frequently. Testing automation is usually focused on regression testing. Quality is usually a testing of a given functionality or product. Quality is also an incremental exercise of their same product on a series of sprints and iterations. So we are usually working with a given product or the evolution of a product over several sprints or several iterations, and we are probably doing mistakes as soon and early as possible and trying to test as soon as early as possible. Usually in that case, if we're doing everything right, your user journey will be a byproduct and result of your software development and quality efforts. But what I'm saying is, even if you do all that right, that's not gonna get you to embark in a DevOps quality journey successfully, because at some point you're either gonna have problems because the amount of testing that you need to do is either wrong because you're either testing too much or too little, or because you are testing at the wrong places, or because you are finding defects throughout your pipeline too not too often as you should, or too late as you move forward, or in a kind of tricky environments like UAT production or some kind of user facing environment. So how can we fix that? How can the QA role be successful within a DevOps quality journey? So QA needs to be built in full quality and testing on all steps throughout your software development cycle. So QA needs to change of being a team as it was in waterfall, either a department. It needs to be more than a person as we have in agile today, because if I rely on my QA guy to do everything or QA girl to do everything, it's not going to happen, because as we move forward and as we evolve our product throughout the sprints, the quality of that product needs to be incremental as well, because the product is incremental. So we need to think about quality as something that we do early as possible in every step of what we are doing. So if we are writing stories, we need to take a look at how we are writing stories to make sure that the stories are clear enough, that they are not ambiguous, or that they have any kind of issues, or they make sense. So I'm not saying that a QA person is gonna do all that, because we can also, when you look at job postings, usually if you are looking at QA, it has like a bible of things that the QA needs to be doing. And if you look at the developer or the scrum master or whoever else, it's gonna have clear and specific topics that person needs to be aware and needs to be doing. So what I'm saying is the QA kind of domain person, and it can be the a specific QA guy, needs to know how to tie those things together. So at everything that we are doing, either within a sprint, within a release, and as we move to DevOps, as we talk about pipelines, how can I ensure that as we build like my pipeline kind of steps, I'll have the necessary steps and checks and validations to make sure that my code and my software is being uh, tested successfully, and that we are also ensuring that whatever I'm doing makes sense and it's working and it's connected and it's something that the user can actually use. The other thing is, as I was saying, quality and testing should be small and always. So when we usually talk about quality in agile, we talk a lot about test automation because you have several sprints, and then the obvious conclusion is, if I just rely on manual testing, I'm not going to be able to make sure that everything that I'm developing is going to continue working. So we usually talk about BDD as something to make sure that we have the common understanding of what we are doing, but that really doesn't solve our DevOps kind of quality journey scale up kind of problem, because I need to look at code analysis. I need to make sure that my code is analyzed by SonarQube or some kind of other tool, or even before that, I need to make sure that when my developer is actually writing their code, they have a linting kind of helper in place to make sure that with specific rules for your company or for the framework that you are using, any kind of typo or issue that he's gonna add it to the code is gonna be identified automatically sooner before he even does a kind of a commit or ships codes to any kind of repository. And also, we can't forget about unit testing, because even if we're not doing TDD or those things, we need to make sure that our code is unit tested. So imagine a scenario where I'm getting code from the repository, I'm making a change, and I have no unit test to verify that whatever I change it or added to my code actually didn't break anything, or to make sure that what I just did, it's really working. So we need to make sure that we focus on splitting up what we are doing and making sure that every little step has its own validation, has its own check to make sure that what we are doing, first, make sure that it's correct, and second, that it didn't break anything else. And we can't forget, if we're talking about that, that we have the test pyramid while testing automating. Well, and when we talk about test automation, usually people say, okay, I'm going to use Selenium. Okay, I'm going to do end-to-end automation. I'm going to make sure that the screens are moving. And it's a lot more than that. We need to make sure that everyone understands that we need to go through each level of the pyramid. So I'm going to start with unit testing. I'm going to move to some kind of API or component testing. I'm going to then do some kind of functional testing. And then at the end, which some people forget, we have the exploratory testing. Because even when we are in a DevOps quality journey, we also have a kind of room for manual testing as well. We need to make sure that at each kind of step, at each moment of what we are doing, we are applying the correct type of testing. So at some companies where I worked for, when once my pipeline reached some level, we had like a small kind of directed exploratory testing to be done to make sure that we ensure that whatever automation we had going through the different steps like unit, API, functional, etc., was really ga- was really making sense, and that when things were green, they were actually meant green because I was making specific checks on my exploratory testing. I was not doing all the testing again. I was not doing like 300 tests. I was just making sure that some people with a lot of knowledge about what we were delivering, and that happens over time. They were doing some exploratory kind of testing, like, and exploratory is not something that you just say, okay, you start testing whatever you're doing, it's fine. They need to think about what they're gonna do and organize the exploratory session in a way that makes sense, and that they will actually validate something different than what we already validated so far. And we also need to make sure that QA needs to be a continuous feedback loop, sorry, for CI and CD. So everything that we do, if it's a test result, if it's a kind of an evidence or test result image or logs or whatever else, we need to make sure that that actually is accessible in a way that we can show that information to the developers, to management, to the user, to the customers, or to ops, to whoever is going to benefit from that information. And that goes for any type of information. We can't be hiding information or hiding test results, or uh, not allowing people to see the information because we say, oh, I have an automation that runs successfully sometimes but doesn't run successful other times, or I have some issue with my pipeline that it only works up into the development environment or up into the UAT environment. Every information needs to be accessible some way by everyone. So making sure that everything that you do, showing data and generating metrics, valuable metrics, is also part of the QA role within that DevOps quality journey. It's not just quality of the product, it's just not quality of the functional product, but also quality of the information and being kind of a hub of making sure that everyone has access to the correct information. And also, to achieve all that, we need to have the ability to automate checks and small tests throughout your feedback loop cycle. That means that even if we are talking about like infrastructure as code, we are setting up servers, if we are setting up logs, if we are even in production with APIs or any kind of endpoints, we need to make sure that we have small checks and tests that will give us information, preventive information, showing us if something is actually working or not. As I said, manual testing should be focused on exploratory testing. And the big change that I see here is that instead of just identifying issues and defects sooner and faster as we did within the usual agile kind of mindset, we need to start doing that to prevent issues and defects sooner and faster. So going back to the example with the developer shipping code, if he has like a linter setup that will show him the best practice of his code and how he's declaring his variables or his functions or whatever else, and he can get kind of instantaneous feedback of what he's doing. We are, instead of just identifying an issue, we are preventing that issue. And the whole idea of shift to left but also shift to right, in the sense that we can just say, okay, my code is in production, my software is in production, I'm gonna not be responsible by it, I'm not going to look at it. We need to make sure that we also go to ops people, to whoever supports your system in production, even if it's an SRE or some other team, and get continuous feedback and get data to understand how everything that you did and everything that you thought about your product and your software really kind of, is it right, is it wrong, does it mimic what we did before, so you can retro feedback your everything that you do, if it's your pipeline, if it's your CI/CD process, if it's your environment provisioning, whatever that you're doing. You need to make sure that that really makes sense. So you need to make sure that every feedback is gathered and also used as a way to improvement in the future. So if we look at metrics, if we look at feedback, if we look at test results, if we look at pipeline results or at ops issues or whatever else, if we don't take action and really make sure that action plans are kind of driven based on those on that data, we're not getting better, and we're not going to be able to sustain a DevOps kind of journey within our product, our release, or even our company. So with everything like that, with everything that I said, software development and quality, they kind of shift a little bit, because remember that I said that in the other slide that the software were a byproduct of what we did. In here, software development and quality, they will act as tools to build our user journey to achieve ultimate satisfaction and experience. So when we are talking about DevOps, where we have several environments, we have like continuous ops interaction, we have several deployments going on at the same time of several components, we need to make sure that everything that we do, we also think about the user satisfaction, we think about the user experience, and it's not just like testing everything with every possible outcome in every possible scenario, because in some cases your user is not going to do that, and you don't need to do that, because that's not going to add value to what you're doing. And QA needs to be more than one person on our team. So I see that our role as QAs or as QA domain persons, it's gonna be much more in the future of making sure, especially on DevOps, making sure that the developers, the project managers, the Scrum masters, the ops people, the SREs, the DevOps engineer, everyone understands the value of quality and how to put the pieces together to make sure that we can achieve quality throughout our pipelines, our deployments, and think about quality as much more than just testing something specifically like a product or functionality. But we need to think about how we test our environments, how we make sure that our APIs are running or that they're at least responding. How can we test that my software kind of if it degrades its performance, if it degrades it kind of slowly, or if it's just crashes and everything is down, and then everything is red and the pipelines are broken and so on. And if something gets broken, it's not the end of the world, but we need to make sure that our pipeline and our kind of DevOps processes has a way to roll back whatever change was applied, and that we make sure that if something goes kind of after it was supposed to do, if we don't see a problem in our dev environment and then it migrates to the testing environment and so on, that we make sure that we understand why that happened, and that we teach people, we kind of apply and make sure that people have that mindset of always looking at what caused the issue and how to solve the issue and not who caused the issue, because that's going to help to improve our quality as well. And do not forget, testing can come in many forms. So if you look at the image that I have here, the whole idea is if we're talking about true DevOps kind of word, I'm gonna test as I'm doing my planning. As in testing can be talking about a user story, looking at BDD, or looking at how clear and concise my user kind of items are, my user stories are written, and if they make sense or not, if they are clear enough, if they have all the details they need. And if they don't, we need to make sure that we raise our hands and say this is not clear enough, and we can work with the POs to make sure that they understand that as well. We need to make sure that we work with the DevOps engineers to make sure that we have the necessary checks in place as we branch our code, as we do the coding. So it's not just getting kind of a package and testing that package. Let's work with our developers to help them understand the importance of unit testing, of having code reviewers in place, of having different tools that will help them to kind of understand if they are doing good code or bad code, or if they are leaving code smells within the code, if they are not doing something the best way they could. And even if you don't know how to do unit testing, or if you don't know the tool specifically, you can be the guy that brings that discussion into light and help them kind of make that work, and kind of you make sure that everyone is looking at that. You don't need to be that guy that knows everything about DevOps, that knows everything about SonarQube, that knows everything about unit testing, but you need to be the guy that makes sure that they understand why all that is important. We also test when we merge code. We also test when we are building. And as we move into production or into a more ops kind of scenario, when we release, we also need to test. When we deploy into different environments, we need to test as well. Obviously, as we move forward in each step, the type of testing is going to be different. The type of validation is going to be different. You're not going to test your whole suite within your production environment, but you do need to test specific scenarios to make sure that your everything is working, to make sure that if something fails, you identify that issue sooner, because your pipeline needs to break if something goes wrong. It needs to break if it doesn't fall under the expected conditions. And also we can tests when we are monitoring our environment. And you can use everything that you have been doing for testing and validation to make sure that that is a kind of a preventive monitoring or a proactive monitoring to make sure that your application will tell you that something is wrong whenever happens. So you don't have to rely on somebody looking at some screen moving or not to know your system is working or not. You can look at pipeline results, but you can also look at other things that will help you understand if everything that you are doing and everything that you are developing is working or not. And the QA is not anymore a person that does just functional testing or that does functional testing throughout sprints, but something that brings QA into everything that the team is doing, that the company is doing. And it's gonna need like a different set of knowledge, a different set of skills, but doesn't need to know everything about every topic, but needs to understand the importance of each of those topics to bring that to the team. And that was it. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. It was, yeah, I was a bit impressed about it. So, guys, looks like all the topics were covered, and now we can move to Q&A session. Let me check. Yeah, Larissa, missing. So nice to see you again. Okay,
Hello.
are you ready
Hello.
for? Hello, hello. Are you ready for Q&A session?
Yes, Alex.
Yes.
Okay, guys. So the first question is to Nithin, I think. So it's about case scope and which step among the evaluation, review, feedback, and highlight is the hardest to tackle for teams, in your opinion?
So, to be honest, initially, four of these were hard to tackle for us. So, what we did was initially, right, we wanted to understand how to give feedbacks and how to get feedbacks. And when we highlight something, we need to understand what is the right time to highlight. So, if we keep on highlighting, people will miss out. So, we need to understand what is the right timing to highlight things and what are the right things to highlight. And to do evaluation and review, we had to understand the application architecture, and we wanted to understand a bit on the technical side as well. So what we did was when we paired up with our developers, we were having a transition session with the help of them to go through our code base and to share the tests and codes which is written by them. So with that combination, we created a skeleton framework, and after that, it was easy for us to tackle the situation. Yeah. So basically, it was four of it was hard, and having a proper framework helped us.
Okay, yeah, I see. I see. Thank you. And one question from my side. So about the changes management. Do you have like a dedicated role for changes management, or it should be done by some different people in different teams, or you have like one coordinator who can like manage this work?
Um,
Maybe no. Imagine a case, for example, changes management. Okay, one team has changed, and the second team may has changed, and
mhm.
how to combine them, how to connect them with each other. For example, okay, we can bring expertise from team A to team B because they have the same question. Let's say. So, you get right my question?
Okay. Yeah, I got your question. So we were having 6 independent development teams actually, and across for those independent development teams, we have each product owners assigned to those, and all these change management and all these change requests will be going through the owners, and they will be synchronized in between to have a common understanding across the teams. So if there is a dependency on the change request which we have, we will be having a common session with the team which is being impacted, and we will come to a mutual agreement on how to approach on that change.
Okay, I see. And maybe business team can be involved in this process. For example, product owners, they may prepare like kind of report and provide it, say, to the business team and ask if they may have some priorities for the team.
So in our case, the business team is so what we have is we will be having a product and business huddle during 2 halves of the year. So the business side will be setting up expectations on the products which we need to deliver throughout the year. during those huddle meetings. And after that, it is the whole responsibility of the entire product team, including the head of product, to drive the initiatives and make sure everything is covered for the business needs.
Okay.
And yeah, do things happen? Sometimes business might need some changes also. So that time we will sync up again as a team.
Okay. I see. Thank you, Nithin. And Rafael, Larissa, maybe you have your opinion on this topic. So I mean, involvement of like a dedicated role for changes management or improvements management and sharing it with business teams.
Yeah, I have a little bit of experience with change management, and usually QA or QA people are seen like the gatekeepers, not anything will pass, and if you don't do this list of all that, you're not going to be deploying to production, and that goes a little bit about what I'm saying about DevOps, because if we're moving much more to DevOps, if you don't have like smart kind of change process, you're gonna be tied up with a huge list of demands, and it sounds like you're kidnapping the code, because either you comply to those demands or no, you're not moving forward. And I like your point of making sure that the business kind of gets in also in the game, because sometimes they are like, oh, I gave you my user stars, now you do whatever you do, and then I'm gonna see the code in production. And if we don't get everyone to participate and to be included, and to be, we need to be inclusive, because if everyone is together, in a sense, they will also making sure that they are they feel part of what we are doing. So I like kind of that kind of approach.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think the change management process is really important. This needs to have. I'm not so sure about the change management role itself. I think we can use, for example, a release train for to do this kind of role. But the change management process is really important. But we need to have someone. I don't know the name, but when we talk of agile, maybe it's another name. But to really be sure that all of the brands that we have really integrates well. This is really important.
Okay, yeah, but there are, okay, from my point of view, in terms of change management, there can be several people. For example, one is responsible for test automation related changes management, and other people, they are responsible for management at all, other for, let's say, manual key, someone for performance. Okay, brilliant. And yeah, if it's nothing to add, we can go to the next one question. I'm not sure who this question was addressed, but yeah, the idea is what is your vision and your opinion on mob programming? So just to give a little more context, it's when different people, they work on the same thing. So can it improve QA, and or it might be like a bottleneck for most of the time and efficiency. So I think, Rafael, you can start with it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like the idea of mob programming, and even we have like a variation of mob testing, because you kind of apply the same kind of mindset to testing as well. I think that it depends on your maturity, your kind of maturity level. I think as you get more mature and your team really understands how to apply mob programming and other techniques as well, that will improve your QA process and not being in a bottleneck. I think if you get like kind of new teams or teams that are not that experienced, and you try to apply that, it's gonna be mostly a bottleneck and not an improvement.
Yeah, by the way. Nithin, what do you think about it?
I really resonate the points what Rafael just told. So it's an interesting approach, right? So what we need to do is we should have a proper planning. If we are doing without proper experience or something, it could become a bottleneck. In our case, the pairing up with the developers on the testing aspect was some sort of a different version of mob programming, and it really helped. But we should define hard boundaries, how long a session should last, and who all should be involved, and involving the right people does really matter for them.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, from as I see, it depends on the existing needs. Okay, because sometimes, the team can be like a one-stop shop if guys can perform this work. Sometimes it's getting complicated due to some personal related aspects. Like, for example, I'm focusing on a particular goal and a particular area of technical science, and people does not want to include more in their responsibilities because, yeah. So no, it's a bit close to the question about like cross-functional testing engineers. If you know, for example, it's open question in the world now. What is better to have separated one key automation engineer and separated one manual key engineer? Sometimes customers they want to have like hybrid or cross-functional engineers who can work and with test automation and with manual testing both. But from my point of view, sometimes it might affect team performance because if a person understands well key automation, why it should spend time for manual testing as well? So and sometimes it's getting complicated for people to combine a lot of skills. So I think it's related to the same thing here. Maybe from your experience, if we take let's say manual key and test automation key roles, so is it good to combine these people in one role, or we should separate and think about like role decomposition? Maybe Larissa can help me with it.
Okay, so when we talk about the new role of the QA, we need it's hard now to have the old manual testing QA that only do manual testing. Of course, the quality mindset is really important, but the quality is the concern of the whole team. So we need to everyone tests. Everyone is concerned about the quality, and I mean even developers. Developers does unit testing, component testing, and the QA assists them with this, with the quality mindset, and therefore and even can review the unit testing, component testing as well. So they can review this, and then they can continue to consider what tests can go into each layer of the test pyramid, and then do some automation themselves as well. So we work with a mixed skills, and it's important to know at least the basics for automation. I believe that the QA role today cannot survive without at least a little bit of automation knowledge as well.
But by the automation knowledge, do you mean like scripting knowledge or test automation process in general? For example, why test automation is used, how scripts can be developed, for example, how tool interacts with user interface.
Scripting as well, at least a basic knowledge. I'm not saying about, okay, you go to build your own framework for automation, but at least to have a little bit of scripting knowledge. And of course, we can also work into a friendly framework that can assist the QA to do automation without much knowledge of scripting as well. Because now what we need to understand is that everyone automates instead of automate everything, you know?
Yeah, there is a border, yes. So from your point of view, it's enough to, let's say, be able to support some automation scripts or develop having like example, right? Yeah. Okay. And we have one more question. Maybe we can take a part of this conversation here. So the question is about single QA in a project. So how to deal when there is only one key engineer on project? How this person should process, maybe execute the project, get expertise and other stuff. So we talked a lot about I think big teams, but what about one engineer?
I can talk a little bit about that. I think being the single QA in a project, it's kind of, you feel lonely sometimes because you know, especially if we're talking about teams where not that mature, or you have the usual old type of developer who is gonna say, "Oh, I did my code, now you test it." I think you need to. It's kind of a different effort that you're not gonna be doing just testing and making sure that the product works and that the project meets what it's supposed to do. But I think you also have an opportunity to kind of, I'm gonna say coach, but in a good way of saying, you know, you bring the quality mindset or the quality practice to your project, and it's a little bit about what Nithin said about, you know, the sentiment, the metrics, and all that, because the QA needs to be just not the guy that does the testing, but in those cases, I know it's gonna be hard, I know it's gonna be a lot of work, but if you don't bring quality to your developers and to the other members of the product, of the project, you're gonna be, you know, dead at some point, because the work's gonna pile up, and it's always gonna be things to test, things to do, and if you don't kind of make sure that quality is added to what do you do within the day to day, I don't see a lot of success for you, or even work life balance in the future for this single QA in the project.
Yeah, and to elaborate more on this, I think the QA uh, word per se, quality assurance, is a little bit old when we say that it's not only the role for the QA to assure the quality, but for the whole team. So could be more of the quality engineering that will coach the other in order to do this. So the QA role evolves into something else, that he's not the only person responsible. So if we have a bug, it's not that the QA let it pass. It's the whole team responsibility.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. So responsibility is for all the team. Yeah. Listen, do you have some examples of teams with single key on project and how to manage it work of this person, probably expertise exchange with someone and other stuff?
Okay, I could add on few points from what Rafael and Larissa just mentioned. So basically, it is like, don't take everything together, right? So when you are alone as a QA member in the team, don't take everything together into your hands. Just focus on some smaller items, and then try to implement something around those areas, and try to embed the QA mindset across the departments. So that is how we could get things done without focusing on a huge chunk at the same time. Just focus on the smaller chunks and get it done.
Yeah. Okay. Now I'm thinking more about the question. So probably the question was if a company might have only one key engineer. Okay. Yeah. We took amazing idea of responsibility that the team was responsible. Yeah. That was amazing. I would also bring some comments to expertise, I would say, because the team is not limited with the exact and actual one team of the project. We have a lot of communities. We have global case summit as well. So other stuff where some things can be discussed. Conferences, communities, Stack Overflow as well, and other stuff. So the expertise can be took there. There are some courses and education programs. If the question is from the same manager, so management team can think where to bring some guides to the QA engineer, and then QA engineer can distribute it, and not even to another one engineer who will come in the future, but also for the development team. Ask, for example, developers if some processes can be changed, so to optimize the work of QA here. Maybe discuss more with the development team about the unit tests and what they actually cover, what not, to prepare right test design as well. So hopefully answers that question. And I think the next one is for Rafael. So about the BDD. So you say that BDD was clear, but can you elaborate more on TDD and ATDD, and what's the difference between these approaches?
Sure. So BDD, just to make sure, I think BDD was clear, but it's like behavior-driven development. So you focus a lot on the behavior of the user. TDD, it's not a testing methodology. It's development driven by testing. So you create your unit tests first, or some kind of small test first, and then you make sure that you write the code to pass that test. So basically, if you were adding two numbers, you're not going to try and build the function that adds those numbers together. You would first try and create tests for it, and making sure that you develop the code to have that done, because that you kind of ensure that you have the test necessary as we move forward. And ATDD, it's very similar to BDD, but ATDD doesn't explore all the different variations of the behavior. It's just more focused on what my user is gonna do, and is my code actually doing what the user is expecting for that scenario, for that given functionality. So hopefully that is clear.
Yeah, I hope so as well. So you provide extended one answer. And we can switch to the next one. It's again to you. So there are some big size companies with strict barrier between the dev and the ops. What you would advise to make a proficient communication from left to right?
Right. So I think when we have those scenarios where we have like a big, larger company and that the barrier still exists, I think one couple suggestions would be to start getting metrics. I think the numbers, it speaks by itself. So if you get metrics, that will help you to start some discussions. And usually the numbers speaks by itself. But what I did in the past a couple of times was to start kind of creating the community, something similar to the chapter that Larissa was mentioning on her talk. But we started getting people from the dev and people from the ops, and trying first sharing knowledge, not talking about something we got an issue, something is wrong, or those types of things. But I usually talk a lot, and I'm a usually friendly person. So I had friends in ops and I had friends in dev. So I use that to my advantage, and I will say, oh, this guy, you know a lot about logging. Can you present something about logging? And you do like small get-togethers or small meetups, and people start to kind of connect. And because you start breaking that barrier instead of something top down, which helps obviously. But if people notice that there are people also the other side, because it's not like the dev dragon or the ops dragon and they're gonna slay you or something. So you need to start getting people to talk and getting people to connect. And what I did a lot in the past with a lot of success was trying to organize meetups, usually first to share knowledge, and then you get some of the dev guys to share specific topics that they know a lot about, and how the kind of the application works, and what connects everything, because that's going to help the ops team, because they need to know how everything gets connected together. And then you get the ops team to share some of their knowledge as well. And at some point, the ops team are going to be talking to the dev team about how can they help ops, and the dev team is also going to be concerned with ops, because they know it's not just like a invisible wall that says ops. He knows that he's helping John or Michael or whatever the guy that is on the other side. So make sure that they understand that there are people within dev, there are people within ops, and that will get things rolling.
Yeah, sounds the same from me. I think Larissa might have the same opinion on it. And Nithin, what's about you?
Sorry, Alex, I think I lost you.
Yeah. So we are discussing our current one topic. Yeah, let me move to the screen and remind you. So the question was to Rafael about some big-sized companies with strict barriers between the dev and the ops. So maybe there are some ideas how to make communication better and shift it from left to right, I would say.
Okay, cool. So that's really an interesting question. So like what Rafael said, initiating conversations really matter. So we should take initiatives to reach out to devs and ops team members, and have this cross communication and sharing sessions with them, so that they understand what other teams does and how they are interacting each other. So don't be shy, get out there and try to initiate conversation and build relationship with them.
Yeah, right. And sometimes people, someone may, for example, know each other from chats and just the management part. Someone know each other from coffee shop, let's say. And now imagine their communication is sometimes it's much better than communication between just people on the project team. So in this regard, some team buildings, they absolutely make sense. And I think communication is a core factor that helps us to exclude some barriers between engineering people, because sometimes people just don't understand what other teams perform. For example, they focus on their area and nothing more. But when they will exchange more, that's good. But how to exchange? It's a good question. I think the core part of emotions and communication between people is the best way to exclude some barriers. So here's my vision on on it. Yeah. So it starts a bit earlier, when we start with communication, just usual communication about dogs, about pictures, other stuff, traveling. And this emotional communication between people helps them then to exchange their technical backgrounds and tasks and help each other to see how they can improve each other. Okay, that's well. I think maybe we can switch to the last one question related to metrics. So what, for example, we discussed changes management process, yes? What core metrics can help us to understand if, let's say, the update or improvement was good or it was with failure? Maybe there is something. I think Nithin is question mostly to you because you told about changes and improvements. So yeah, in a few words, question is about how to understand using the metrics if change was good or bad.
Okay, so to answer that, basically, data really helps us a lot. So once we have some sort of change management in place, what we could do is we could understand what all are the impacts, how it impacts the existing development process, and how it impacts the timeframes. And after deployment, what change or what value this change request made to the user. So we could gather some metrics from that user point of view by collaborating with the data team or something. And that will bring us to have an evaluation on the change request and on the factors which we need to consider when there is a future change request.
Okay, I see. So here is changes about mostly user experience, but there may be some changes related to working process, okay, collaboration process between teams and other things. So I think it's mostly about changes inside the team, for example, and their work.
Oh,
So how to
okay.
indicate
So
if change was good.
Okay, so if it is like making changes within the team, what we could do is we could have a retrospective section where all the team members can collaborate each other to share their views. And also we could do an anonymous form. We could send them an anonymous form to share their sentiments on the process, because anonymous make them feel to share their thoughts openly without any hesitation. So yeah, we could have an anonymous form to share their sentiments and gather those metrics from them.
Okay, yeah, brilliant. I see. Perspective is also a good part of discuss, I think. Maybe you can suggest some improvements or ideas how to perform good retrospective sessions.
Okay,
It's
so
an open question to all of us. Yeah, Nithin,
all
please
right.
go. Yeah, you started. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Alex. So what we did was initially in our retrospective sessions, like people were hesitant to share. So the first change we did was to change everything to anonymous. So no one will know who is writing what. And if there is something which has to be addressed, everyone will speak about it. So they are open to share their views on that concern, and we will note down what all are the action items which we need to take care of it. And then what we did as a team was we shuffled the host who is hosting the retrospective sessions. So it is not the same person who will be hosting consecutive retrospective sessions. So we will be shuffling everyone. So that helped us to improve the engagement between the team members actually on sharing their views and all.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would like to hear all of your thoughts on that also.
Yeah, I like the idea of shuffling the hosts, because it doesn't seem that it's one guy's job, because it's every time somebody, it's like, that comes the guy who wants to know everything that went wrong or went successful anyway. And I think I think the good point of retrospectives is making sure that the team is safe enough to be able to share, especially what has gone wrong or what needs to be improved. Because usually my personal experience is that usually when you start with a new team or even a team that it's already together after some time, they usually only share everything that is successful. We did all this was awesome, this was great. And you need somebody, or like a more experienced person, or somebody that has kind of a way of making the necessary questions in a way that people will not feel like against the wall, or we're not pointing fingers, but you need to make sure that you ask some questions that will kind of drive the discussion into some kind of improvement points. Because usually my experience, usually have sometime the team only has good things to tell about the team itself and about what they are doing, and they're like, oh yeah, we need to improve the coffee at the restaurant, or we need to change the color of the post-it or whatever. And they're not talking about, yeah, well, we take like 3 months to get something into actual production environment because we have like a huge process of change management, for example. So they need to kind of, after some time, I think you need somebody to kind of spice things in a way that will not get people against the wall, but will make like powerful questions that will kind of incite like good feedback from the team, that they look at what needs to be improved as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, the safety is of the greatest importance, because if people doesn't feel safe, it won't talk. And usually,
Yeah.
what I realize is that when we have a little bit of mature teams, when we talk about agile, and someone says something that needs to be improved, the other says, "Who said that? From who is that postcard? I need to know." No, you don't need to know. It's a collective thought. So we need to work on this, and this won't come on the first sprint, on the second sprint. This will come with time, to people understand that the only thing that we want is to everyone to get better, and period. And to spice things up, if we don't have a noisy teammate, it's always good to have someone, but if we don't have, is to get the metrics, and go to what Rafael said. So the lead time is 120 days. Why? What can we do to make it better? And then to actually really to go there, and to go to pinpoint what is the stop time, what is going on. And then to start to people to understand that it's okay to talk. It's okay to say that you don't have the skill necessary, because we can do an action plan in order to do for the next sprint. We can train someone into some skill, so it's okay to say everything that we consider that is not okay.
Yeah. Also, good point is also sometimes people don't say something that needs to be improved because it always has been like that. Because especially on big sized companies, they are like, oh, this has been like that for years, and we're not gonna be able to improve that. And sometimes you kind of have to, okay, if it was an ideal world and everything was like perfect, what would you change or what you'd fix? And then you get some insights, because sometimes things are kind of hidden behind a closet, or because people they get used to doing things in the same way, or they get used to some kind of workaround or something, and they're not sharing that, because in their kind of mindset, that has been always like that, and it's not going to change.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
sometimes you
It's
have
like
to say,
something normal, and we don't need to go somewhere forward. Okay, guys. So we have 1 minute plus. And we have to finish. I would say thank you all for such amazing presentations and topics covered. So I hope it was really helpful for watchers. And I would, yeah, Rafael, Larissa, I will wish you to have a good day. Missing, I don't remember what's the time zone for you. Is it
It's
evening
night
for
over
you?
here. It's night.
Oh,
8 p.m.
yeah.
already.
Okay. So have a good night, and I will have a good day. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you so
thanks
very much.
guys,
Thank
Bye.
see
Nice
you.
ya,
meeting you,
bye bye.
Rafael. Nice. Bye
Bye.
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 And hello everyone again. I hope you all enjoyed the event so far. And it's time for one of our announcements. So, that scientists say that all developers, probably QAs as well, at least once in their life wanted to start a game related project. So, this summer, Geekle game dev community gathers amazing artists and developers from top studios to share their knowledge and skills with us. And today you can buy it at a 50% discount. To get this deal, use our special promo code PROTEST at checkout. And I hope to see you all soon, right at our Game Development Global Summit. And the link for it will be right there in the chat, or otherwise you can just scan their QR code and get a 50% discount ticket. So, and right now we're going for a short break, and after it, our next moderator will join. So see you soon.
My name is Daria, and I'm so happy to join you here today. My colleague Alex was moderator of the previous blog, and now it's my turn to lead you through the next blog. At first, I would like to introduce myself briefly. I've been in QA for more than 5 years already, and I've started my career as a manual QA engineer, and now I changed a course a little bit, and currently I'm working as a QA solution advisor in the pre-sales department at A1 QA, a pure play QA and software testing provider. Our next blog is for test techniques, where we will meet 3 speakers. I believe you are all already got comfy and obviously are anticipating a blast of you useful information, just as I am. Please don't hesitate to post in the chat your questions, to which the speakers will answer on the Q&A panel, and please mention a speaker name in case your question is addressed to a particular person. Now, as we are all set up, let's get started.
Everyone, welcome to my talk on how to bring accessibility into your teams. Before we start the session, I'd like to give some background information to you about myself. I've been testing in the industry for over 8 years now. I've studied computer science. I'm a blogger, an active speaker, host as well now, and I'm a trainer at the Coders Guild. And I'm currently working at Deloitte. Today's table of contents. So I've divided my session today in 3 different parts. First part being some background information of how I got into accessibility and why accessibility is important and the benefits. Part 2 will be around how did I bring accessibility to the team? What did I do? How to coach your teams? And part 3 would be around when to do accessibility and some tips for you to take away. Before we start the session, I really like this quote by Tim Berners-Lee. The power of the web is in its universality. Access by everyone, regardless of disability, is an essential aspect. So, off we start from part 1, which is some background information. So, did you know there are these numbers of disabled people around the world who are working? So I could find information around 4 continents. There was Australia, as you can see, 400,000 who are disabled and working. India, 0.1 million. We've got the UK, 4.1 million. And we've got Canada, over 18 million. So it's just around things we need to think. So if we did not know about this, then sometimes it makes it difficult for us to think further about this. So if we have these kind of details in hand, then it makes us think more around accessibility, and it makes an impact as well. So these numbers actually really shocked me, and it made me think, are we making it accessible for them? For individuals without a disability, technology makes things easier. For individuals with a disability, technology makes things possible. Now, I was speaking to AD the other day, and we were just talking around accessibility, and he said our glasses, so currently I'm wearing contact lenses to be able to record this and look nice, but usually I wear glasses as well. These are my assisted technology. So they help me see things that are far out. I can't see things, I can see things which are closer, but I can't see far out. So if I were to do some online shopping, I'd have to have my phone screen up close to my eyes, or I'd have to have the laptop screen so close, but glasses definitely help. Basically, in a nutshell, things become easier and things become really possible, not just for those who don't have a disability, but with those who have a disability as well. So how did I come across accessibility as a tester? So I was working for a very well-known bank where we were trying to create an open banking system, and we were releasing quite often, and the product was going live, so any of us could be using it. Now, my lead came that day really shocked and started asking to me, have we done accessibility? Have we done accessibility? And I was thinking to myself, what even is accessibility? And I'm talking around 4 or 5 years ago. So I was a bit confused and puzzled as to what have I done wrong. And she then explained that we need to cater the website for everyone, whether it's someone who can't see 100% visually, or who can't access a keyboard, or has some sort of disability but can work. And I started doing some research, and that's how accessibility got stuck into my head, that kind of situation. So why did I think of this topic? So I thought of this topic because I feel like it's important to introduce these kind of testing into your teams. Accessibility is something that a lot of us get put off from the team because of budget issues or any kind of other priorities that take place. But we need to change this norm. And I thought it would be nice to introduce to all of you how I introduced accessibility to my team, just for you to kind of understand that it is not very difficult, but it's how willing we are to do it this way as well. And it's really important. That's the main aspect of this talk. It's important to do this. And for those who are still new in testing or just learning around testing, are you aware of accessibility? Have you heard around this before? So this is something for you to actually take away with you. Some useful resources and advocates that I follow and who I look up to as well include some of the following names. So we've got Viv Richards, not the cricketer. We've got Adi Stokes. We've got Lisandra Armas Aguila, and we've got Suman Bala as well. So if you're interested into accessibility, feel free to connect with us, talk to us, or even add us on Twitter or LinkedIn and look at our blogs or any kind of materials that we have already out there. So why is accessibility important? So first of all, accessibility is more around building a community. It's a relationship you build with the community to make sure that everyone can access a product or an application. It is smart. Business-wise, if you take up on accessibility, it's a smart move. And we'll learn why it's smart. Innovation. It drives innovation because some firms that are not thinking around accessibility versus those that are thinking around accessibility, people will be more keen to try the application that is accessible and easier to use. Branding. It helps enhance your brand because you've picked up all the kind of possible things to reach out to all the community out there. Everyone is involved. It helps you extend your market research. You're not just researching on people who do not have disabilities and are working. It actually makes you think about them and see how I can enhance my product so that not just I can use it, but everyone else can use it as well. And legalities. It minimizes legal risk. Sometimes I tend to say, manage your legalities now before your legalities catch you later on. So in a way, it's a very smart kind of step for you to take. Some of the benefits of accessibility includes reaching a wider audience. Why wouldn't we reach a wider audience? It's important to. It increases usability. Obviously, more people will be using our application. It satisfies current and future legal requirements and ethics. So all those kind of dependencies are cut off and no one's chasing you. And improves maintainability and efficiency. I wanted to show you this video and then give you a talk about this first. So what did we learn from this video? I was working on the house and doing a bit of construction, and I entered the door with the door handle so I could enter. However, how do I get out? So I'm basically trapped inside a room thanks to the glove, and I had longer nails inside those gloves that I could open the door and get out. But this analogy reminds me of traps we have on our websites and applications these days. You can be trapped sometimes with a keyboard, just a keyboard trap. What do we do then? we are quite frustrated, and we are more keen to using another application that's easier for these kind of situations. It's more accessible, and it's catered all of the things that we need when we are actually trying to use an application. So I thought this was a really, really interesting analogy, and I thought it would be worth showing you. Also, many websites tend to say that they are accessible, but they're not really. For example, the alt text, for instance, they say that they're accessible, but they're not. So we need to bear in mind and try and stay as accessible as possible. Part 2. How did I bring accessibility to the team? So my steps were to bring some awareness. So I started chatting about accessibility in coffee rooms, just chatting to developers, delivery leads, and see what their thoughts are initially. Then I thought, let me put all the information that I have in my head and do some research and put it all into an informative slide, and make sure that I add all the important points that I want to kind of make. Communication. So this is something that is super, super important. Sometimes what we have in our head is not what we actually say when we are talking. So it's important that we try and convey the important message here. So I had to work on myself for what I want to convey. So make sure to convey the message right. And one thing that I learned actually from the Coders Guild communication session with Scott a few weeks ago was the greatest problem with communication is the illusion that it has been accomplished. So how do we know we have kind of delivered the right message or not? So we have to try and give the information so that we can leave this information to digest with all the individuals who are present there. So have all your important points ready, and don't try to derail into other things or other tangents. Speak to individuals and teams. So I approached the head of technology first to see what he thinks. And I showed him my slides, and he was quite keen around this. Then I showed my slides to the UX team, and then I finally presented it to my entire team. It helped me also do further research as to if this is my application and I'm doing a little bit of research on it. I'm doing a bit of exploratory testing with the main aim being accessibility. What kind of options could I suggest as well? So could I, if I'm seeing that I can only scroll horizontally, is that accessible enough? Or should we have a vertical option? So these things start becoming clear. The color combinations, for example, as well, those are important. Are we using the right contrasts? So there's a really good website called Components AI, which are really good with themes. So you can actually research on there. It's called components.ai. And then what I did was I created a report. I started with a draft report of what I want to test and what areas I've captured in my report. And I created this report with some suggestions at the bottom. So I added all the tools that I'm using, the screens that I've tested, some suggestions as well to take away, so that if I'm giving this to the UX kind of designer, then they have everything handy with them. Also, the aim is to shift left with accessibility. So spot any accessibility issues on designs, assess the screens. So if there's too much information or not on some screens, for example, and then bring it down to a user story level. So that's when you know you've achieved delivering that information and the communication section has gone really well. So yeah. Team coaching. So what do? I deliver information. I become a subject matter expert or an advocate for accessibility. But delivering information, we also have to make sure that we are delivering the right information and it's being digested the way we want it to be. Another question that I always have, how do I convince? Because sometimes I can just keep talking and talking and talking, but how do I know I've actually convinced individuals? So by explaining accessibility and making sure I deliver the vital details, making sure that they know that if we are not doing accessibility, what can be a potential problem in the future? For example, the legalities could be a problem. So why not capture this earlier? How to back my point? So this is where the convincing bit comes in as well. So I can take some outputs of my research or report and show them to the team. And this is another way to convince the team as well. So this is what I've done, and this is what I suggest. What do you think? And how do I know they understand? So of course, I said we have to work on our communication skills and make sure we deliver the right information and that it can be digested. So things that we need to think is what information they understand or find as blockers so that it can build a healthy discussion and we can solve these blockers as well. Part 3, when or how to do accessibility testing. So this is something that I had a conversation, I think a few months ago with a manager, and the manager got back to me based on our product saying that we are B2B, we are not B2C. So we do not need to spend a lot of time doing accessibility on a B2B product. That actually puzzled me. I had loads of question marks in my head. And when I was speaking to Viv as well, he said that he did an accessibility report for a friend for his and it was around some driving insurance. And he provided that report to the friend. And then that person who he kind of handed the report to, they turned around and said that we are not going to potentially look into this accessibility issues because someone who's blind might not use this. Now, this is really touchy for me. I felt a bit upset listening to this. Why are we discriminating? Why are we creating groups of people? We should always aim to reach out to as many people as possible without saying, without thinking that someone might have some optical issue, someone might have some issue in their hand. They might not be able to use a mouse track or a keyboard. They might just be dependent on screen readers, but they can deliver their work as well at the same time. So why do we think like that? This is a thing for you to take home and think, why is it like that? Why can't we change this kind of thought process? Why can't we upgrade and reach everyone? Also, yeah, I think I'm going to go to the next slide. So when do we start accessibility testing? I think the best time to start is as soon as possible. Design and planning sessions are the best actually, because when a feature comes in, you can actually pinpoint the discussion and say, have we thought about accessibility? If it's a front-end kind of feature, are we bearing in mind the color contrast we are using, the type of buttons we have, ARIA labels, and so on and so forth. So I think design and planning would be the best stage to start. And any requirements that come through, any new requirements that come through in your teams would be important to check if they require any accessibility enhancements on it or not. And as I said, I would definitely suggest start as early as possible, because catch your legalities before they catch you. And then it becomes expensive as well. And then at that point you think, why did I not think about this before? So bear these things in mind. Oh, also, make sure your services reach everyone, not only some. That's very important. So that's why we are doing this. The good old budget. Every time that I get excited, and I think many testers are excited and motivated to bring testing techniques into their teams, I walk 2 steps, but I get pushed 5 steps behind. Why? Because of the good old budget. So I think we can brush up the budget for this kind of topic, because Would you rather risk it? I wouldn't risk it, really. I rather my product has a good reputation at the very start itself, and I would make sure that I am capturing everyone, not only some people. You also want to reach more people. Why not? Why is your application just designed for a certain amount of people? There are free tools available, by the way. All the testing that I've done is all free tools. I've paid not even a single penny, or I've not made the team pay a single penny. Also, massive amount of accessibility testing is on is done manually. So even if automation can be a bit extensive and it takes time to maintain it, we can build small. We don't have to automate these things right away. We can spend more time doing manual accessibility checks. And I think it is very important to do accessibility because we are basically socially aware. We are capturing everyone to use our product, and we're not leaving anyone out. And sooner or later, you'll have to think about this. So why are we not thinking about this now? Also, I think the budget chats are a bit of a false economy. The cost of not doing it will be more later rather than doing it now. So I think it's important we start thinking like this rather than get put off by budget talks. And you can definitely suggest to your team about all these free tools, then they don't need to worry about other budgets. And if there are other important pressing points that take priority, of course, spend time on that. But don't forget about accessibility. You've basically put a seed into your team. Let it grow, let the flower come out. So make sure that accessibility is there. Make sure it's part of your test strategy. So a question of what to include actually in my accessibility report. What kind of report should I have? I basically had a very basic report that I started writing on a Word document. You can even add it onto a wiki page. It's your choice. You can have it as simple or as fancy as possible. It's all up to you. So in my report, I mentioned the areas I would concentrate on when reporting this accessibility on the application I'm testing. The results, I would share the results of what my tools suggested, if we are good accessibility-wise or we are lacking in some areas. And then some suggestions, if possible, provide with some suggestions that you think would help the team. Sometimes with the UX designers, a little bit of like discussion or some sort of suggestions help build a bit better of a report with them as well. So I think it's nice not just to report things, but also to suggest that, have you thought about this? What if we change a horizontal scrolling to a vertical scrolling? It would be much more better and more accessible, and give the reasoning behind it and some sort of pointers of why. So these things actually help designers, your team, because they get a better understanding. And at the same time, you've done some research too. So you are gaining some knowledge as well as a tester. Other things that I would definitely suggest for you to add into your report is like a checklist. So I'm going to go over this checklist and yeah, some things for you to think about as well. So my checklist is a bit long, but I will try and be a bit speedy. What conformance level are you working towards? If I remove images from the page for lower bandwidth, which many people like to do, they don't like to work with higher bandwidth sometimes for certain reasons. Can I still use my application? The labels, are they correctly written and placed or not? Are the labels following the given structure? The audio or video content, is it properly audible or visible? The color contrast ratio is maintained or not? Can I tab through my content? The colors being used on the user interface, are they accessible? If the link text is written with content description instead of creating ambiguity, if a meaningful multimedia caption is provided or not, if the instructions are clearly given or not, Are the error messages informative or not? And if the content is clear, concise, and understandable or not. So that was my list. But obviously you can have your own personal list. This is just something for you to take away with you. And what does this leave me with? My results basically is that I become an advocate, I become a subject matter expert, and I'm spreading more eminence. Also, I feel accomplished because team members approach me, UX designers approach to me, and they ask me for my report, and they want for me to be part of discussions, important discussions around design. And they keep you in loop. So you feel really, really happy that that seed that I put initially, that is now blooming, that is becoming a flower. So you feel good at the end of the day. And just like that, I think if you follow these steps, you'll feel good as well. So follow my steps. So first of all, important, do your research. What is accessibility and how your team could benefit from it. Then have some details to showcase. Do a show and tell session of the tools you're using and how is that helping the team. Then you prepare an informative session. So discuss with your team of the pointers you have, back it up, convince them with all the kind of research you've done, results you have from your reports, and have accessibility as part of your testing approach. What do we become after that? We are alified. So yeah, follow my steps. Some quick checks and tips that you can do right away is some plugins that you can download. And that's the Arc Toolkit, Axe, Wave, Lighthouse. Remove some stylings to see if your application still looks all right, and screen readers. You can always also try to do some throttling to check how your application behaves in a lower bandwidth rather than a higher bandwidth area. You can add emulation to check around blurred vision, how your application would look for someone who has a blurred vision, or Tritanotopia. You can check these kind of things. And also a very easy check is to use your developer tools on any kind of colors on your screen and check if the standards are met in terms of the contrast ratio and the single A, double A, or triple A standards of your project. So you need to first understand what standards you're following and check on the application if these standards are fulfilled or not. So these are some freebies we have out there. So why are we thinking about spending a lot of more money? So we can tell them, we can tell our team members we have free tools. We don't need to worry a lot around budget if they are thinking that we might have to buy certain applications to do this kind of testing. So 4 principles of accessible content. I love this image a lot. So is it perceivable? Can I perceive it? Is it operable? Can I really use it? If I have an injured arm, for example. Is it understandable? Can I grasp it? Can I understand it or not? Is it easy? The help tooltips, are they helping me or are they making me stuck on this application? And is it robust enough? Can I really access it anywhere? So it's important to think of these kind of things. And if we take all 4, then again, we are alified. Another really interesting video. This is from Gavin. I think me and Adi were speaking earlier this week, and he suggested, Gavin mentioned something at, I think it was Test Bash Manchester, can't remember, but he suggested something, and I'm going to tell you what after you watch this little quick video. So basically, I'm trying to make a blueberry mug muffin. Okay, so my muffin's ready, but why am I adding the blueberries at the end? Why didn't I add them initially? So this is what accessibility is about. It's not the same when you do it afterwards. So Think and plan early, then no need to worry. I think that kind of rhymes as well. So yeah, that was that. So a little summary for you for today's session. Understand accessibility. I showed you how to introduce this to your respective teams, how to convince them. Things that you can do. Things you can do your research, you can do your reports, you can have results, you can give suggestions, you can obviously put a seed in and make sure it grows. And some useful tips and tools that I just suggested earlier for you to take away. So thank you very, very much. I hope you liked my session. I hope you took a lot of this important information, and I look forward to hearing from you. And then at the end, how did you bring accessibility to your teams? So thank you very, very much. Feel free to add me on LinkedIn or Twitter, and we can have further discussions. And don't forget, also add the advocates that I had mentioned earlier in this session. So you have AD Stokes, you've got Viv Richards, you've got Suman Bala, and Lisandra Aramas Aguila. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Oh, thank you, Laveena. A lot of insights there. And now we are moving forward with our second speaker at this blog, Nicola Lindgren, Senior QA Engineer and QA Manager at Astrid, and her topic, Testing Without Requirements. Hi, Nicola. Nice to meet you here. How are you doing? Okay. The floor is yours now, and I can see your presentation in the...
Alrighty, I'll share screen now.
Oh, great. Okay, so I'm leaving.
Sweet. So I'll get started?
Yeah.
Sweet. Okay. All right. Hi, everyone. Today I'm going to be talking about testing without requirements. I'd like to kick things off with a little story. Not too long ago, I was on a project where I was the first tester in the team. The team was already established. They already had developers, a business analyst, a product owner, and they were going to release a feature which had a login functionality. Now, we had a business analyst, so as expected, we had user stories for this login functionality. There were stories pertaining to the password rules, how error messages would display when you enter the wrong password, max number of login attempts that were allowed. So the expected behavior around how login functionality should behave was fairly clear. But then I found when testing this, once I had logged in, there didn't seem to be a way to log out. Before I raised this concern to the team, I went on a little treasure hunt trying to find if there was some sort of hidden button or sub-menu that I was somehow missing, but I couldn't see it. So I went to the developers and said, where is the logout functionality? And they said that, oh, we didn't build one because there weren't any requirements stating that the user had to be able to log out. I then went back to the developers and said, well, usually if you're able to log in, you also need to be able to log out. You need to be able to end your user session. I then decided to go to the business analyst who wrote these requirements and ask him, where is the logout functionality, or where are the requirements pertaining to the logout functionality? The thing is, he never bothered to write them because he assumed, just like I did, that login should come with logout. But the developers were strictly following the requirements when they were building the feature. Now, this is an example of the fact that requirements are everywhere, but they are not always clearly stated. Now, you may be wondering, well, didn't you say this is a talk about testing without requirements. Well, I guess technically my talk should actually be called Testing Without Explicit Requirements. And I'm going to go more in depth into what explicit requirements are later in my presentation. So here's another sort of real life example. Here is a job ad where I tried to remove identifying information about the company. And they are looking for a QA to join their product team. The part of the job ad I would like to highlight is the bottom section where they have the requirements. So they are looking for someone with relevant QA experience who, as part of a fast-paced product team, they want someone who's able to learn new technologies quickly. They want someone who has experience using popular test tools like the Atlassian suite, so like Jira and Confluence, Charles, which is a web proxy, and Postman, which is an API testing tool. And they want someone who has an eagerness to learn new tools. But then this isn't actually, or probably, all of the requirements that they have on the future QA who would join their team. They would have some implicit expectations on the person or the successful person for the role. So, for example, in my experience, being able to write a clear, actionable bug report is often expected. And with people I've worked with who work with QAs and testers, this is something that not only they expect, they really appreciate. But you'll notice that that isn't clearly stated in any of the 4 bullet points in the requirement section. Here's another example. So this is actually a Swedish burger menu. And I'll translate the parts that I'll be referring to. So in my favorite burger place, they have this lunch special where you can pay 99 kronor and get one of the main burgers as well as some fries on the side. So they say at the top that it's mixed fries with truffle mayonnaise. So mixed fries is sweet potato fries and normal potato fries. Then here they go into detail as to what the fillings are in the burger. So the chili sensation has chili dressing, lettuce, cheddar cheese, maple syrup bacon, and roasted jalapeno. And then they explicitly state at the bottom that all burgers are fried to be well done. Now, however, as a customer at this burger place, I have my implicit requirements. So the explicit requirements have been stated here. I'm expecting a burger with mixed fries, truffle mayonnaise, and the fillings. But then they haven't said what meat there will be in the burger. So that it's got, like, I expect it to be beef mince and it shouldn't be pork mince, for example. And I'll go into later why I have these expectations. So a key thing I need to explain is the difference between implicit requirements versus explicit requirements. So explicit requirements are ones that we are probably all familiar with when we think about, or it's what we tend to think about when we hear the word requirements. These are spoken or written requirements. In terms of written requirements, these can come in the form of a long document from the client or at the start of a software development process stating exactly what the software is required to do. Verbal or spoken, sometimes people will just say, and hopefully someone will then take the time to write it down. So then I did go over in the previously mentioned job role what the explicit requirements were. Now, implicit requirements are unspoken or unwritten requirements. So the thing here is you need to infer them. I went over a little bit about what the implicit requirements of that job role could include. So one example could be a minimum number of years of experience. I bring this up because the job title for this role wasn't like junior QA. So they may be kind of expecting that if someone is able to do this role, they probably have like 3-4 years of experience. I mentioned already that they need to be able to write clear, reproducible bug reports. But then often they probably are expecting or hoping for someone who's good at building relationships within teams. Effective QAs I have worked with are good at building rapport with others. And especially when a large part of your role when it comes to writing bug reports is pointing out the problems that you have found while testing. In my experience, there are 3 key areas which shapes implicit requirements. The second key area is people's understanding of what the company does or is. And the third is what people assume to be a given. So the first is people's past experiences. So 2 areas I'd split this into is the level of requirements and projects that people have worked on. So I find that when I have worked with developers or business analysts or testers who have worked on really well detailed requirement projects, then they tend to expect that that's what requirements should be. Same goes the other way around. People who have worked with the bare minimum, then that's kind of what they expect as well. Second would be past projects and past personal experiences. So it's not just about the level of requirements that they've worked with, but like what people have seen work and not work, or things that have been stated and not stated, tend to affect people's like what will become implicit requirements. The second is people's understanding of what the company does or is. So what is a company known for, and the desired reputation? So for example, if you're testing an e-commerce site, then you probably expect that when you add to cart, then some sort of pop-up or there's some sort of visual feedback saying that the product was successfully added to cart. That when you go to your view shopping cart, you'll see the product you had just added. So all these little things of what the company does, they might not be explicitly stated in the written requirements. Lastly is what people assume to be a given. So all of these pertain to non-functional requirements. So some certain level of performance. So regarding speed, I've worked in a bunch of projects where they don't actually have written non-functional requirements. That doesn't mean they're not there. They just assume that you're not going to have a really shitty, slow website, that you're not building a shitty, slow website. So let's say, back to the e-commerce example, you add to cart, then they're not going to expect the screen goes blank and there's this loading thing and it takes like a minute or two for someone to add to cart. They would want something fairly automatic. Security, people assume that the information that they are sending in the web is secure. So that data is encrypted, that when you enter your password, so back to my login example at the start, that it displays as asterisks or dots as opposed to clear text. And then lastly, browser and device support. This is a trickier one. This sometimes I've seen people say that this is what we expect to support, but often people just assume that you know to test the common browsers such as Chrome, or at least where I live in Sweden, Chrome and Firefox and Safari. But this can be trickier if you are testing a website in another country which may have browsers that aren't so big in the country you are based in. So QQ browser in China, not a thing in Sweden, it's a thing in China. So a key question to ask yourself is, what should I do if or when I'm faced with unclear requirements or a lack of requirements? So the first thing I do is to state my assumptions clearly. So I state what I am expecting to happen, and I try to turn the implicit requirements into stated assumptions that the team is aware of. I often do this in the form of conversations. So I have these testing kickoff conversations where I talk to the developers and the designers and say that this is what I'm expecting based on the requirements. This is exactly how I expect the app or the website or the feature to behave. I also ask for feedback if I've misunderstood something. It's good. The good thing about explicitly stating things, especially with your assumptions, is if you're wrong, then you get to find out that you're wrong. I then also try to write my assumptions down. So if for some reason during our verbal discussion things were missed, then you have something written to go back to that people know, okay, this is what we agreed on. I now have a better chance of getting an understanding of what Nicola was on about during her testing discussion. The second thing is to use heuristics. But to better understand heuristics, let's first look at oracles. What's an oracle? An oracle is what you use to determine if a test has passed or failed. Often, these are written requirements. So what I have seen testers often do is they will maybe write a few, they may have some sort of traceability matrix where they will write one or two or multiple test cases against each written requirement to cover each one. And the only sort of proof they ever use that the behavior they're seeing is good or not is based on some sort of written requirement that exists. Now, what's a heuristic? A heuristic is a mental shortcut that allows people to solve problems and make judgments quickly and efficiently. A heuristic that I like to use when testing, not just without requirements, but even with requirements, because it does help fill in the gaps, is a heuristic called hiccups. I'll explain now what each of the letters stand for in this heuristic. Consistency with history. Now, if you're testing against this heuristic, I find that it'd be twofold. You're testing to see that the behavior matches past behavior. So what you're seeing matches past behavior. So whatever you have done in the past is correctly reflected with what you see now. For example, and then another way this heuristic can be interpreted is making sure that what you are seeing, so the way the website is built or app, matches what like previous versions, assuming that that part wasn't particularly updated. So I've got two examples that explain exactly what this means. So the first one is, this is an online bookstore in New Zealand. The things I would like to highlight here is the categories in the top, both what the categories are as well as the order of the categories. And then we have a drop-down list for the book section. So what I want to highlight here, what what subcategories are in the book section, as well as the order. So if I was testing against the consistency with history heuristic, I would expect that, like, if we're redoing this website, that this would stay the same unless there's a specific feature functionality that is trying to change this. Another way that the consistency with history heuristic applies is making sure that what you see matches past behavior. So here are a few little screenshots of me adding books to cart. So I added these 2 books to cart. I added 1 book of each, and I could see that there's some sort of discount and the total amount. Then as I go on throughout the flow, I notice that the quantity doesn't change, the books don't change, and the prices don't change. So I'm trying to make sure that the same information is being sent through and that what I'm seeing matches what I have done in the past. The second heuristic, or the second part, is consistency with image. So this is to do with making sure that what you're testing matches the desired image the company wants to portray. So say for a luxury fashion website, often luxury isn't really seen as being so colorful. So you may find, if you were to Google now, like those popular websites like, I know, Prada, or ones that most people have heard of, they're not exactly bright green and white and red. They tend to be quite simple and probably black or black and white. Consistency with comparable products. So this is a key one, and it's one of the ones I use the most. Here, you're testing against comparable products. So if there are comparable products in the market, so similar products, then you're kind of using them as a reference point to see what can they do, what do they do, and seeing if your app or website can do that as well. So here's an example. These are some screenshots of Signal when I first downloaded the messaging app. I downloaded Signal a few months ago, and I mean, I never really tried to figure out how it works. I just figured this is a messaging app, I'll figure it out. As you could probably see, a lot of this looks quite familiar. On the left-hand side, you have a close, when you are in the camera view, you have a close button, you have a reverse camera button, changing the lighting, so you could turn off light in the flash or whatever. You can go to your photo library and you can send multiple photos. On the right-hand side, this probably also looks quite familiar, where if I had already messaged people by this point, you'd probably see their name and then like the first few words of the last message that was sent to that conversation, the pencil icon on the top right saying that this is how you create a message. So there are all these things that when you're testing against heuristic, you have these past expectations of comparable products, which you could then use as a reference point as to whether or not your app or website or feature is behaving well or not. Consistency with claims. So if you are testing against this heuristic, you are making sure that what they claim, so like say what they communicate to the general public, is actually true. So there's a savings app in Sweden which says the Dreams app makes saving as easy as spending. Other sorts of claims you may see would be this is the fastest web browser, or this is when they use such extreme language, it's actually easier to test against. But you want to make sure that what they say is the case is actually the case. That's actually the truth. Consistency with user desires and expectations. So what happens here is you are testing to make sure that what the user wants to do or desires to do with your application, like a reasonable user, is actually true. So A recent example for me would be an internet banking website. I was a logged in user and I was applying for a home loan. And I was expecting that the known information they already had on me would be filled in. So they had all these text fields with name, address, phone number, and they also asked for things like income and what have you. But I knew for a fact they already knew what my name was and my email and my phone number and my address. So I expected this to be pre-filled. I didn't necessarily expect it to not be editable because things change. Email addresses and phone numbers change. But I thought, if you already had this information, don't you want to make it easier for the user to get money from the bank, so to speak? Consistency within the product itself. Here you are wanting to make sure that that you have a consistent experience throughout the website or the app. Easier to give examples. So here is a recipe website. So on the left-hand side is a view recipe screen, and on the second is your viewing category. So one thing, there are two things that stood out to me when I was looking at these two screens. The first was the fact that the breadcrumb location had changed. So often I expect these to stay in the top, but then on certain parts of the website, they were moved down. The second was the name of the names of the breadcrumb section. On the left-hand side, it says dessert recipes, whereas on the right-hand side, it says desserts. Consistency with purpose. When you are testing against this heuristic, you are testing to make sure that the app or the website or the feature does what it's supposed to do, like that it fulfills its purpose. So an example would be, if you're testing a messaging app, then you'd be wanting to make sure that you can actually send and receive messages. The prettiest, most messaging app that has lots of features is pretty useless if you're unable to actually send and receive messages, for example. Consistency with statutes. If you're testing against this heuristic, you're wanting to make sure that what you are building is compliant with the law. Some relatable examples would be GDPR in the EU. I remember working on projects where when GDPR was introduced, I think it was May 2018 or May 2019, around then a bunch of things had to change to make sure that personal data was being handled correctly. In the US, you also have laws around accessibility and making sure that websites are accessible. So in summary, I hope that after listening to my presentation, you understand that even if there are no requirements, there are still requirements. And by that, I mean, even if you don't see any written requirements, don't think that the people who have ordered the feature or the people who want your website or app or whatever to be built, that they don't still have requirements or expectations, because they do. You just haven't heard them yet, or they just haven't been communicated. Second, the goal is a shared understanding. So state your assumptions. You can do this in written form, have discussions. I suggest both. And when you're testing, I suggest you make sure that your expectations of how you expect things to behave is the same as the developers and is the same as the client or as a business analyst, because you'd be surprised how you can be all building the same thing or working on the same project, but have different understandings of how things should be. So, you know, have discussions, and it's great to have these discussions because you get to find out where people have made assumptions and misunderstandings, and you get to align. A great way to handle no requirements or a lack of requirements is to use heuristics to help you fill the gaps. I gave an example of one heuristic you could use, which is hiccups. So consistency of history, image, comparable product, claims, user desires, purpose, the product itself, and statutes. I have some recommended reading for people who are interested in the topic. You can Google these. The consistency heuristics that I have talked a lot about in this presentation came from Testing Without a Map. Thank you, and I'll see you at the Q&A. Bye.
Thank you, Nicola. It was really interesting. I like the example with lunch menu burger place. Great. Okay, see you at the Q&A session.
See you.
For now. Okay, and let's move forward with our next speaker, Andrew Knight. Andrew is a lead software engineer in tests at Q2 company, and he would let us know all about managing the test data nightmare. Andrew, hi.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, but can you share your presentation, please?
Yes, one moment. Let me bring it up here. Wait. One moment, I'm sorry.
No problem.
Okay. Okay. Share screen. Okay, entire screen. Okay. Is my presentation full screen now?
Yeah, so
Great.
I'm leaving you on the floor.
Great, thank you, thank you. Well, Privyet, hello everyone. Thanks for joining my talk today. My name is Andy Knight, and I am the Automation Panda. I'm the lead software engineer and test at Precision Lender, Q2 company, located in Cary, North Carolina, in the United States. I love building solutions to testing and automation problems. One of the toughest challenges in testing any software product is handling the test data. Now, when I say test data, I'm referring to multiple things. Test data includes both the actual data inside the product under test, as well as the data values used by test cases. As testers, we shouldn't underestimate the work to handle data properly. Good data is just as important as good tests and good automation. In this talk, we will deep dive into the connection between product data and test case data. We will learn how to pick the right strategies for handling both, including how to avoid data collisions when testing. By the end, you'll know how to manage the test data nightmare for your own test projects. So if you're ready, let's learn. Let's say we have an application for a bank to provide loans. The bank could configure this application for many different types of loans, such as a home mortgage, a car purchase, or even student loans. All of the information the bank needs to provide loans must be stored as data in the system. Each loan product is different. It comes with its own rate, maturity, and payment schedule. The bank must also store information about borrowers, funding curves, and profitability targets for loan opportunities. It's fairly complicated. Testing requires that all data already be in the system as a prerequisite. We could write a simple test case to exercise the basic application behavior. Scenario being creating a new loan application. Given the Chrome browser is open and the page myloanapp.com is loaded, when the user creates a new loan application for home mortgage and the user enters all their personal information, and the user submits the application, then the page displays a success message with a reference number, and the loan application is sent to the bank. Now, bear in mind, a real loan application would probably need several pages of information. But let's keep our example simple. This test creates and submits a new home mortgage loan application for the user. There are so many test data points in this short scenario. Most apparently, all the user's personal info. Then there's the type of loan and the record of the loan application sent to the bank. Furthermore, there's the reference number shown to the user, and even the website URL is configuration info. The browser type is the test input. Test data is everywhere in this short, simple scenario. The data is inextricable from the test. Without specific data, this test would be meaningless. Unfortunately, the term test data is kind of ambiguous. We've applied it to both the product data in the loan web app, as well as to the various pieces of test case data that make up even the most basic test case. Product data refers to real data living in the software system. For the loan web app, product data includes all the bank's product configurations and lending information. Test case data refers to data used to define test cases. It may include values to enter into the product under test, inputs to control how testing is performed, or records to retrieve from the product. In the latter case, test case data is a reflection of product data. Its values refer to entities existing in the product data. The two types of test data are separate but connected. Distinguishing these two types of test data is important to avoid confusion. The dependency of test case data on product data can be brittle. For example, consider our test case step to create a new loan application for a home mortgage. This step works as long as the bank's web app is configured for home mortgages. However, the product data could be changed at any time, just like product code. What if the specifics of a home mortgage application changed? What if the loan is no longer called a quote-unquote home mortgage, but is now called a quote-unquote personal residential loan? That would probably make the test case break. Compounding breakages cause nightmares for test management. So, how should we manage test data? For feature testing, test data is just as important as test cases and test code. How do we handle both product data and test case data? Are there strategies we can use to avoid brittle dependencies? Today, in this talk, we will explore multiple ways to handle both product data and test case data. Unfortunately, there's no universal or perfect solutions to the test data problem, but you can avoid nightmares by picking strategies that work well for your needs. Let's start with product data. As stated previously, product data is any live data in the product or system under test. In simplest terms, it is everything in the database. Examples of product data include user accounts, administration settings, product configurations, records created by the user, and possibly uploaded files. In our example web app, product data would be the user accounts, loan product settings, loan applications, and behind-the-scenes bank data. Data must be present in the product as a prerequisite for most testing. There are two primary ways to get that data into the system. On one hand, you can set up the data before running tests. This would be static data creation. For example, the loan web app could be set up with a set of pre-registered users and a collection of loan types. Test cases, whether they are manual or automated, can presume that this static data is already in the system and simply reference it. Static data preparation is a good strategy for complicated data or data that is slow to create dynamically. For example, user accounts may need email verification, so it might be easier for automated tests to simply use a set of pre-registered users. Tests will run faster if they can simply reference existing data instead of creating new data each time. However, static data must be maintained. Any changes to static data could impact tests too. Static data may also become stale over time, as data formats are updated or if data is time sensitive. On the other hand, you can set up data during test execution. This would be dynamic data creation. In the example loan test case, the loan application document is dynamically created. The test does not reference an existing loan application. It creates a new one. Dynamically created records avoid the brittleness of hard references to static data. They can also be used exclusively by the current test case, protecting them from interruptions by other test cases. The main downside of dynamic data prep is the execution time. It does slow down the tests. Dynamically created data is essentially disposable too, so it should be cleaned up eventually. Which strategy is best? Typically, testing requires both strategies together. Data that is slow to set up or considered immutable, or that meaning unchangeable, should use static data preparation, while data that is quick and easy to set up should use dynamic preparation. When I develop test solutions, I prefer to create as much data as possible dynamically per test case to preserve test case independence. When a test creates the data it needs dynamically, it will be the only test using that data, and there's a much lower risk of test collisions. These two data prep strategies are a bit complicated when implementing them. Dynamic prep depends directly upon the test cases using it. However, static prep has a few general strategies that are independent of test cases. The simplest data prep strategy is manual configuration. That's exactly what it sounds like. Testers log into the system and manually create whatever records need to be in the system. That could include creating users, configuring settings, and saving records. The nice thing about manual configuration is that it's low tech. Anyone can do it. It doesn't need fancy or complicated tools. However, manual configuration is slow. It does not scale well for large systems or large environments. Furthermore, manually configured systems can easily fall into disrepair without any automated mechanisms for maintenance. A better strategy might be automated configuration. Rather than manually setting everything up, automated tools can create the desired data. This could be accomplished in many ways: reusing UI interactions from tests, calling REST APIs, or even possibly using tools like Puppet or Chef. Automation could generate data deterministically or randomly. The main benefit of automation is the ability to create fresh data at any time. Automation can also clean data, like scrubbing private fields or updating time-sensitive fields. Unfortunately, automated configuration is not a free lunch. It requires extra skills, and code must be maintained. If you want a shortcut, you could try to clone the databases. Cloning databases is easier than ever with cloud management tools. You could maintain one database in a golden state and then create a copy before running tests. Once testing is complete, the copy could be deleted. Granular cleanup would not be necessary. Database clones make it easy to copy all data at once without worrying about any damage that rogue testing could cause. However, databases can have a lot of data, and I mean a lot of data. So cloning large ones may not be practical. Cloning may also need extra refinement to scrub special fields and hook them up properly. Finally, if managing real data is too much of a hassle, then you could simply mock endpoints. This would completely remove dependencies on databases and even services. All data returned by the mocks would be deterministic, yielding consistent results. However, mocks are not always a good solution. They often require a lot of effort to set up, and mock data can make tests overlook unpredicted real-world variations. Mocks also mean that tests will not truly be end-to-end in coverage, for what it's worth. These test strategies can also work together. For example, you could use automated scripts to configure product data in a golden database, and then you could make clones of that database. In another example, in a large testing environment, you could choose to mock some endpoints while using real data for others. There are multiple factors that should be considered when deciding the best strategy for static data prep. How big is the data? If it's small, manual configuration is probably okay. If it's large, you probably need automation. How fresh does the data need to be? Or how frequently does it need to be updated? Again, automation can really help with these two things. How difficult will it be to try advanced tricks like mocking or cloning databases? This may be especially difficult for old legacy systems. Is there any bureaucracy in the way of automated solutions? Hey, it happens. Not every organization has an efficient or even healthy culture. Bureaucracy can stonewall advanced solutions that need extra support. Do folks have skills required for automation, database administration, or mocks? Skill level may be a barrier at first, but training and learning can help the team overcome any limitations here. And finally, what about the cost? Each data prep strategy has a cost. Teams should do a cost-benefit analysis when deciding. So, that's how to handle product data. What about test case data? Let's look at that next. Test case data is inherently part of test cases. Let's revisit our example test case from earlier. As we saw before, there are multiple bits of test data throughout the steps of this short scenario. They represent different types of test case data. First, let's look at the first step. Given the Chrome browser is open. The Chrome browser is test data because it specifies the type of web browser in which to load the web app. This is what we call a test control input. It directs how tests will be run rather than specifying feature behavior. Theoretically, this test should run the same on any browser type, but the steps dictate that the tests should run on Chrome. As a best practice, test control inputs should not be hard-coded into test automation code. Instead, they should be passed into automation as inputs. That way, tests can easily be retargeted. There are a few ways to do this. The simplest way would be to create a flat file with input values. I recommend using a format like JSON or YAML because they are easy to write, easy to read, and easy for programming languages to parse. They can also have line-by-line diffs. Excuse me. Test automation code can read the file before any tests start, and it can inject input values as appropriate. For example, using this JSON file, automation could read this browser type and construct Selenium WebDriver objects for Chrome for each test. The path for the input file would need to be hard-coded into the automation, and it could be as simple as a standard file name in the current directory. Another way to handle inputs is using environment variables. Testers could set variables for a system shell or profile, and automation could read those variables by name. This can be useful for integrations with continuous integration servers or Docker containers. However, it can be a little more dangerous because anyone could change variable values. Again, automation can read these variables before tests run, and handle them appropriately. So let's remove that hard-coded step for browser type from the test scenario. That can be handled as an automation concern. Next, let's look at a second type of test case data. Notice how the URL here is hard-coded. This is also not a good practice. Typically, development teams host multiple instances of products under development, like a developer environment and a staging environment. Hard-coding configuration information like this limits where tests can run. Any information about a product's configuration is called configuration metadata. Pardon me. This can include things like URLs, usernames, passwords, and possibly other descriptors. There are a few ways to handle config metadata. You can use flat files or environment variables, like for test-controlled inputs. However, I recommend using flat files. And I also recommend separating test-controlled inputs from configuration metadata. Create an input to refer to the target configuration and store multiple configurations in the config metadata files. That way, testers can change just a few simple inputs to target any configuration, and they won't need to change multiple configuration fields regularly. If you want to be fancy, you could create a web service to provide config metadata, or use something like Azure Key Vault. This would be especially helpful for keeping secrets like passwords safe. However, creating such an endpoint may be overkill for your needs. Either way, the test case step can be rewritten to refer more generically to the web app. Automation can select the target environment using inputs and config data. The remaining pieces of test case data all fall into a category called test case values. These values pertain directly to the behavior exercised by the test, not to any configuration behavior. Even in this classification, there are subtypes. The first kind of test case value is a literal value. These values are hard-coded in the test. In this example, the table of personal info contains literal values. Literals are simple to use, and they provide specification by example. Literals should also be independent of any statically created product data. They should be values that can be safely originated by the test case. The literals in this info table will be entered as input values into the web app. Theoretically, they could be any values. The second kind of test case value is an output reference. These are values that are typically retrieved from the product under test. Typically, they are the outputs generated by exercising a behavior. In this example, the reference number can be scraped from the success page and verified for correct format. The loan application can be retrieved from the product app's backend to verify that it was correctly submitted. These values cannot be literals because they originate from the product. Tests must refer to them by the reference and retrieve their values from the product. Side note, this test dynamically creates the loan app. This is an example of dynamic product data preparation that we covered earlier. The third and final kind of test case value is the trickiest, the input reference. At first, these may look like literals. However, input references are values that directly refer to product data. While personal info like name and address are created dynamically by the test case, the name of the loan type refers to the loan configuration in the web app. Thus, this test has an input dependency. It must specify the type of loan, and the loan type must already exist in the product. Simplest way to write this test is to simply hard-code this reference. That's what's done here. The name home mortgage refers to the name of the loan type in the web app. Automation can use that name when selecting the loan type from a button or a dropdown. Hard-coded references make it easy to write tests but they require statically prepped data to exist in the system. References also become hard to maintain when the product data changes, or when the same test must run against different configurations with different names. One way to avoid the pain of static data prep is to dynamically create these records or configurations. If the test calls the backend to create a new loan product named Home Mortgage for each test run, then static pre-prep isn't needed. However, we already know the pain points of dynamic prep. In this case, let's say dynamically creating a new loan type is just too slow. A more robust solution would be data discovery. Let's say the target web app is already configured with multiple acceptable loan types. Instead of hard coding the name on the desired loan type, the test should describe the loan type and use automation to search the web app's config to find a loan type matching the desired criteria. For example, if different regions of a bank have different names for this type of loan, the discovery mechanism could look into the config for a satisfactory home mortgage loan and return the specific name for the current bank region. Discovery enables tests to search existing product data for required records instead of hard coding records. Discovery makes tests more resilient to changes in product data. It's great when testing multiple environments with ever so slightly different configurations. However, it does require extra coding, and it may be overkill for small projects. It's a lot of info about test case data. In summary, test control inputs direct how tests will be run, not what behaviors covered. They should be supplied via flat files or environment variables. Configuration metadata describe product configuration for the target environment. They should be supplied via config files or service API calls. Test case values direct the behavior covered by tests. They may be literals, output references, or input references. Input references may be hard-coded or discovered. At this point, you're probably thinking, wow, that's a ton of information. But that's it, right? We're done? Time for Q&A? Well, frightfully, the nightmare isn't over just yet. There's one more problem to address. Collisions. Collisions can happen whenever multiple actors operate on shared resources. For example, they could happen whenever multiple testers simultaneously access the system, or when automated tests run in parallel. A few additional considerations must be taken to avoid collisions. First and foremost, isolate the test environments. Prevent external actors from interrupting tests. If you have a shared test environment, block others from accessing it when the system's running tests. You might need to schedule tests to run during off hours. You might also want to set up multiple test environments. If the product under test is containerized, or if the databases are clonable, then you could easily dynamically create fresh environments for each test launch. That will guarantee perfect isolation. Secondly, treat any shared test data as immutable. Sometimes shared product data is unavoidable. For example, if tests run in parallel against one environment, then they may use the same product data. Or if an application has multiple components, certain components may be difficult to isolate for testing. Whenever data must be shared, treat that data as constant or unchangeable. Any changes to shared data could break tests. For example, one test might require a car loan, but another test might delete the car loan type from the bank's configuration. Any tests that must alter shared data should be run serially instead of in parallel, and they should always undo any changes they make. Third and finally, use dynamic data preparation as much as possible. Tests cannot collide on data they don't share. Keep statically prepared product data to a minimum. Statically created data is more likely to become shared data, and shared data is more likely to cause collisions. Boom. We did it. We covered a lot of material in half an hour. Let's quickly recap what we learned. There are two primary types of test data: product data and test case data. Product data can be prepared statically or dynamically. Test case data either control how tests run or reflect product data. Handle references and shared data carefully. And overall, choose the best strategies to defeat your nightmares. Every product is different. Every team is different. Take the strategies I shared in this talk as suggestions. So, Jakuyu, thank you all so much for listening to my talk about test data. Again, my name is Andrew Knight, and I'm the Automation Panda. Be sure to check out my blog and follow me on Twitter. I hope you enjoy the rest of QA Global Summit by Geekle.
Thank you, Andy, for sharing this detailed information with us. It was really interesting. And I think it's time for Q&A session. As we are waiting for our other speakers, I would like to remind you that you can still post your questions in the comments section, and we will be able to cover them in this section. Laveena is a little bit late, so we will start without her. And let me start with the first question. Would you recommend to be guided by the heuristics in testing when the requirements are detailed and clear? I think this question is addressed mostly to Nicola, but Andy, you're welcome to share your opinions on this.
I just want to make sure I heard the question correctly. Do I recommend using heuristics when requirements are unclear?
Are detailed and clear? I mean, probably it meant that should you still be guided by heuristics when the requirements are clear, or you just go by the requirements and that's it?
Personally, if there are detailed and clear requirements, I would probably use that as a starting point. And then I would use heuristics to complement it. Simply, one thing would be time. So it's harder to say, you should test against heuristics if you don't really have the time to even test against the requirements that the client has already ordered. But there are exceptions to this rule. An example for me would be on my first ever project, there were clear requirements for an address section and how addresses should be entered into the computer. But this was for a international, so this was for a New Zealand website, a government site, but it was for international users as well. But it expected addresses to be only in the format that it had to be street number and then street address and then road/street or whatever. But as I guess Europeans here, you'd know that often you may have addresses with the street number last. So in that case, I actually used a heuristics that went against the requirement because for me, it was so obviously wrong based on my past experience. So it kind of depends on how confident you are with that heuristic as well. But long story short, as a starting point, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And next question, what are the major challenges of test data management? I would like to.
What are the major challenges for test data
management? Yes. Maybe you can have some examples from your own careers.
Let me think here. So honestly, the biggest challenge I've seen is that people use the word test data and they don't know what they're referring to, and that causes a lot of miscommunication between different roles, different engineers, different orgs. That's why in my talk I was very careful to explain, here's product data, here's test case data, here's the ways you set up each one, here's the ways you handle it in test cases. Because I think having a common vernacular, a common set of definitions is the starting point for us to handle these challenges. Once you get that out of the way, some big challenges I've seen with test data would be there are certain kinds of applications or projects that need rather complicated data in their systems. Like, yeah, I'm in banking software. And so that's why I use the example of a loan. And behind the scenes, bank data is wow. I mean, there's a ton of interconnected stuff all back in there. Oh my gosh, what goes into calculating what you should get for a percentage interest rate on your loan? Wow, that is incredible. And so you can't just easily say, okay, I'm going to, create like one record or one object or even 2 or 3 objects. You need a heckin' ton. I'm talking gigabytes of data in that backend. And so managing data at that scale is tough, because then you have to employ some of the other strategies that I mentioned, like, do you want to clone your databases? Do you use automation to set up a bunch of data every time, or maybe on a weekly or monthly cadence? How do you keep data clean? If tests break and they accidentally delete half of your loans, oops, is that going to be a problem? How do you recover from that? So yeah, those would be the kinds of big challenges that I've seen.
Okay, thank you for sharing. Maybe Nicola, you have something to add here, probably.
Honestly, I think Andrew put it pretty well, so I don't have anything to add. Sorry.
I agree. Okay, then let's move to another question. We have here one. When you don't have or don't understand the requirements, how will you make a decision on which test cases should be executed and with what priority? Which tests are more important than the others?
Okay. So I guess the first thing is you want to communicate with your team what you're planning to test. It can be hard to get people to read detailed test cases. So having some sort of broad test scenarios of what the test cases cover would be a starting point. I would then ask the team, if you start to run out of time, which can happen, you don't always get to run all the test cases you want to. What has to run? In terms of which tests are important over others, I don't think there's an easy way to answer this, because it depends a lot on the product. But I would try to put forward the question to the team, or what could be easier is what you think is most important, and then say what you plan to do. The good thing about that approach is if people disagree with you, people will happily disagree with you. So the problem with the first question is asking, what do you want? And people don't always know what they want. But if you say what you're planning to do and in which order you plan to test things, then people are more than happy to tell you that you're actually, no, this is more important and blah, blah, blah. So that would be another strategy. Often, just generally speaking, this isn't project specific. Happy case scenarios, I often start with first. So making sure it works, the basic functionality. And then I would probably move to error scenarios later. And then it's also important to find out what definitely must be covered. So maybe you have heaps of tests you want to do, but people will tend to expect some sort of minimum level of what has been tested or covered. So yeah, I'd like to hear what Andrew has to say to this as well.
Sure. So when I see this question, this problem raised, my immediate thought is behavior-driven development could really help here. Specifically on the when you don't have or don't understand the requirements part, because if you don't have that, you're spraying and praying. I mean, you're throwing darts at a board, just hoping that it lands on something. With behavior-driven development, it's a process that really helps you to bring a team together across roles and talk about what the product behavior should be, what the requirements should be, and to start exploring that together as a group or a team, and then to start defining them carefully so everybody is on the same page.
Yeah, agree with you. Thank you. Thank you for sharing the opinion. And hello, Laveena.
Hi, how are you?
Fine, great. Nice that you could share this time with us.
No
yes. Okay. So I'm moving to the next question. As you have, you're now here with us. We have a couple of questions about accessibility testing.
Yeah.
So yes. Can accessibility testing be automated?
Yes. Yes, it can be. You can automate Axe into your CLI, or you can actually use Axe via the CLI itself manually, but it is automatable. You can also, as part of your build pipelines, it can be done.
Okay, great. Another question we have here. 1 second. Should the choice between static or dynamic data preparation techniques be determined by the kind of application to be tested?
Is that for me? Sorry.
I guess it's like a general, but probably more for Andy because his topic was about data preparation.
Yeah. Basically, you have to kind of have a strategy of what kind of data you want to prepare for your application. Every kind of product has its own kind of mechanism, its own dependencies. So it's quite important how you kind of create your data preps. So yes, whether static or dynamic, it depends on the product, I would say, but yeah, it's possible.
Andy, maybe you can add here as well.
Yeah, I mean, the choice you make in either static or dynamic data prep partially depends on the type of application, because there are things like, well, what if you have user accounts? And what if user accounts need something like email, or they take 10 minutes to sync in the back end? But it can also depend on the type of testing that you're doing as well. My view, like I said before, is that I favor dynamic data preparation as much as reasonably possible. So I try to find, or I try to shove everything in dynamically and then have to, make excuses for why I would do static data prep. Just because, like I said, static data can cause collisions. It can break test case independence, all those kinds of things. I think most people are probably working on some sort of application, whether web UI, REST API, web service, or mobile app that is somehow backed by a database. And so with that in mind, try to set up your testing environment with the smallest amount of data in the database possible. That's kind of my view on it, right? As like a baseline. And then your tests, they can create records and delete records on top of that.
Yeah, to add here, I think a lot of in testing depends on the kind of applications to be tested, as well as data preparation. So another question about accessibility testing. How to convince management that accessibility testing should be done on the project? As you mentioned in your topic, it's quite difficult to say.
Yeah, so basically my suggestion would be to, the minute you see there's a front end involved in your application, I would definitely put that as part of my test strategy and try and basically gauge as much interest and as much importance towards it, because I've worked in projects where we've gone live and no one's actually thought of accessibility and thousands of people are using it. So we are not basically reaching out to the entire kind of people that we have planned. We are just reaching out to certain people. We are not reaching out to people with disabilities who could still access applications. So it's really, really important that the minute you see a front end or anything that could be impacting even people inside your company, it doesn't always have to be a B2C kind of product, but B2B as well. I would suggest try and bring it part of your test strategy and speak it out. As I said, introduce this topic into your team. That just helps communication skills, and you're actually kind of leading that kind of area, isn't it? You tend to become an SME there. So I would definitely suggest that introduce it with the very basic PowerPoint presentations and gauge interest from your team, see how they feel. You can even do a little retro of what they knew, what they can bring in from what they've learned from you, and try and bring them in some kind of analysis step or something into a sprint, so that at least the ball's rolling and you've not just delivered something and that is full stop. You need to make sure that someone's actually taking that into account and we're working on it.
Okay, thank you. One more question about accessibility. Wait, one second, please. What should we pay attention to in case we test in mobile accessibility?
So obviously you can have inbuilt plugins for mobile test accessibility as well. I've used that via browser stack, and it's important to kind of again see what's accessible and what's not, what's important to be accessible at the point of when you want to release, and what can be something that's a low priority that can come in the next release or something. So it's super important that if you're going on a mobile application, you don't get stuck on that application, because what tends to happen is people get frustrated. If you're trying to kind of get a checkout basket, you're trying to work on something, you want to get it as soon as possible, but you're stuck on it, then what tends to happen is that user will be a bit wary of this application and would try and go to another application that's much more easier and quicker to use. So I would definitely suggest that try and make it accessible for everyone, and make sure that you don't get stuck into the application. That's very, very important. Same thing I would suggest on a normal application, not on mobile, but just on a desktop. Or you need to get an application where you're not getting trapped, because once you're trapped, you drive your users' interest onto other applications, which you want to try and reduce as much as possible. You want to be the most innovative product there, try to gauge more people as possible. So in testing mobile, I would definitely suggest make sure that the main endpoints, the main kind of basically the whole journey of a user is smooth enough that through a mobile they can complete a task for accessible users. So I would definitely suggest test this thoroughly, make sure someone can use it and someone is not stuck. That's the kind of step-by-step guide I'd give you.
Thank you. I think it's quite a useful answer for our viewers that can be used in practice. And another one question, I think this is for everyone, so we'll be glad if everyone can share their opinions on that. What are the most effective test data management tools you've worked with? Maybe you can share your experience here, give some advice.
That's a great question. A lot of the kinds of test data management tools I've used have either been, some sort of cloud-based thing like replicating resources, or something that or my team has created themselves, right? For example, if we're using production data for functional testing internally, and that production data has some customer sensitive information, you need to scrub that, right? So as part of the copy script, to move data from production to internal, we have to go in there and eliminate people's names and eliminate anything that could identify who that customer is and what kinds of things that they're doing. And so you could use any language, but an easy one to use would be Python. I love Python. I know a lot of people love Python. And Python has some really cool packages for this. Like there's a package, I believe it's called Faker, which will give you like fake names, fake addresses, fake values, a little bit better than just like random garbage, you know, actually give something meaningful to say like, oh, well, instead of Andy Knight, you're getting John Doe or something like that.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Maybe someone else would like to say something here, or?
No, I mean, the only thing I have to add is I've never worked with a effective testing management tool. We had to like build, I wouldn't say tools, but kind of things that work for us for our team. So I can't make any recommendations. Sorry.
No problem. No problem. You've given us a lot of another useful information. Okay, then I will move to another question. How to deal with testing with real-time data? It's probably also more question for Andy, as it's in his topic.
Real-time data. That could mean a couple things. That could mean like someone or something is actively adding or changing the data in a system that's under test, or it could mean that you've copied over a current snapshot of your production-like data for testing. Honestly, I would recommend not trying to test a system where some arbitrary actor is making arbitrary changes, because at least for functional testing, because functional testing, what you're trying to do is you're trying to exercise individual independent behaviors and make sure they work, right? And so if there's like real-time data coming in and screwing things up, oof, that could be rough. But if we're talking about, let's take a snapshot of what is currently happening in production, and then let's work with that. That could be good, you know, because you're not going to be dealing with stale data. You're going to be dealing with data that the client has actually, or your customers have most likely actually used. You know, it's real, it's not fake. And then you can use mechanisms, like I mentioned, like with discovery, to go in there and find the pieces of data that you need in a system, such as finding a particular type of product or finding a particular type of user record, and then working with that. That would be what I would recommend.
Okay, great. Thank you. And another question here, I think the one that is more general one. Where would you recommend to look for quality courses? I think you can share here your experience on where you find the useful information, or where you can go and learn something new.
I can go if that's okay. Yeah, so I found it useful just kind of trying to learn from challenges that Ministry of Testing sometimes have, the 30-day challenge. That's really, really interesting. There's a lot to learn because the steps are given to you. So if you kind of do that for 30 days, you become like a champion in that area, and then you can provide value into your team. So that's useful. Attending other kind of conferences like this conference, there was so much to learn, obviously, and kind of sharing that back to your team, or even getting your team to be these type of conferences. And of course, I would definitely suggest supporting other testers out there who are blogging, who are on podcasts, and trying to share as much knowledge around.
Oh, thank you. Maybe Nicola, Andy can also have a word here.
I can go. So as Laveena already said, there's a Ministry of Testing. They have some great courses online. A few are available for free, but to access most of them, you need a dojo membership. The second place I would look for quality courses would be BBST courses, so Black Box Software Testing. The BBST Foundations course is a great starting point, and you need to take that course before doing the others. The last place I would look is Test Automation University. They have a bunch of free courses there, so it's not just about software testing per se, but also like some programming languages. So I know, for example, Angie Jones has a course in Java, and I think Andrew Knight has a course there as well. So this is a good segue for him to start talking.
Yeah, make a promotion of your course.
Sure. Yeah, I was waiting. Come on, somebody say T. Come on. Yeah, absolutely. I always recommend people to Test Automation University because all those courses are free, and it's got courses from all the leaders from all across the world. It's incredible, and they keep building it. So I've got a couple courses out there. I'm sure other people you've probably seen on Twitter or at conferences are out there too. Another thing that I did early in my public QAing is I got on tech Twitter and I started following other people and seeing what they post and retweet. That opened the doors to me to see a lot of varied blog posts and new courses and conferences and all. So I'd say get active out there. Follow me. I'm Automation Panda on Twitter. I know there are other people out there on Twitter too. Share your handles and form that community.
One thing I'd like to quickly add to what he said was in Test Automation University, there's also a course on accessibility testing by Marie Drake. So if Laveena's talk really resonated with you, I also recommend checking out that course.
Great, thank you. I think a lot of useful things for our viewers to check later. And it looks like our time is coming to an end. I would like to thank all of you, Nicola and Laveena, for sharing your experience, for sharing your topics, and being here with us today. Hope to see you soon on other different activities. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, so it's time for me to give word to my colleague who will be moderating the next blog. And I would like to say bye to all of you. It was really nice to be here today and moderating this blog. Thank you very much and bye-bye.
Thank you, Daria, and hello everyone again. I hope you enjoyed all the talks as much as I did, and before we proceed to our next block, I have a small announcement to make. So if you want to go deeper and get amazing practical knowledge and hands-on skills around the QA, I have some awesome news for you. We have 4 workshops which will be running on 20th of August. And I think every one of you can find something beneficial from them. So we have 4 workshops. One by Olivier Denou about business-driven scenario-based exploratory testing. We have another workshop by Robert Saborin about agile testing just in time. Also, building performance testing infrastructure A to Z by Nikolai Avramov, and end-to-end testing for web applications by Gleb Bahmutov. So don't hesitate, click the link that I'll share in the chat and book your slot right now. I think a few slots are still available. So thank you so much again. And now we are going for a short break before our next moderator and next speakers will join. See you soon. And hello everyone again. Before we proceed with our next speakers, I would like to announce the QA Global Summit Volume 2 first sponsors, Bitrise. Did you know that Bitrise recently published an ebook on building mobile apps at scale, containing 39 burning challenges on native iOS, Android, and cross-platform development at scale? The book gives you a deep understanding of how mobile development is different, including unique challenges in continuous integration and testing for apps, how engineering teams should approach app architecture, and what steps they can take to step up their game. I'll share the link in the chat so you can follow and download this amazing book. And now I'm gonna pass the word to our next moderator, Anna. I think she should join us right here. Hi. Yes, Anna, you can join us. Hi. How are you doing?
Quite fine.
Okay, I'm all good, and I'm leaving the stage. Okay, I'm leaving the stage to you now, and you can proceed. See you soon.
Okay, thanks a lot. See you. Hi guys, nice to meet you all here at our Key Global Summit. My name is Sana. I'm working at A1Q company as a QA advisor. My career started in QA for more than 5 years ago. For this time, I already worked as a QA engineer, QA automation engineer, QA manager. So I have experience looking through the process at all stages. So today we'll hear at Agile Management track, and we will have two speakers with us to tell us a bit about different interesting things. So our first speaker is Astrid. She works as a senior project manager, and her topic today is emotional intelligence for testers. I see that she's ready to join us already, so let's move her to the stage. Hi Astrid, nice to see you.
Hello.
Yeah, how's the things going?
I'm good, and you?
I'm fine, thanks. Okay, are you ready to present us?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, so let me just add you to the stream, your presentation. Okay, so the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So welcome from my side to my talk for the QA Global Summit Volume 2. Today I'm going to present you emotional intelligence for testers. Before we start, may I ask you to get your mobile phone ready, you will need it later. So I was already introduced, but let me also talk about myself a little bit before I start. I work as a senior project manager with Face AG in Switzerland. I volunteer for different projects with my knowledge as for the Tea Time with Testers magazine. Well, I'm not a software tester by profession, but I have developed a keen interest as I got introduced to the field after my work for different conferences by now. Out of my interest for emotional intelligence, I decided to get a deeper knowledge from the Chinese International University and completed my certification as an emotional intelligence practitioner. I'm excited to speak today in this format to introduce you into emotional intelligence, since the topic is very close to me and I personally experienced how important emotional intelligence is and what an impact it can have on your career and personal life. So this is my agenda for today, and without wasting much time, let's dive into the topic. My experience with testing conferences has been very interesting so far. As a newbie in testing, I developed my understanding from the talks I attended, interviews I conducted during the conferences, how much human-based technology is, and what testers do and what they deal with in their daily life. This made me wonder and research more about testing as an intellectual activity and problems testers face. This whole experience made me realize that emotions play a very critical role in the day-to-day life of a tester, and hence emotional intelligence too. How I understand testing to be, I find it very important to first explain it to you how I see that and what thoughts I have to get a deeper knowledge. How I understand testing to be is finding true knowledge about status of the product, finding risks that threaten value of product quality, communicating with people about risks, collaborating with people to solve problems. Accurate decision-making is at the core of good testing. To do all these things well, testers better be in sync with their own emotions. Why is it like that? Let's find it out. Have you ever been in a situation where you felt angry at yourself that why I didn't react like that? Or maybe an hour after a situation happened, you was like, yeah, this would be the answer I should have given. And it popped out a little bit too late and the situation was gone, you couldn't give it. And doesn't it feel frustrating? The diagram you see here explains these signs of exact these emotions very well. And understanding emotional intelligence can help you dealing with exact those situations. The neuroscience has shown that whenever a situation happens, for example, a behavior from someone in a meeting, or your reaction to exact that behavior, and the first thing that happens, the emotional brain tags that event as either a reward or a threat. The job of the emotional brain is to make a very quick unconscious decision if something or someone is safe or not. The tag, which is in fact an emotion, is helping us determine, is communicating to the thinking brain, which involves structures which are involved helping us determine good from bad and better from best. It helps us anticipate in taking decisions and anticipate behavior and taking decisions. Everything you do in life is based upon your brain's determination to minimize danger and maximize rewards. Minimize threats and maximize rewards is the organizing principle of the brain. So now, may I ask you to get your mobile phone Some of you who might attended my last talk have already seen this. I'm going to ask you 2 questions. Don't worry about your name. No one is able to see your name, not even me. Use the QR code or the link, which is shown on the screen right now. On your screen, you might see the first question now. Tell me with 1 word, when you read this question, how do you feel when you think of the best moment you experienced as a tester? How does it make you feel? Upset? Extremely upset. Great. Excited? Satisfied? Valuable? Scary? Happy? Useful? Success? Curious? Great. Fulfilled? Blessed? Accomplished? Excited? Good. Thrilled? Fulfilled? Very beautiful. Passionate? So now I ask you to keep those feelings in mind while we move to the next question. How do you feel when you think of the worst moment you experienced as a tester? Bad, upset, hopeless? Disengaged? Upset? Scared? Angry? Hopeless? Disappointed? Stressed? Tired? Comparing these 2 emotions, now you will realize it better how much a feeling or an emotion can change for us in a personal or professional relation. Here is the key thing. We don't know when people feel those emotions because it is hidden below the surface. Our rules of engagement and our social rules do not allow us to walk around and talk about our emotions. Like, hey, I don't want to be here today. I feel very frustrated. We don't do that. Because in the eyes of the society, it makes us very weak and not capable. What do you think? If we are aware of our own emotions and able to speak about them, isn't it the opposite? Doesn't it make us stronger and even more capable because we are able to take emotions serious? And not only ours, but also the one of others. So when we manage everything perfectly in an environment, except how people feel, this means we are missing something big. So if we look closely to your answers, you will notice the emotional side of a tester. In my attempt to understand testing, I realized the things testers have to face. Testers have to deal with time pressure. There is a lot of emotional stress involved. They work in teams where the mindset, culture, and interests often create conflicts. This is the same thing like the iceberg. It represents your emotional activity. 10% is above the water. It is your skill. 90% is below the water. It is your character. Our behavior is what others can see. Our emotions, beliefs, values are not visible to others. They are hidden below the surface, and this is why I feel emotions and how testers deal with those is at the core of good testing. So let's see what emotional intelligence is all about. Emotional intelligence can be explained in many different models. I prefer the mixed model here explained by the Janus model. Let's have a closer look into the emotional intelligence and what the competencies really mean. So the competencies start with self-awareness. Self-awareness is about being aware of the way you feel and the impact your feelings can have on your decisions, your behavior, and your emotions. Awareness of others is about perceiving, understanding, and acknowledging the way others feel. Authenticity is about openly and effectively expressing oneself, honoring commitments, encouraging this behavior in others. Oh my God. That was. See, you can right now see my emotional intelligence, how I deal with this. I try my best. I stopped by emotional authenticity. It's about openly and effectively expressing oneself, honoring commitments, and encouraging this behavior in others. Emotional reasoning is about using the information and feeling from oneself and others and combining it with others, facts and information when decision making. Self-management is about managing oneself's own mood and emotions, time and emotion to find themselves in a time management where they can use their emotions but also have the right timing. Positive influence is about positively influence the way others feel through problem solving, for example. For me, emotional intelligence explains in one sentence, this is the capability of individuals to recognize their own emotions and those of others, distinguish between different feelings and label them properly, use emotional information to guide thinking and behavior, and manage and or adjust emotions to adapt to environments or achieving goals. Now that we discussed what emotional intelligence really is, that these are certain areas I think where testers can use it for. Critically analyzing and assessing risks. It is important to critically examine your own feelings and understanding about risks before you communicate them forward. Testers operate in a system with people and product. They need to sharpen their understanding of subtleties or of human behaviors in order to take proper decisions, and to sharpen these skills, emotional intelligence can help. Building relationships and inspiring actions to promote quality mindset and communicate the value of testing. Late Cole Bryant said, the most important thing is to try and inspire people so that they can be great in whatever they want to do. Even job interviews for testers these days have tests for emotional intelligence. Therefore, understanding emotional intelligence and developing it further would be a great thing testers can do for themselves. Lack of self-awareness means that we never notice our errors, so we cannot capture them and convert them to something wonderful, by Jerry Weinberg. To be great at testing requires one to be great in communication and also in dealing with people under various circumstances. For example, testers need to interact with different stakeholders under different situations. Sometimes it's for asking questions, finding more information, communicating the risk, or even explain the scenarios. Sometimes it is about pairing with programmers or fellow testers. All these interactions require testers to be aware of what they are doing under what conflict, how they are communicating, how they are presenting themselves, what impact they can have with those interactions. Higher self-awareness is the key of success with it because testers with higher self-awareness are able to demonstrate an awareness of the way they feel, demonstrate awareness of the impact their feelings can have, or ask others feedback on their behavior. Just like the awareness of others just like the awareness of ourselves, also the awareness of others plays a very important role. And this awareness can help testers to make appropriate decisions. Testers with higher self-awareness are able to recognize others' nonverbal cues, body language, notice when someone needs support, or relate well to others' feelings. Emotional reasoning plays a critical role in the day-to-day life of a tester. Some examples would be the decisions about some observed behavior is a bug or not requires some emotional reasoning. The decision about when to stop testing requires reflection on feelings or not finding any more defects or learning anything new about the product they test. Communicate decisions in a way that is sensitive to others' feelings. Communicate risks found can be stressful when stakeholders are not open to listen to them. Creating effective test strategy can be greatly influenced by higher emotional reasoning. Emotional reasoning can help in making pair testing programming efforts fruitful. Testers with higher emotional reasoning reflects on feeling when decision-making or involve others in decisions that affect their work, or use an organization's value effectively when making important decisions. Recognize others' hard work and achievement. Testers often work in changing conflicts, and with that fast changing requirements and testing strategies, skills, techniques, make more sense when they are adapted with changing contexts. Managing testing activities under time pressure requires better planning and management. Testers with higher self-management skills are more effective at dealing with these situations above, like responding effectively in stressful situations, adapt effectively to different changing circumstances, or manage their time effectively. Testers often have to convey unpleasant news about risks they uncover and information like that. High positive influence helps to communicate such things with ease and without generating negative output. Testers with higher positive influence provide useful support to others, help others resolve workplace conflicts, or help create the positive work environment. So let's take a look behind the black box. These are the answers I got from testers when I asked this question during another talk. When you compare those answers to your answers you gave me today, you can clearly see how similar they are and what we are going through with different people and different situations. We can clearly see that the way you show up determines the way people feel, and the way they feel determines the extent on which they can engage, and the impact pretty much everything about the outcome of that particular relationship. So if I'm to picture an emotionally intelligent tester, this is how I would draw them to be. A tester with higher emotional competencies that we discussed this far, I understand it is easier said than done, but I encourage you to start from somewhere, because having higher emotional intelligence is more certainly going to take you miles ahead than those who don't. I would conclude my talk here with the quote from Dale Carnegie: "When dealing with people, remember, you are not dealing with creators of logic. We are dealing with creators of emotions." So before I end my talk, I would like to share some references and recommended readings as the Harvard Business Press Emotional Intelligence series, Emotional Intelligence, Why It Can Matter More Than IQ by Daniel Goleman, The Power of Habit by Charles Duke, Why Do We Do What We Do in Life and Business, Google's 5-step formula for team success is a masterclass in emotional intelligence article, and my blog, where I also wrote about my journey, how to become an emotional intelligence practitioner. I thank you very much to listen to my talk today and gifting me your time. If you like this today, feel free to connect with me on any of my social medias, and I encourage you to visit my blog. If you would like to get your own personal assessment for your emotional intelligence, please reach out to me at any time. It was an honor and amazing experience to be here and be part of this project. I hope it could inspire you today. I'm looking forward to meeting you again. And until then, stay safe and love what you do.
Thank you so much, Astrid. This was really awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, looking forward to having a Q&A session with you. And right now, I will remove you from the scene and hope to see you in some time. Okay, so hope you also enjoyed this topic like I am. And right now we can move to our next speaker. First of all, I will introduce you to you shortly. Our next speaker is Maryam Umar. She's the head of quality engineering, and her topic is bringing everyone on a journey to improve quality. Sounds intriguing, I think. Okay, so a bit about her. She works in London as a head of quality engineering and started her career 13 years ago as a QA test engineer in finance and mobile industry. After the transition to the commerce sector, she performed as a QA in various capacities for online restaurants and travel services. She continues to work as a QA leader now with special focus on sustainable delivery practices. And she will share with us her experience. I will just check quick if she's ready to join. Yeah, she's ready. Hi, Maryam. How are the things? Could you hear us? Yep.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello. Nice to meet you.
Really sorry, there was a bit of a hiccup with my tech. How are you doing, Anna?
Yeah, I'm great, thank you. And you? How's the things going in UK?
It's cold. It's like 14, 15 degrees today. I'm wearing like a light jumper in the middle of summer. I don't know what this summer is.
Whoa, I can understand it. But I'm currently in Minsk, Belarus, and the same for us. So even the weather said that the best idea for today is to join QA Global Summit and listen to some tracks, just because it's rainy for the whole day. It's totally horrible.
All right.
Yep.
Should we wait a few minutes because the talk is scheduled to start at 4?
But I think we should wait just a couple of minutes in order not to start earlier if someone wants to join exactly your topic. Yeah, so maybe you can tell us a bit about your experience also, or do you have any other experience as a presenter? Maybe it's not the first time when you highlight this topic.
Yeah, so I'm actually, I think there's feedback. Hello? Better.
Yeah.
So I've presented this topic a few times, and I actually find that even myself, even today, there are many things from this journey that I've crossed. Sometimes they're easy to implement, and sometimes they're difficult, and you learn new things every time you try to implement quality practices in a newer organization, which is why I really enjoy talking about this. I actually refer to a book which Nithin, who was our first speaker of the day, also referred to. It's called about building, I think it's called Building Quality. I have the exact name in one of my slides. I would recommend everybody to try and read it. It's a very easy read, really small book. I know sometimes when people recommend reading some books, you're like, oh my God, another book. I have a lot of books which I haven't finished. Even to this day, I have still not finished more agile testing and agile testing, the books, the Bibles written by Lisa and Janet, because there's just so much information and it takes a lot of time. So I think the condensed book is really good based on that. So yeah, I think it's a very good book. It's a good reference point for a lot of people, and I would encourage people to read it as well.
Yeah, thanks a lot for sharing. I think that our audience can find it really useful. And the problem with books, I think probably everyone faces it. So you just buy something interesting and then
Oh
you
yeah, I
find
have
it
many books on my shelf. I have one here.
Yeah. Okay, so probably we can start right now.
Brilliant.
I
Can you
see
see my
our presentation. Yeah, I just added to the stream, and the floor is yours.
Brilliant. Cool. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my talk. My name is Maryam Umar. I am based in London. I've been in the field of quality assurance since the beginning of my career. It basically started for me when I did a course as my degree, as a part of my degree on software testing, and that's where my real love for software testing came through. Today I want to share some experiences with yourselves. Hopefully we can have a nice fiery Q&A afterwards with Astrid and myself and see how we can cross emotions and the analytical aspect of improving quality in your organization. Okay. So what we will talk about? First, we will talk about what is it that the problem you're trying to solve in your organization, and then how can you get started on improving quality. After that, we will talk about some metrics which you can use to measure quality and see how you feel about those. I'll present some examples as well where things worked well and things did not work well. And in the end, we will also talk about evolving metrics based on what we learn in an organization. So first things first, I'm sure all of you have gone through this. Whenever you've been hired by an organization as a QA engineer, QA manager, QA tester, or DevOps tester, or something like that, these are some of the statements you hear. A lot of things I hear: we have a lot of quality issues. Can you please come and fix them? Oh, our clients are really unhappy. Our releases are delayed and are not on time. They don't contain all the features that our clients wanted, or there are too many production incidents and so on. And these are the statements you hear a lot, and they just want you to go in and fix them. So where do you actually start? There are three things you need to remember before you embark on this journey. First things first, when you want to improve the quality of the product you're working on, it cannot happen with the QA team only. A lot of the times, in my experience, I find that having the word QA in your job title or tester in your job title just completely puts you in a corner that these are the people who will fix quality. Everybody else is just going to follow what they say. That cannot happen. You have to have a whole team approach for improving quality. You have to have everybody bought into the idea of how you want to improve quality, because it really starts from the beginning of the STLC, where you start writing your requirements and go from there. Second thing, improving quality needs a top-down approach. And what I mean by this is, it's not only the managers who need to say it, it's your CEO, it's your CTO, it's your CIO. All of these people in your organization need to be bought into the whole idea. There have been occasions when I have been in organizations where I was asked to work on improving quality, but the CEO and CTO were not really interested in helping me, say, create the resources or give the time in terms of estimation and how much time we need to actually add automated tests, or spend the time to really do 3 Amigo style sessions and so on. So they need to also say all of these things out loud to the wider organization, because those are your true allies who will help you implement quality on the ground. And the last thing is, once you have these people helping you and everybody's understanding that it's not with the QA team only, you need to first figure out where is your situation with quality. Where are we today? Don't go in and start implementing automated tests as that's the first thing we need to do. It's usually the first thing you need to do, but it's also sometimes a symptom, and that's not the cause of the problem. So please make sure you also look into discovering what the current situation is. So once we have this, we need to create an action plan. And my inspiration for the action plan comes from the book Leading Quality, written by Ronald Cummings John and Away Spear. Please, as I said earlier, please get the book. Read it. It's a really easy read. It really helps you understand. A lot of things will resonate with you, but it will also help you create an action plan for your organization. So the first thing I usually do is creating a mission statement. And I feel these are quite important, mainly to try and understand what direction you want to go in terms of improving quality. This is a mission statement I've come up with in the past couple of organizations I've worked at. And basically, it talks about enabling teams for customer satisfaction at a sustainable pace, which actually looks at 3 different aspects of quality, which is enabling teams is where you can think about quality engineering in the engineering teams. Customer satisfaction is, you can look at it as quality assurance for your releases. And sustainable pace, which is something we don't often review, are the processes that we use in our STLC. And even those need to be of high quality. I wouldn't say they necessarily need to be revised by a QA person, but really having your, say, Scrum Masters or program managers and these people on board in trying to improve the processes and actually measure if the processes you're using are working or not to actually improve quality as a whole. So the next thing you want to do is, once you create a mission statement, you want to try and analyze what are the overall areas you want to improve in an organization. And these are the areas which I usually have seen. The areas for your organization may be different, which is okay, but it's the first thing you want to look at. Some of the things you want to look at how the hiring has been for the people in the QA team. Sometimes, if you think about scale ups, they've started with manual testers, and then as they've scaled rapidly, the number of testers hasn't increased, the culture hasn't changed, and you really need to start writing automated tests because regression sign off is taking too long. So you need to review what type of people you're hiring. Another big one is releases. How are you actually mapping out releases? What's going into a release? Let's say 20 people were churning out 10 features for a release. Can 100 people churn out 50 features or not? What is the scale? And really try and understand how can we sign those features off, as long as we're also tackling tech debt at the same time. The third thing is test automation. This is usually an area of concern because over time, what happens is that the tests that we write initially stop helping us detecting defects. And the idea of test automation is not only to speed up the process of sign off and ensure that whenever we make code changes, none of the problems, none of the bugs creep in, but you also want to make sure that they will reliably catch defects earlier on in the life cycle. And sometimes it can be a matter of reviewing the tests and actually removing some tests because they just bring no value. Another one is product quality and process quality. Here again, I will talk a little bit more about metrics under product quality, that what are the ways you can actually measure whether the product is of high quality or not. And I will also talk about what are the things you can look at to improve your processes and their quality overall. So these are some of the things you can think of in your organization that you want to improve the overall quality of the product. First thing we'll discuss, I will not talk about just earlier, I will not talk about hiring in this specific talk because I think that's a whole other subject of how do you find a good tester or an SET to hire in your organization. I will talk about the more product and process side of things for this talk. First thing is for releases. Some of the problems I've seen are that sometimes when you go in an organization, either there's a proper release schedule already defined, or releases are going out, but the engineers are just not aware of when they're going out. And at that time, I think it's really, really important to create a visibility landscape for releases. Basically, what you can do is it can be something very simple, like adding release dates in everybody's calendars, just so that everybody knows when they're going to go out, just so that teams can better prepare for things like in case they need to be available for incidents, or if it's a major release and on call and so on. Other things you want to do is you want to monitor issues found post-release versus pre-release. And things like this can really help you understand how good your regression cycle is. And this is where the idea of escape defects also comes in. Then with regards to releases, release notes are also extremely important. I have worked in places where we didn't create release notes or created release notes just stating these are the new features, but not really highlighting these are the known issues. Another thing organizations also do is that they highlight known issues, but then as a consumer, I don't know when to expect fixes for those issues. And this can be based on this can be for any product you're using. It could be for the Slack app on your phone or your iOS or Android OS updates and so on. You always see a list of what are the new features, what can you expect, and you can actually use that to guide yourself as a consumer whether you even want to install that update or not. The next thing is that you want to also review how easy is it to create the deployables in your release. Because if it takes too long to actually create the package which the customer needs to deploy on their machines, then it's not a very successful release, because then what you have to do is then you have to add support, your service management team needs to be available and so on. So how can you actually help them? Because again, this is all part of a customer experience as well, and I feel releases are the first point of contact for a customer. It happens even before they actually install your product, which is why a lot of these things are really important and should be of high quality as well. Some examples of what a visibility landscape can look like is, as I mentioned, this can be like a calendar. You can actually say when we are having internal releases, when are we actually having a release sent out to the client and so on. And this can be a shared calendar in your organization. Another thing is, if you work on a product company, what also happens is that sometimes you lose track of what versions are we supporting and which ones we're not. So you could just add information like this on your Confluence page with a list of releases. Another one is when you have multiple environments for multiple clients. It could be that you work in a SaaS situation, but not always. You could have clients which use different versions of your product, which you are responsible for deploying. So it's also good to show what version of which release do they have on their machines and when was it deployed, just so that it helps you stay on top. something like this is really useful for people, for engineers who are on call, and also for service management, just so that everybody's on the same page. For testers, this is really important as well, because what it helps us do is really identify how many environments we want to set up for our pre-prod environments and how many sanity test suites we need to run and we need to keep on top of to make sure that they don't start failing for any reason, or at least have the ability to spin them up very quickly. The next one is process quality, and there can be a number of processes you can review for your organization. I've listed a few. Big one for QA folk is defect management process. A lot of organizations don't look at creating defects during the sprint just because your story wasn't complete. And the tester managed to find some defects while writing automated tests. I'm always in two minds about whether you want to help people raise defects during the sprint or when the sprint ends and the feature's completed, mainly because then if you want to measure if you're finding the maximum number of defects during development versus when the product is released, if you don't have that initial number, then you can't really say that the quality of your product is increasing or decreasing, or your life cycle is better or not. It's really up to the teams, but if the team does decide that we're not going to raise defects in cycle, then you need to find a way to link the defects that were found after they were released to the features that they are linked to. Next one is product feature sign-off process. Again, this is important. It's probably part of definition of done as well. The reason why I separate this here is because sometimes when you're signing off a product feature, you also want to make sure that other product features which need to come before it, all the remaining feature flags are also switched on. Definition of done could probably mean things like the acceptance criteria are met and we have, say, X amount of test coverage and so on. But it will not necessarily point things out that we need 3 features to be working together to be able to have a complete user journey, for example. So both of these processes are quite important. Also, it's important to add that you need to always add the types of stakeholders that you want to engage with at these levels. Another one is definition of ready. This one is not something which is widely used, but I find that the absence of it is actually what creates a lot of problems later on in the SDLC. And this is where you really need to define things like what level of detail do you want for your acceptance criteria. Often we see engineers create stories saying, fix this and link it to a feature in Jira. And you're like, fix what in that feature? I, as a QA, don't know what I'm signing off. So it needs to have detailed acceptance criteria. Again, sometimes definition of ready may mean that it needs to be funded by a client, otherwise we cannot pick that feature up for development. Or definition of ready could also mean that we need to make sure that there's a 3 amigos session done with product QA and the tech lead person in the team before we are happy to sign off. It could also mean that we want to make sure that there's a relevant estimate added to that feature and it's in line with our estimation practices in the organization and so on. Other items for process quality are code review practices. This is really important as well because when you're trying to do a code review, you want to make sure that people who've written the code are not part of the code review, which is primary. It sounds silly, but it's really important. Then people who are, say, pairing on the same piece of code should not be the ones reviewing it. You want a fresh pair of eyes looking at it. Another one could be that you want to make sure that the actual code that it's being reviewed, it doesn't go over X number of lines. If it's too big of a code review that needs to be done, then it'll definitely not get done quickly, and then your branch will get out of date and so on, which creates lots of problems. Then you can also look at making sure that the pull request that you're raising, it's actually being run on your CI system and it's passing and there are no linting errors, the coverage meets a certain expectation, and only then can you commence on a code review and so on. So these are the things which are really important to define in terms of your process for code review. The next one is definition of acceptance criteria. Sometimes I find that more recently I've been trying to tackle the problem of functional coverage over unit or code coverage, unit test coverage or code coverage. And basically what happens is that if you have a really big organization and everybody's defining acceptance criteria in different ways, then how are you going to know that you have 100% functional coverage? Because you want to make sure that all the functionality is covered and signed off properly. And one way of doing that is to link it to the acceptance criteria in your code. My previous team, which I worked in, the SDETs actually came up with a way of defining a feature decorator, which you could add on top of the test so that they could say, okay, for AC1, this is the test that was written, for feature 1, this was the test that was written. And it was really easy to use that information and create a level of functional coverage. Next one is test automation practices. Again, you want to be careful about defining this in terms of how many tests you want to write at end-to-end level, how many integration tests you want to write. Are you duplicating tests? Are your tests taking too long to run? Or are they slowing down? Are they actually being written in parallel with the code and so on? Where are you actually creating your test plans? Can you automate the creation of test plans and so on? And the last but not the least is estimation. You really want to come up with a uniform way of estimating your code, estimating your stories, make sure everybody who can be a stakeholder is on the table. Often QA folk are not involved. Often as a QA person myself, I used to be sitting at the table and I was like, I have no idea how much effort it's going to take to implement this piece. I can have an idea of how much it's going to take to test, but really it's also great way of learning about the intricate details about a feature. The next one is selecting metrics, which is the favorite part, my favorite part of this journey that I've been on. And this is really where I said initially that we want to talk about how do you know where you are with quality in an organization. And it's very good to say that we want to achieve, say, 100% coverage, separate topic of discussion as well. But you also want to find out why you want to get 100% test coverage, where it actually be able to tell you that the quality is great of the product. And even before you do that, you want to find out where you are today and where you want to get to. Because otherwise, you don't know if you're actually improving or you've actually reduced the quality of the product. So there can be a number of metrics that you can select in order to assess the software quality. My inspiration for this has mostly come from these two sources. The book Accelerate, if you've not read it, again, it's a great read. And if you can't find the time to read the book, the State of DevOps report, or DORA, which is now, as it's now called, is also available freely. It's, I think, a 20-30 page report, which actually talks about what are the types of the things high functioning organizations look at measuring, and what's a way of saying that these are the things that can help you determine whether the quality of product they're producing is great or not. So there's a lot of metrics you can measure to determine the product quality. I will talk about a few here. The first one is MTTG, or mean time to green. Basically, here is what you need to measure here is how long does it take your branch to go from red to green. As we are writing code and committing code to our branches as teams or individuals, it's normal to expect that it will go red. There will be some compilation issues or deployment issues or even code issues, and that's fine. But then how long can you actually take to recover from that redness to a green build? The reason why you want to measure this is because this one will really help you understand how will you respond what is your team's responsiveness in production when there's a P1 incident. Because it is a classic case of, as in testing, as with testing, we're told that if you can write a small test case for a small problem, then if you multiply it, the same principles should apply. So it's a similar principle here, that you want to try and understand how long it will take for a P1 or a P2 incident to resolve by your team. And you can actually use this information to provide an idea to your service management team that this is the SLA we'd like to adhere to as an organization. Sometimes the number you quote may not be the best one, which is okay, but that's where your improvement for quality comes in. Another one I want to look at is test coverage. This one is the one which has often had a lot of conversation in the industry, mainly because a lot of people talk about 100% test coverage, but 100% test coverage can also mean nothing, in the sense that you can actually write tests but have no assertions in them. That's very easily done. What I feel that us QAs really need to focus on is not 100% coverage, but 100% functional coverage. And that's where you want to make sure that all the functions that we're saying our product should exhibit are actually working 100% of the time. Then another one is PR commit rate per sprint. This one is really interesting because sometimes this one is a good way of detecting if you have many waterfalls in your team. Because what happens is, let's say you have a typical 2-week scrum, 2-week sprint, and your team starts creating pull requests, and most of the pull requests land on the last day. That really means you're not giving the team the time to test properly. You're not really thinking about your test scenarios. You're not doing any exploratory testing. You're not doing any bug bashes, and so on. So you want just a consistent rate of PR commits, probably lower in the beginning of the sprint because you're probably doing a lot of team ceremonies with regards to estimation and planning then. But as you move forward, what you really want to avoid is the maximum number of commits landing on the last day. Another one is QA kickback. This is not something I was aware of until one of my colleagues mentioned it to me. And this is really about calculating how much a story moves from the QA column to the dev column, and how much that seesaw is moving. What this helps highlight is that if a story is going back and forth too much, it really means that either the engineer is not even running the code before they're committing it for testing, or there are acceptance criteria missing, or we've had deployment issues every time we've tried to deploy that feature, and so on. And it really is a good conversation starter for teams to discuss during their retrospectives. Some other metrics you can think of, the percentage of flaky tests. You also want to make sure that as you're adding automated tests, the number of flaky tests is not getting higher and higher. This is something which does happen quite often, but it's important to keep an eye on this. And what you don't want is that teams start saying, oh, especially in the UI world, I see a lot of flaky tests keep happening. And then they say, oh, I know why this is failing. It passes every time when I run it manually. So I'm just going to comment this out. And that scenario never gets added to your manual regression testing suite. So it's things like that you don't want to reduce. You should be able to tackle it. And this is where your addressing of tech debt should really happen. Other ones, the second last one, which is really interesting as well, is defects found via automation or via exploratory testing per feature. Sometimes, and I feel that as QAs, we should always be open to this. Sometimes automation is not always the best way of discovering defects in a feature. Maybe because the tooling developed is not great for that piece. It's a new part of the our tech world. Or for example, I remember I used to work on some NoSQL databases back in the day, and there weren't really a lot of tools developed at the time for test automation. So I used to do a lot of exploratory testing on those big data sets, which is fine. It was time consuming, but I felt that as a team, we were able to find more defects that way. Sometimes doing bug bashes on new APIs is better than writing lots of automated tests in the beginning. Maybe the number of automated tests needs to be really low just to cover one happy and one edge case. Maybe that's what will work for that API and so on. So I feel this is something we should measure, not necessarily every day, every sprint, but something you should be aware of, because there's a lot of energy spent in writing test automation, but then an equal amount of energy will also start going into maintaining those tests, whereas that energy could be spent on better creating exploratory testing techniques for those features. Lastly, team feedback. The thing with quality assurance is that how it's quantitative in some ways, it's also qualitative. What I mean by that is, when you ask someone how is the quality of this product, some of it is how they feel when they use a product, and some of it is what they see, which is more tangible. So a team may be, say, producing lots of APIs and creating new screens which integrate with those APIs and so on, but they may feel that yes, all of it is implemented and it's working, but I'm not really happy with the UI. It's too clunky, it takes too many clicks for, say, a user to submit a form and so on. So getting that type of team feedback is really important, and not only from the engineers, from your customers as well. It's really important to engage with them as to how they feel the product quality is, how the release quality was, how is the communication, how are they finding the information, the documentation, and so on. And these are the things which can really help you gauge what are the things you want to measure for product quality. Here are some graphs that I've looked at in my previous organization. This first one actually indicates the first time we had 1,000 builds a day, which is a big achievement for any small startup, because as you're creating your own CI tooling and you're moving forward, it's a big win. And also, it's great to see how much time it took to actually execute that build. Another one was how long it takes. Initially, we used to have about 40 minutes of queuing, or about 2 hours of queuing for a build. But then there was a lot of work that was done, and then we got it down to 5 minutes, really, which was really useful because you want to enable fast feedback. Then another one was test greenness. Often we have a lot of automation running in our builds, but then how often are they green? What's interesting to see is that in this particular organization, there was trunk-based development, and so dev was expected to be not green all the time, but mostly green. But staging environment was far more important to make green, because that's where we will take the release cut from. Whereas for pre-prod environments, they were really for us and not specifically where we will take a cut from. These were environments where we just make sure that we have various versions of our product available, just so that in case we want to run tests on them, they are working. So staging was the one which was most important for us. And I think the numbers went even higher for dev later on, as we did a lot of work for this. Oops, apologies. Another one for me was when we actually started measuring the ratio of manual tests versus automated tests, because we wanted to try and understand what team needs the most amount of support during regression testing week before release. And this was a graph that I used to create to determine the scope of manual versus the ratio of manual versus automated tests. Because when I joined, the regression testing week used to take 2 weeks. But then we prioritized doing this work, and then we managed to bring it down to half a day for every release candidate, which was brilliant. Sometimes the defects we choose are also not always useful, and this is an example of that. In my head, I actually said, okay, I want to determine that the number of tests we write actually helps us detect a lot of defects. And this is an example of that. You would expect that the number of tests, if the number of tests a team has written is really high, the number of defects found in that team would be really low. But when I started to chalk that out for various teams, this metric made no sense. Because if you can see, the contracts team also had 24 defects, as well as the workflows team, even though they had a lot of tests, and this team had very few tests. So this metric was really inconclusive, and I stopped looking at this metric because this just didn't give me enough information. If anything, it pointed out to me that probably the right tests have not been written, which is why we're finding defects here. And I was wondering whether, as part of defect resolution, are we actually adding automated tests or not? This was another graph which was showing us how many defects we were finding over time and how many were critical and how many were high for every team. It was also showing us how many defects we're finding after release cutoff for every release. And as it went higher, of course, the CEO, CTO, everybody was really worried that but the reason that they were also going higher was that the number of people in the teams were also increasing and the number of features we were delivering were also increasing. So obviously, if there's more code, there will be more defects. Sometimes visualizations like these also are very useful because it helps people understand that for this release, these are the types of defects we were finding, and then you can actually do a calculated and have an informed decision making about what type of work you want to do for defect management. As I go towards the end, something which I really think is important to talk about is psychological safety when it comes to bringing numbers on the table. And this is a very interesting quote by Edwards Deming, which says, "Wherever there is fear, you will get wrong numbers, you will get wrong figures." I remember once in an organization, there were some program managers who said, we're going to measure how many defects were not started by all teams at any given time, which means that they weren't addressing them. What did the teams do? They went in and clicked the defect and dragged it into in development. Nobody's going to go across looking at 50 teams, looking at what they've done. And the numbers were wrong. It's very important that when you start looking at numbers, like I said before, everybody needs to think of them as being safe. It's not a way of measuring people's performance or team performance. It's really to understand what part of the product can we make better. The conversation always needs to be product centric rather than people centric. So a few things that I can mention which can make metrics safe are that you want to make sure that the teams or the tech lead managers are the people you're working with to create the vision, and also discussing what you want to measure. Then the task of the testing team is to make quality visible. It's not to pinpoint people's faults, but only to say, okay, we feel that this is where the product isn't stable. Can we all get together and try and identify what use cases are missing and work together on that? And let your teams develop their own targets. QA people or managers should really go in and define and say we need 100% code coverage. Let the team decide that. The only thing they should be looking at is that if all the functionality we're telling the client works is actually working or not, which is why I spoke about functional coverage. And we should always talk about metrics as part of our regular retrospectives, as to if this information that was collected in the past sprint, was it useful or not? Is there anything we need to address as a result of this? Do we need to highlight that we need more capacity for, say, defect fixing, or do we even need to have a no feature sprint and so on? Engage with the people and make sure they're involved in helping to define the metrics and making them safe. So in conclusion, it's important to understand that quality is subjective. It depends on a lot of factors, and it can not only depend on how the teams feel or how your clients feel. So make sure that you look at it in that way. Try and create a vision so that everybody's behind that vision and you can all gather around it and discuss what parts of it need addressing. Select some metrics and start measuring them. Also be open to the selection of metrics being wrong, and also be open to determining that we need to evolve this metric because it's not giving us in results that will help us improve the product quality as we go on. I hope this talk really helped all of you in some way. If you have suggestions or metrics you've used before, feel free to reach out. Feel free to reach out for any help or any advice or any conversations. My LinkedIn and Twitter handle are there. And I hope you really enjoyed the talk. Thank you so much, QA Global Summit. It's been an amazing day so far. I've watched some of the talks as well, and I'm really looking forward to hearing more for the next day as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maryam. We already had a comment that your presentation was really brilliant, very clear. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's time for a Q&A session. I see a couple of cool questions here, so we can probably start. Hope Astrid can join us. Yep, I see her. So let's rock, girls. So the first question for us will be, it probably goes to Astrid. Let me show the question. What is the best way to improve your emotional intelligence?
So,
okay.
I think, first of all, it is to start with yourself. Like when you get to different situations where you normally know you struggle, you can start to look at yourself, how you are reacting, and or how you change yourself. Sometimes we change our behavior for a person or for a situation, and you can start to just go outside of yourself, look at yourself, how you are reacting, and see if this is really what you want. Is this really you? Is this really what you want? Is this what you feel? This is what I want, how I want to react or not. And then you can start approving from yourself first, then go and see when someone else is telling you or showing you with their body language how they are feeling. Start acknowledging it. Maybe you can ask, are you doing fine today? Is something bothering you? Maybe it is something you did or you said that is bothering this person, and you can start improving that as well. So start slow and then go one step at another.
Okay, great, thank you. Maryam, maybe you have some experience with emotional intelligence too. So during your work, maybe you have some situations when you developed it and use it in your leadership.
Yes, I was not emotionally intelligent. I think being emotionally intelligent in today's hybrid working models is even more important because there's a lot that body language tells you, but you can't see it. And I remember there were some things I faced where I remember we were sitting in an estimation session with the whole team, and somebody in the team just raised their hand at me like that, saying, "We don't need you to say anything about estimation." And I didn't even realize it that this was happening until the product owner in the room pointed out, because they were so in tune with the vibe of the engineer there, because they were very much wanted to be in charge of that feature. So it's really important to try and read people. Another thing I would say about being emotionally intelligent is that it's something which people have or they don't, unfortunately. But I found more recently, I've started journaling, and I actually write about my emotions every day and how certain items, interactions at work made me feel. and it's really important to be able to voice them over time. I have to say it's taken me a long time to create a monotone voice when I'm trying to tell someone how I'm feeling, or if I don't agree with the decision that's being made. Your expressions, your body language talks so much about it. So I feel that journaling has really helped me try and discover that emotional quotient as well. So it's okay if you're not emotionally intelligent in the beginning, but it is also something that you should be aware of as you work, especially in this hybrid world of tech today.
Thank you for sharing this experience with journaling. I really think that it can help you not even in your professional life, but in some personal activities, because it's important. Okay, we have a brand new question from the audience. Let me show it to you. So, as a QA, how we can push the team to adapt a mindset to understand that testing is not just for QA or tester. Can you share your thoughts on this?
This is a hard question. Again, this is something, it's a mindset you grow with as an engineer. I feel if someone has had a bad experience in their first couple of roles as an engineer, where the testers were the only people writing tests and so on, it's really difficult to help them understand that testing is their job as well. I think it's really at this point that it comes from the management. You need, which is why I said you really need them to be your allies here, because then they can do things like, okay, everybody's objective is to make sure they write X percentage of tests. Something really lame like that can really help people turn around. And also something I try and do is, you should also think about what's happening in the industry. A lot of organizations have one or two testers per engineering team, but really what the evolution now is that there is a concept of quality coaches which is coming up, where what a quality engineer brings to the table is, how do you think out of the box, how do you think like a customer, and what are those scenarios, and how can we add those scenarios as tests in our code base. So, and that's the future for QA. I don't see a lot of organizations, at least in my experience so far, that there are QAs everywhere, because that's also where many waterfalls happen. I don't really know if I've answered the question. Feel free to shout out. I don't know if Astrid has any opinions as well on this.
Well, I'm not a tester as profession, but I heard that also many times when I was in conferences or when I attended talks, so that this actually is a topic which many deal with it or are unsure how to really answer that question. So I know that I read a blog post about that. It was at, I think, Tales of Testing. And this blog post was exactly about that topic. Maybe I can share the link after to the audience.
Yeah, this will be great. You can
Anna, I just
share it.
Sorry, Anna, I just remembered. Thank you for mentioning the blog post, Astrid. There was a blog post I read as well about this on the Ministry of Testing blog, which I'm happy to tweet after this. And it really talks about influencing skills that software testers need. This is also where metrics become really useful because you have the data in front. And engineers like to reason. They're not the emotional kind. They won't go on the feel of the product. They want to see defects. Like I remember my CEO used to say, I want a zero defect software. And I said, that's not possible. Humans make mistake. He's like, no, but we want zero defects. Or I cannot create that as a mission statement. I just cannot. And that's where I had to use some influencing skills in helping him understand why we cannot have that situation. I'll definitely share that shortly in a tweet so that it's available for everybody else.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks. So basically, we have the next question. And all this experience, it perfectly matches when you can interact with people directly. But what about our current situation with pandemic? So working from home, we interact with people less, and I think this might affect work. Maybe you have any tips on that? How we can improve our processes to handle those situations? Maryam, maybe you can share your thoughts on this.
Yeah, I do miss my coffee breaks at work, I have to say. Mainly because you learn so much more about people as humans, which you can't really do now. What I say is we actually start doing a lot of virtual lunches, or there are lots of organizations who have, if you just Google them, you have virtual escape rooms. You can do that with your teams, do a virtual lunch. We actually had a guy in the team who knew how to do beatboxing, so we had him perform for one lunch session. It is hard and it's frustrating, but I actually found that when you start to share and show your all vulnerability as a leader in this situation, the team just comes really well together. I myself was struggling a little bit because I was just really stressed and not able to go anywhere, and I really like my traveling. And I told their team that I'm struggling, and they're like, yes, we can see that you're stressed. Like, they were unanimous in saying that, which was great, that they felt safe enough to say that in front of me and also challenge me. But then it also helped them highlight what they were struggling with. And we just came together virtually like that as well. I think, though, this was easier in my case specifically because we had all met each other in person anyway. When you're in a situation where you're bringing a team together or you're joining an organization during the pandemic, it's harder. And that's where, if say you were having 10 meetings a day, if you were there in person, you're having 20 meetings a day because you're virtual, because a 10-minute talk turns into a half an hour meeting. You just have to do it. Have face-to-face conversations, push people to switch on their cameras. It's okay if they're in pajamas or whatever. Everybody needs to be comfortable, and I don't mind that. But, I feel that really helps. I mean, my husband's in tech as well, and he was they have stand-ups, but nobody switches on their camera, and I'm like, how do you know how everybody's feeling or doing, or if they're unwell, or they hardly have their camera switched on. And then I do see that they get quite frustrated sometimes when they're working on some code. But yeah, that's just how that team operates. But I want my team to be visual and talkative and engaging.
Yeah, it can be really hard to catch the emotions and overall understand who you're talking to when people, because they don't want to turn on their cameras. Astrid, maybe you also have some tips on how to make people more visible and understand.
Yes, I think being patient with each other, understand that a mother at home with 2 children has other problems than a single person who is alone at home. But this person is alone, the other person is overwhelmed with 2 children where she has to look after besides doing her job. So being patient with each other, slow it down. Like, if we are at work, we have to do everything like in a very, very fast context. But if we have to set up these calls, as Maryam said, like 20 calls a day, then we have to take the time for that. So we have to be patient with each other, that sometimes maybe you can just not do it the way you want to do it because there are so many things colliding together. So being patient would be one of my big lessons I learned during this pandemic for myself.
Okay, thank you for sharing your thoughts on this. Probably I can also add some words. A couple of days ago, I've spoken to my colleague, and he also shared his opinion on this pandemic situation. So his team is growing so fast, and a lot of new people came. But with all those online meetings, he just don't know in faces people. So when they finally have a team building and the team building was offline, he just struggles a lot trying to figure out who is who and trying to match the people, the actual guy or girl, with the picture in Slack or some other communication tools. Okay, let's move to the next question. And the question is, how can I know that I'm a good leader? By the way, good question. I like it. So let's start this time with Astrid, probably. How do you think?
So I think a good leader also has the whole competencies of emotional intelligence. He is or she, both of them, are aware of their own self, aware of others. They have time management, self-management. Besides, they are still human. Also, a leader makes mistakes. Also, a leader leads by making mistakes to show the team, hey, mistakes are part of it. And a good leader shows up how he wants the team to be and how a leader is treating his team or team members. This way, the leader is teaching the team who he really is. Because if you are treating some persons better than others, and or even the opposite, some worse than others, it shows up, and the team will recognize that, and it could be that the team will go against the leader. So having a clean leadership with every person definitely helps.
Okay, thank you. Maryam, maybe you have some thoughts on this
I
question?
like what I've just seen a comment which is brilliant, saying knowing how not to be a bad leader would be a good start.
Yes.
I'll actually go on to that because I have joined companies because of the people who interviewed me rather than the product they were building, because they have really helped me build my career. Things to watch out for if you're a leader is, don't always use your example. Enable the team, shield them from the noise of management and the boring conversations about budgets. If there's a lot of information being asked from your team, so for example, testers are always chased by release management, people on incidents, or in team, or product owners, and so on. Try and shield them a little bit. The biggest thing I think you can offer testers is advice on how they can manage their weeks day to day. As a leader or as a manager, you should always expect lots of interruptions in your day, but you should try and give them blocks of time. If people say, oh, they've not written enough code, you should give them the authority that, fine, I'm happy for you to book your calendar, and if somebody disturbs you, send them to me. Those are the things that I think it's really important to empower your team to bring results, because if they bring results, you're indirectly successful as well. And also, I think it's very important to show that it's not only about the business, it's also about their career progression. So try and build them up for their career rather than for the organization only, and they will actually stay with you in the organization then. I find that it's a very good way of retaining people and helping them find new challenges. Sometimes, if you feel, I think another thing I've seen as challenging, which I see as a leader, is that it's you will often find people feeling deflated or dejected or upset because of, say, the type of team they're in, or there's conflict in their team, or they're not inspired by the work that's happening in their team. Create opportunities for them. And if there are no opportunities, still ask them to come to you and talk to you, because it's your job as a leader to find an opportunity for them. It's their job to tell you what they want to do. Otherwise, they will leave and you will only be doing interviews for the rest of your life, which is not what you want to do. Another thing I think important for leadership is take time out for yourself. You should always take time out for yourself. Don't be the person who's always having lunch on their own. You can come across as quite arrogant and not wanting to mix with the rest of the team. These are small things, but these are really valuable things, which I find. And I've actually learned this from a lot of our veteran speakers and contributors like Lisa and Janet and Daniel North and Jez Humble. Angie Jones, they all make the time to talk to people at conferences. They don't shy away in a corner. If they do, it's because they just want a little bit of space. Give them the space, but they are more than happy to give you the information. So you should try and give that back in some way as well.
Thank you for sharing a lot. It's really something that matches to my own experience. I always remember when I was like a newcomer to the company and in my first project, first time I feel like it's like my manager and leader. She's not a good manager and leader. Just I think that she should know about the application, about the project more than anyone else. But then when my experience grows, I understand that actually she's a great leader, just because she always shields us from another interruptions. She always think about the team and having like a good atmosphere inside. She always think about the total team results. So it totally matches to the things that you mark as important, Miriam. Okay, I think it's time to finish our session. Thank you, dear Astrid and Maryam, for joining us today, for sharing your thoughts and experience. Really, it was really great to hear you both. So hope to see you again on another sessions. And right now, bye and thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, so guys, as I said, it's time to finish. By the way, hope you enjoyed those track. And right now, I give the floor to my colleague, Alex, and he will be moderating the next track. Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you for your moderation, and thank you, Maryam and Astrid, for very interesting talks. Before we proceed to our next speakers, I would like to make a small announcement. So, now we have the great news for our lovely HRs. On September 22nd and 23rd, we gather the most respected HR and recruitment experts to share their knowledge on human resources care in their complicated times. And this event is no exception. For the next week, you can buy it at 50% discount. To get this deal, use a special promo code PROTEST at checkout. You can scan the code or just click the link in the chat and check all the information about this amazing event. And now I'm gonna pass the word to our next moderator, Alex, who will join us right after a short break. See you soon. And hello again. So before we start, I'm happy to announce our next sponsor, Andela. Andela has been placing software engineers with a global tech company since 2014. Their engineers are solving the most challenging problems in software today and working with the world's leading companies like Coursera, GitHub, Kickstarter, and to build products that are used by millions of people. Their engineers have access to mentorship and support to ensure they keep growing professionally. 89% of developers placed on an engagement report an improved quality of life. Andela connects brilliance to a world of opportunities. Visit the website at andela.com and join them today. And now, I'm happy to pass the role to our next moderator, Alex.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hi. So,
Nice to
this
see you
stage
again.
is, yes, as always. And the stage is yours. And I'll
Thank
see you
you.
soon.
Thank you. Cool. So I hope all of us are very excited about today's event. And our next block is mostly related to automation, or as a word, test automation. Let me briefly say a few words about myself. Maybe you have a chance to see me before while we are discussing testing in Agile and DevOps. So I'm Alex, and I started my QA career, I think, about 6 years ago. Now I work as solution advisor, but my path is related to test automation. So I started as test automation engineer, then I was mentoring test automation engineers and managing test automation related project. So it's a quick introduction of myself, and now I present to you our first speaker, Elias Nogueira, who came today with interesting, from my point of view, and I hope for you as well, with interesting topic, 3 design patterns and architecture decision you must use in your project. Elias is principal software engineer in test at Backbase company and joins us today from Amsterdam. Hello, Elias. You're on mute.
Hi, Alex.
Hello, nice to see you. How are you?
Yeah, nice to see you.
Today?
Sorry?
How are you?
I'm fine, fine. Looking forward. Yeah, I saw some presentations, awesome agenda. Yeah, and let's see if
Cool.
like you guys will like mine.
I'm sure that after presentation, the audience will review their frameworks probably in terms of structure and architecture and put something and take your expertise here. It should be interesting. So, could you share your presentation? I cannot see it in the list. So
Sure, right
do
now.
it by yourself, I think.
This.
So the stage is yours. Yeah,
Awesome.
take a word, please. Yeah.
Thank you. So, hi guys. Let me do a small check first and see myself. Okay, we can see the IDE, we can see the presentation. That's awesome. So thank you for all watching my presentation, and I will expect a lot of questions later. As Alex told before, I'm Elias. I'm a Brazilian guy. I live in the Netherlands right now. I'm working as a principal software engineer, focusing on testing. It's my passion. I'm working quite a while. I have 21 years of experience besides this young face. And just to start, you guys can, of course, access my presentation and the code that I'm going to show to you. If you get your cell phone and scan that QR code, of course, there is a link. There will be links in the end of the presentation. So you can also have access to these slides and code, okay? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you some slides to tell you about these 3 design patterns and 3 architectural decisions. And after that, I will show to you some code. All those decisions and design patterns are the basic ones. So if you create any framework, testing framework to do your testing better, I truly believe you should use them. And of course, there are a lot of different ones, but I would only focus on 3 ones. That's, let's say, it's not the most important ones, but we will save a lot of time. Okay. So the first thing is the base test class. So if you don't know this, it's a simple approach. We can share a lot of things from to other classes like initializations, cleanup, and so on. And we are trying to reuse some code instead of duplicate some code on your tasks. And this base test class is basic on a concept for our new, not new, but really old oriented programming approach, okay, with objects, of course. And what we can see, if we are not applying this base test class, you can see the test 1, 2, and test 2 again. So there's a bug in my slide. And you can see that I could create or apply some pre and post conditions. And if I'm not using the base test class, I will duplicate these pre and post conditions among or through all those different classes. And this is really bad because one thing we should avoid as software engineers in general, it's not applying any code duplication or try to do at least try to eliminate that. Sometimes it's hard, but yeah. And how we can approach, how we can create and apply this approach, simply using a class that will have the whole things that we need to do. For example, if I have browser initialization, like open the browser, close the browser, or close, open, close database and logs, do a login, logout, connect, disconnect servers, everything that is shared among the others test classes. So we'll use some inheritance on that. It's easy. And we can also, let's say if the complex grows, you can create different base test class based on this complexity. So it's very flexible to create this approach, okay? What are you going to see when you have the slides? These examples. So I have all the classes that I'm going to show to you right now. So you can later on follow the same approach. Okay, so what happened through the classes? I have here on my IDE the without. So let's try to show to you this. What I have here as a test, I have a setup that I'm creating using the Chrome driver, instantiate it and access my block. Okay. And after that, I have an after all that will quit the browser. So this is the precondition, the before, and after is the post condition. And I have my basic test here, okay, doing something on the website. And I have another class on the same website with the same precondition and with the same post condition, but the test is different. This is a classical thing we have, right? So how I can get rid of those code duplications for pre and post conditions, applying, of course, this base test class approach, okay? How I can do this? I can create a class, and most of the time we do it as an abstract class. I will show to you why. But what I'm doing, I'm creating the precondition and post condition on this class. And you can see that the driver, that main thing using the test automation with Selenium, is protected. So I need to access this in the other tests. And what I have here from both tests, I'm extending this test to use the base test class. So what is going to happen? Before I can run the test, I have the tags that I'm using from JUnit, before and after. So the before will run, after that the test, and after that, in the end, the after one. And I removed all the duplications here, as you can see in the same second test. That is the same, but I just removed the whole duplication. And why we are telling you, why I'm telling you that we need to do it abstract. Let's say you don't need to close the browser when you do some specific test. You can simply override. Let me do it correctly. And let me see the implemented methods. No. I'm seeing two different screens, so I can use the static void. It's the, let's say, precondition, I believe. And we can do nothing. Ignoring for now this error in my ID. So you can use the same before all we have here setup. And instead of doing something, instead of calling super, when we do override for this, we call it super in Java, at least in Java. We can do nothing inside, so you can control for some tests, we can remove or do something extra for these pre and post conditions, okay? And let me just remove here and jump to the next one, the builders and fluent interface. For builder, what we try to do with builder, we are trying to construct objects, right? And we do construct objects using a constructor in any oriented programming language. So what I have here, I have name, description, and price, basic attributes. And to create a product object, I need to create a constructor and pass all this information to this constructor, which is this public products with those parameters, right? And if you grow in more attributes, you have more parameters to fill in, and it will be difficult to control everything. So what the builder does, we can create a class based on this main product one or any other one if you have. And we can simply create some methods to ingest or inject those attributes. And in the end, I need to build the product. So I'm going to use that same attributes to only instantiate the method or the constructor. It seems, okay, it's more code, it's more complicated, but when we are using it, it's better to see. How we can see this? So in the builder one, this product thing, what is the problem with the product? Let me see the test. I have the product here with the same things, with the getters, setters, with this only getter, sorry, to string and the constructor. And if I'm not using actually the builder approach, I need to create like a product. Let me just increase here. Product, new product, and I need to pass the name, description, and a price, right? This is the normal way we are creating objects, but what I can do with builder, and this is focus exactly here, I can fluently, I will even duplicate to see to show to you this, my product. I'm going to use the product builder. And now I have access to like name, to price, to description, and any other methods to fill in those. And what I can do with this, I can make, of course, optional these parameters. And of course, in the end, I need to build to construct the objects. So what you have, a fluent way to create objects here and control what is important or not for you. Okay. So what I'm doing here, I'm getting the creating a product and just seeing if it's new or not. Okay. And what I can have as well, in this test, I'm creating a product, and you can see this will throw a message because like price is mandatory. I must have the price here, and I'm not filling in the price. So it's a better way to control what is mandatory or not, or what is the option or not as well. So you can have construct those objects in a fluent way instead of using a constructor. Okay. And the Fluence interface, it's almost the same, but what is the difference? In builder pattern, we create objects, and the Fluent interface, you do actions. If you see here, I'm trying to mimic like a test automation doing in the Amazon page, and I have the select department and search, and I can use in a fluent way like, okay, Amazon Amazon page.search, or Amazon page.search something. I can use the chain methods to do something in the web page or whatever you would like. And this it's commonly called DSLs, right? So in the same way, we can have this fluent interface. I have here the Amazon department and search. And one thing that I didn't mention, you should use this. You should add the object to return itself, because this is the way we can use the next method and chain it all those methods. Okay, instead of void or returning a specific object, you are going to return the class itself. Okay, and in the test, what is the possibilities I can have? I can just use search and do my search on the web page, or I can select the department first, and after that, do a specific search in that department, for example. So I can use it fluently, and we are not constructing any object. Because of that, it's called a fluent interface. Okay. What we have next, I don't know if like I'm on speed or not, but you guys can tell me. This is a classical example page, and the factory. The factory is a really good one. I love this factory because we can create a lot of different things with factories, and it's pretty good. The first thing that probably you guys are implementing, it's creating something based on factory. So the classical things for wiki ways, we can create different browsers, right, from front-end test automation. And the best thing is applying a factory, because I can tell, okay, create a Chrome browser, create Edge, Firefox, Safari, even Internet Explorer that doesn't exist anymore, but yes, sometimes we need to use. You can create one, and can easily create one based on, of course, properties and something like easily changeable. Okay, so this is the classical way we can apply as quality engineers. And to apply this, basically we have a main, is this first square here, like driver factory, a main class or a main file controlling it to create, like in this case, the instance. And we are going to implement each class or each file for each driver or each object you need to create. Of course, they are not the same. Let's say they are browsers, but each browser has their own differences. So at least I have like the create driver method and get options here to only get options. So what is the meaning of this factory? You have a class that controls this factory, and based on this class, you're going to tell, okay, create for me a Chrome, a Firefox, or Edge, and based on these inputs, this factory will go to that class and we create based on those differences, let's say. Okay, just to show to you how it looks like. Here with factory, let's close this everything, and factory browser. I can have a basic one. Here I'm implementing a super basic one, so I have a link to show to you later. So I'm using Java. Sorry for you guys not using Java, but all the concepts, all the decisions and patterns here, you can use any other programming language. So what I have here, if it's Chrome, I'm like creating Chrome, and you see this line, I'm instantiate a Chrome driver, and these options, I'm adding some specific options from Chrome. But if I need for Firefox, Firefox is different, and I have some specific things for Firefox and so on. For each browser, we have different things, right? So I can have one easily. This is a basic implementation on Java, but you can have another ones. And how we can have another ones? I have a blog post where I'm explaining those differences, like simple implementation or like not the best, but really good one. And we have also the data generation based on this factory approach, how we can achieve that. Basic data generation, there are many ways to generate. The mains are the fakes and the static or dynamic generation, right? Using the fakes, I love using fakes. Instead of using hard-coded strings or random string utils, we can use some libraries. For Java, there is a one called Java Faker. For JavaScript, it's the same, a faker. For every programming language has one. So I can easily create like names, address, credit card numbers, and everything that is a variable. So you can, instead of using hard-coded data, you can make this approach to create data with those libraries. And how you can create a factory, data factory with those libraries. Let's say I need to use this fake generation to not to randomize all the data with this factory approach. I can simply create a class and create all those scenarios where I need some data. Let's say I'm trying to pass through the credit card validation. So when I buy something on a web page or on a service. So I can generate an invalid credit card, a credit card with invalid number, with invalid month, with invalid year, with the invalid code, the checking code, the CCV, and so on. So you can easily create those different data based on different aspects or different test scenarios you have. So it really helps us to not avoid code duplication and easily create those different scenarios with different data. Just to explain to you as well what we have here, the code, and with the factory, with data. What I have here, using Faker, I have the created credit card. Let's say this is the builder one. Sorry. Whoop. Factory, data factory. Yeah, this is the factory. Yeah, no, this is correct one. Sorry. Let's say here I need to create an invalid credit card number. So I'm getting a valid object and I'm changing the digits of the credit card to make it look wrong. So I'm returning a credit card object with a credit card number wrong. And I can do for month, I can do for CCV, everything. And of course I have the creation of the valid one. So the create of the valid one, I'm using Faker here to generate a random name, a credit card number, the CCV with fake digits, and valid other data here, okay? And regarding data, we have also the static generation that is commonly used. I don't like that much this approach, but sometimes we need to use. We can generate, we can have those data from a class, from a CSV file, for a JSON, from an Excel file that people loves, database mocks, etc. This static generation, for me, personal opinion, the best approach is using some classes with the data-driven approach and not using or try to avoid at least using some static files, because let's say you cannot randomize those data, and let's say sometimes you can have a flaky test regarding that because of that. But let's see that this different statics one, what I like more is the data-driven approach that we can create in any framework. So this is a JUnit 5 approach where I have some arguments on data and I'm telling this, okay, I have those products and the product name and the product price, and I can tell a class, I can use in a class, okay, use these arguments, this data from this class to run the tests. So to see if like it's okay or not. And it's like, it's a really good approach because here is hard-coded, of course, but I can make it like more dynamic with fakers or with different data generators. On this example, what I have here, and I'm explaining really fast because of the time, and you guys can take a look later, okay? On the data approach, the data-driven one, you can see my test is telling, okay, this is a parameterized test, and I have some arguments which are the data, and this data is the credit card driven, and for each one, I'm asserting that is valid. Otherwise, for is valid, yeah, of course it's not, so it throw the invalid data. And this class has the different invalid calls, and it's dynamic. So it's the best, let's say the best approach we can apply with the data-driven, okay? And we have the dynamic generation. I'm not going to show some code, but I use it sometimes. The dynamic generation is the approach you can apply based on your context. So you can remove some maintenance from test data. Let's say you, in your current context, your company, you need to consume some data from a database because there's a replication of production data there. You need to use something like this. You can do some queries, create a DSL based on the Fluent interface, and constructing some queries based on some parameters. Let's say, give me from the database a credit card that has a restriction, a credit card that has this amount of amounts to spend, or any other condition, and you can consume from that. And even though you can have those data and use through your test. Or you can consume it from an API perspective. Instead of go to the database, you can hit an API and give me a credit card with this, and that constraints. So you can have it, you can create based on, let's say, the Fluent interface and the factory one, the previous one, you can create a dynamic generation based on this consumption of the API, okay? This is a little bit more complex because it needs to implement something or API or database queries, but it's okay. We can, yeah, I'm pretty sure you guys can do this. And now we finished all the patterns, the 3 patterns. Of course, I extend a little bit the patterns, explain some difference between like builder and fluent interface. And now I'm talking about the decisions, the architectural decisions you can apply. So the first one is really easy one, but it's really important one. It's the configuration management part, because we need to avoid some changes in the code based on any like aspect. Let's say dynamic values, or let's say the URL, an API endpoint, a user. So it should be configured to easily change those values and not change manually in a file. We need to have a way to dynamically doing it, because let's say we are most of the time running through the pipelines, and you're not going to the pipeline every time and update the values, or not going to the project, update the values, pushing the change, and after that running the pipeline, right? So here I showed to you a really specific approach for Java, but you can do, of course, for any other programming language, and all the programming language has it as well. So here, what I have here, a configuration file on my research folder, and this configuration file, I'm having here like a headless attribute, basic user and password for that user, and authentication URL here, just for a small test. And what is the purpose of this? If the user change it, I can change in this class. If the URL changed, I can change in this property. But if I'm going to use a pipeline and just change the user, because in the development environment is the admin, but in the test environment is the user, the name of the user. So instead of changing this property file, can set somewhere or somehow these different values, most likely through environment variables. And this implementation with Java, I'm using library here, call it owner. And what I can do, I can simply tell, okay, I have this config properties in my class path, so try to match this headless with the headless thing, and try to match like this basic auth URL with this value inside the config.properties file. And this framework will do the magic for us. And this system properties, it's to, okay, if I set some environment variable dynamically, use it instead of getting the values from the config file. And now what I can do with this, I can simply use my configuration. In any way, here I'm using this configuration method. In this configuration method, I can use, let me just, it's headless, right? Configuration dot headless, for example, headless. Or use, of course, this is because it's the headless is Boolean value, but I can use headless, or I can still use like the basic authentication, or any other thing that I can add inside that configuration file. This configuration file just has an abstraction here that I'm creating the configuration that goes to this configuration, the same one. Okay. The second one, it's logging reports. So what we can do using logging reports. We need a way to generate some data regarding any test execution, right? So we need to throw and need to see some exception logs or basic logs. And we need to see, of course, a test report based on the team needs or the stakeholder needs. This is a classic thing. And what is the really important thing? I can see many quality engineers not doing this, but it's really important logging, not everything, but the most important parts of your framework through logs. Okay, so which strategy we can do? We can create in a file, a log file, TXT file, a JSON file, doesn't matter. but it's good to throw some assertion errors, timeout exceptions, locator exceptions, any API exception, and anything that is an exception. And sometimes some basic information, let's say if you are generating the data dynamically like I'm doing, it's good to log that dynamic data so you can correlate your test execution with a log if it fails. And we know exactly the points that is going through the code. Okay. What I'm doing here, it's really simple. I'm using the log4j, it's a library for Java, and in the credit card factory, what I'm doing here, no, not this factory, it's the data factory, driven data. If you can see, I can simplify, let me, I'm telling that it needs to log, and every time I'm generating it, I'm adding, okay, log.info, information, the whole new data object. And what I can do, I did not run, so I don't have the data here, but let me just run one test with the factory one. Data factory, let me run it. I need to run, and I should open for you guys the log file for that. So it's running. You can even see, if I can put it here, you can see that there's an info here on my console as well. And what I can do, I have a file generated, and it has, it's really small, sorry for this, but it has the info here as well. If it would be an exception, would be the exception with the stack trace or any relevant information for this. Okay. And we, of course, we must generate test report, but those test reports can be in different styles based as well in your context. So we can have like in Gherkin style. Gherkin style is not the actually the BDD, but it's any readable by humans. We can have the XUnit style that CI/CD tools can read it, an HTML, or any other style like a JSON report. What is important to know the stakeholders and how you consume it. Most of the time I'm using HTML report and XUnit report because as I'm coding and running every day, XUnit style is pretty okay for me. And when I need to show something to other or to stakeholder or just to do a presentation, I'm using HTML1 so it's easy instead of showing a lot of log files and XML or JSON files. It's a beautiful report. Okay. How we can have it? The most important thing is try to avoid any code as possible. So instead of reinventing the wheel and adding a lot of complexity regarding reports, you can use, for example, Allure reports, where you can only configure in your project, doesn't matter if Java, JavaScript, or any other programming language, you can have it automatically generated. So what I like more in Allure report, I can simply only run it from the terminal and I can see the files. And of course, there's some configurations. I have one configuration just targets the result folder and some configurations in my main POM XML file, which is the main file that will configure something from your project. So it's down there. And there's a lot of configurations, but all those configurations are placed in the library documentation, so it's easy. And if I run this, let me see the view, window, no, terminal, I can simply run Allure, Allure, let's say serve, and it will serve my files, my test execution, and will show to me a beautiful HTML report that is not showing to you, it's showing here. So I can have a beautiful report from my previous execution. If I would see that, it's from the valid credit card. So we have everything here. All right. And this is my presentation, guys. I don't know if it was fast or not, but the purpose of this presentation is to show to you some slide and code. And of course, the main intention is to give you some examples you can try to mimic later and learn from those examples later, okay? And this is on this page, it's the same thing. If you scan this page, you scan this QR code, you can have access to the presentation as well.
Thank you, Elias. That was really interesting, and thank you for sharing it with us. I think our audience will find it useful and helpful in their projects. So, see you during the Q&A session.
See you guys. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye. Yeah, dear all, I just have a kind reminder to share your questions or ask your questions, share some comments with us. And after our blocks, we will have a Q&A session where we can cover all the needed aspects and maybe some things that you're interested in. So, and let's we move forward, and please let me introduce our next speaker. It's Gleb Bahmutov, who joins us today from the United States. Gleb is Senior Director of Engineering at Mercury and came to us with a really, I think, special and actual one topic. It's testing of real-time chat web application. And the technical stack is here, Cypress tool for web automation. So, Gleb, hello. Can you hear me well?
Yes, Alex, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. How about you?
I'm good. Thank you for inviting me. And I've been watching the stream. It's really interesting. Very good presentations today.
Cool, cool. So welcome to the stage, and please share your presentation. Go ahead.
Thank you, Alex. I'm Gleb Bahmutov, Senior Director of Engineering at Mercury US. If you're looking for a job, especially in the backend, and you live in Japan or United States, please give me to know. The slides are already online, so you don't have to even listen to me. You can just go through the slides, but please listen to me. End-to-end testing for real-time chat web application implementing using Socket.io is my topic. Before I start, I just want to quickly remind everyone we live in imminent danger of climate crisis. As you know from report last week, we are on a very bad path. It's not going to affect just your kids, it's going to affect you. The change is possible, but it's not just your life. It's only by joining an organization and acting together we can change the climate crisis and maybe solve it a little bit. Okay, back to the topic. So my agenda today is to show you a Socket.io chat web application and talk how you can test it in different approaches. Maybe you test individual piece of code, maybe you stop the server communication, maybe you do run two different chat clients and sync them somehow. I'll show how I run those tests on continuous integration service, and I'll talk about code coverage. You can ask the questions, and I will answer them during Q&A session after the free presentations in this block. Okay, a few things about me. I had a career where I've done all sorts of programming. I now do usually work in Node and JavaScript. You can find all my open source projects on GitHub and all my presentations on slides.com and on my personal website. Why do I like speaking and using Cypress.io for end-to-end testing? Because for the last 4 years, I worked at Cypress.io on the test runner itself and different integrations and applied it into different situations. So I truly enjoy using Cypress.io for testing applications. Today, my application, it looks something like this. You open the browser, you join the chat, you can type messages, the messages appear in your chat, but you really want someone else to talk to. So if another user joins the same server, provides the name, you can see the message with the second user joined, and you can exchange messages, and this is a group chat. You can find the full implementation on GitHub. Now, the server itself is a standard Socket.io server that creates a Socket endpoint, and on every connection, a new user comes in, and then every message that is received is just broadcast to every other user. there are a couple of additional methods and messages, like a user setting the name or a user disconnecting. So you want to broadcast setting the name and disconnection as well. Okay, and you can also see in the terminal whatever the server is doing. On the client side, you connect to the server, to the socket, to the server running at this point at localhost 8080, and then you connect your DOM UI to the socket. For example, if a user types a message and presses enter, you emit socket emit message saying, hey, the user just posted this text. Can you broadcast it to everyone? And all the messages that arrive from the socket, from the server, you want to put them in the page, right? Like a new chat message, maybe a user is online or offline. And the first thing the application is doing when you connect to the page is asking for your name using window.prompt and then broadcasting it through a socket connection. The most important thing in this particular implementation, even if you post a message and there is no one else, the message still travels all the way to the server and comes back. So it's kind of full loop. So the question I have to pose to you, does it work? Well, if you're just writing this application, you probably try it locally. You might have a couple of browser windows open. So you say, yeah, it does work. You're pretty sure about this. But tomorrow, it might be broken because someone refactored code, someone moved the server, someone changed a version of the socket.io library. And so no one knows without actually testing it. So we do need end-to-end tests, or do we? So the approaches that I will describe in this presentation are based on the blog post I've written that describe different stages of testing or different approaches to testing. You can find all these blog posts online. So the first thing I want to do is write a Cypress test that just connects to the page. This test is called post my message. You visit the URL, in this case, localhost 8080, and you know that the page will ask you, will prompt you for your name. So you have to stop that window prompt method and say site. And then just check the DOM page, right? Does the page show that site joined the chat? It should be visible. Then you try typing the message and make sure that it's displayed back in the list of messages. So you purely operate on the page level. You don't care how the server implements it. Notice the very common pattern. You do something like type a message, and when you assert that the message appears. This is a very common pattern in end-to-end testing, a command and assertion, command and assertion. This is how the test looks. This is a real browser. You can hover over each command and see how the page looked at that particular moment, where it typed, how the message appeared, and how the message was checked, and the message has a right sender site. But does the application really work? I mean, you could write an application that simply takes a message from the form and posts it back into the chat area, right? The message doesn't really go to the server. So if you had a second user, they would never see the message. And can the second user send messages to you and you would receive them? You don't know that. So where do we draw the line in our testing? We have our browser. It has some application code. It connects to a WebSocket. And then from there, it sends WebSocket messages to the socket.io server that I've shown. And then another user connects to the same socket.io server. So where do we draw the line in our testing? Where do we stop or stop? So we can stop the application code. We can also stop the WebSocket itself. Now, we cannot really stop the WebSocket messages. Cypress doesn't support it. It only supports HTTP stopping. So I will skip this step. But we can also connect to the socket.io as a second user from the same test without opening a second browser. Or really, we could open a second browser and run a second test runner. So which one of these strategies is the best? So let's try stopping just the application code and never actually calling the socket. Remember, our page really can call the client action that wraps around WebSocket. This looks like this. You create a class or an object that just wraps around every operation that we do on a socket. For example, set username, send message, on chat message, is online. And all our page code, instead of using the socket directly like before, can call the client action method. So we create a wrapper around socket.io. Now, when we create a wrapper, we can expose that wrapper object on a window object when we're running that application inside a Cypress test by checking if window Cypress is defined. So once we do this, we can actually see that object from the test. And then we can, for example, spy on methods on that object from our test. For example, we can spy on the client action set username. We can also check if that method was called by the application. Remember, if we can call a method from the application, we can spy or stop that method from our Cypress test. It's one of the perks of using Cypress. It has access to the application code. You can see those spies and stubs called in the command log on the left, those pink badges, set username, right? That's when application actually called that method, and you can confirm it from your test. For example, if you set username, send message, right, from your application, similarly, you can spy on set username, send message, and confirm that when you go through the page that those methods are called. On a receiving end of socket messages, right, when the socket says on chat message, or client action is online, you can actually invoke those methods from your test, simulating a message arriving as if it arrived from the socket. But in fact, it's not the socket. You're just invoking a method in your application code. This is how it looks. And once you invoke those methods, you check that the page actually shows those messages. Well, the good thing, we confirm that the application code is working, right? But we don't know if the socket is configured correctly. And the server could be completely broken because we never actually sent a message to the socket.io server. We only stopped the application code, so the messages actually never propagated to the network layer. So let's see, maybe instead of stubbing our application code, we can actually replace the WebSocket. And instead of using a real WebSocket, we could use a mock WebSocket. There are several classes of mocks for socket.io. For example, I picked this one, socket.io mock. So you create that socket, and now you almost have like a socket.io server, but running inside your browser. So inside your test, you can actually define everything that you want to happen when, for example, the socket says on username, or when it sends a chat message. You can store the message, maybe confirm things. The challenge here is, how do you tell your application that instead of connecting to the real socket.io server running on localhost 8080, it should use the test socket mock? So you can modify your application code, obviously saying, if I'm running inside a window.cypress, then use this test socket. Otherwise, if it's production, connect to the localhost 8080. I don't like this. I would prefer to do it completely from the test. Luckily, Cypress has this ability of intercepting even the loading of the index.html page using sci-intercept, and then getting the page and just replacing, as text part of its body. We're literally replacing in response body IO connect localhost 8080 with window.testSocket. And then we can actually set that socket to the mock from the spec file. So what happens is that our page and our application thinks it's using the real socket connection. In reality, our test running in a separate iframe creates the socket mock, sets it in the application iframe, and then application thinks it's communicating with a real backend, but it's just our test code. And then we are free to do whatever we want. For example, we can send the message through the page, check the last message received on our mock socket, and confirm that it actually gets the right text. Then maybe we'll emit through the socket client a message and check the page that it actually shows the right message. It looks like this, runs very, very quickly because, again, there is no backend. And we confirm that the socket API called by application code actually is correct up to the spec. But again, the server could be completely broken. We never actually sent a real message to the socket IO. So a better approach is to act as a second user. So the first user is our page. The second user will be our spec. But that spec will connect to the socket IO server as if it were a separate browser, and then send messages, receive them, confirm them. Here's what we can do. Right from the spec file, just load the same IO client, just like the page did. Then connect to the browser page, right? Load it, and then create a second connection. Literally say IO connect the same localhost 8080, set a ghost second name, emit the username, and on chat message you can save the last message received from the page, and then the page and the second connection can check each other. Maybe the second user sends a message by using socket IO emit, and when we check the page, shows that message. Maybe the page sends a message, and in that case, we actually confirm that the last message that the second user receives is correct. This is how it runs. It runs very, very quickly. We are using the backend, right? But we're not opening a second browser. We're doing everything from the same spec file. First user goes through the page UI. Second user directly connects to the socket IO backend, and then they play with each other. Now, you can connect to as a second user from the page itself, right from the browser. Or Cypress has this separate process that actually launches the browser. It's called the plugin process. It runs in Node, and you can, instead of connecting directly, connect from the Cypress plugin file, because WebSocket connection can be done from Node. I actually like this approach because it cleanly separates connecting to the socket IO backend from the page itself. And the second user can actually connect before the browser window even opens. I kind of prefer putting it in the plugin file. Okay, well, you're saying, Gleb, this is not enough. I really, really, really want to confirm that if I open two browser windows, they both can connect and chat with each other. I don't want to mark anything. I don't want to have a separate socket connection. I just want to open two pages and chat. Okay, so we need two separate specs. First user will run its own set of end-to-end commands going through the page, and the second spec, the second user, will open its own browser window and go through its own commands going through the page. Now we have to configure everything so that the two test runners don't step on each other's toes. For example, Cypress takes a video of a test run. Well, we need to actually make sure that those videos don't overwrite each other, and they're stored in a separate locations. And those configs pretty much look the same, honestly. You can run two Cypress test runners using concurrently, for example, utility. Open the first one, open the second one, wait for both of them to finish. This is how it looks, right? Two browser windows chatting with each other. But there are a couple of shortcomings. One is on CI, you have to open X server. Cypress has a built-in X server, but spanning two X servers at the same time can actually run into race conditions. And the second, the blind tests that just say, hey, load the page, post a message, assert a message, the test runners are not actually synced. They can have a race condition between each other. For example, the second test runner can connect before the first one. So the test becomes unpredictable. What we really want to do is open the page from the first test runner, wait for the first name to appear, and only then connect as the second test runner. Send the message to the second run and wait for the confirmation from the second test run, right? And remember, command assertion. command assertion. That's what we want. So the test is deterministic and always does the same things in the same order. Now, here's the whole diagram of how we're going to do this. In black, I'm showing the application. It runs in two browser windows and they connect to the same socket.io chat server at port 8080 in the middle. In blue, these are the tests. Visit, get, task, all these commands running in the browser but in different iframes, they will communicate with its own plugin file, right? It's part of Cypress process that spawns the browser, and those parts can communicate. And then we can create a separate socket.io server, not for our chat app, but those two test runners, two Cypress processes to wait and sync together. Okay, so we'll have two commands, checkpoint and wait for checkpoint. And those two commands will allow us to actually synchronize two test runners so they always operate in expected order. The checkpoint command is used by the test runner inside the test to say, hey, I reached this particular point in our common shared test. And wait for checkpoint, any test runner can say, hey, another test runner is doing something, and I will wait for that test runner to reach that checkpoint. So I don't start the new step in the shared test before the second runner has finished. Syncing socket.io servers, it's pretty much the same socket.io as our chat server. We'll just run it on a different port, and we'll implement just connect, disconnect, and maybe checkpoint and wait for checkpoint. In our plugin, we just have to connect to that localhost 9090 and implement checkpoint. For example, when another test runner says, I'm at this checkpoint, just store it. The task is what is used to connect the test running in a browser with this plugin process. A task can say, I reach checkpoint. In that case, you emit the checkpoint name so every other test runner knows about it. Wait for checkpoint means the test wants to wait until someone else emits the checkpoint name, and then you continue. Okay, so how do our tests look now, right? Again, this is the first user. The first user will connect to the localhost 8080 to the chat program. It will stop the window prompt and it will say, my name is first. Then it will make sure that the page shows the first joined the chat. And then immediately it will execute checkpoint saying, I reached the checkpoint. First user has joined. And what does it want to do? Well, now it wants to wait for the second user to join, right? And only after the second user has joined, then it will check the message, the second user joined the chat. Okay. Now, probably the second user will post a message, so we'll check our messages to make sure we see that message. And then we'll post a response and we'll wait for a checkpoint that the second user saw that message that we just posted. So again, the two specs, they communicate. Not only they do something, they also wait for acknowledgement from another test runner. The second user starts the test, doesn't even visit the page. First, it waits for checkpoint that the first user has joined. Remember, loading browser, starting them up, it could take different times, so it could go out of order. But in this case, no problem. We'll wait for the first user to open the message that we have joined, and then we'll say, hey, checkpoint, second user has joined, so the first test can continue. We can type our message. We can check that the message from the first spec arrives, and then we'll say, yeah, second user saw that message. Here's how it looks. This is the video from the first test run, and notice how long it has to wait for the second browser to open. And once it opens, now everything continues very quickly. Again, we posted the message. We wait for the second browser to join, and then we start exchanging messages. Then it becomes very, very quickly. Video from the second test runner, it goes much faster because the first test run is already there. So it's waiting for us. And after that, its communication happens very, very quickly, and then exchange messages and confirm it. Now, you might ask, well, how about running this on CI? Isn't that the difficult part? Not really if you use modern CI. Unless your company name is Jenkins or like Blue Ocean, like use off-the-shelf CI. And Cypress runs very well on many CIs, but in particular those three, because it has a separate integration library for each of the CIs. Here's how I run my tests on GitHub Actions. This is it, the whole CI file. Check out code, and then run Cypress or GitHub action, which installs everything, caches, in this case, starts the server, waits for the server to respond, and then runs all end-to-end tests. Now, going back to different types of testing we've done. So we stopped application code. We also marked WebSocket, or we connected as the second user using server communication, or by running second test runner and synchronizing it. So which one would I prefer? Here's my preferred way. I would use a second user and I would connect to the server, but not by running a second test runner, because that's just pure overhead, doesn't really give me anything. Instead, I would connect as the second user to the Socket.io server, so I can send messages, confirm messages arrive, but I don't need the second browser for that. I'm still running full end-to-end test because I'm loading the page, I'm operating as the first user through the browser. I'm testing everything as a normal user would in the browser. All right. And I still confirm that everything runs right through the second user, and it still runs very, very quickly because I don't have to spawn second process and wait for it. No. Now, and as additional proof that this is equivalent, but I don't need to run a second browser, I set up, and I describe in this blog post, code coverage for this example repository, and I instrumented the server code and the client code. Right? You can see a typical screenshot of code coverage report for the server side, where it shows how many times each line was executed. Now, once I collected, I ran each of these 4 types of tests. And here's the full stack coverage, meaning the coverage of a client plus the server. When I run just the single UI spec without any second user, because my communication, even for messages the user receives, goes to the backend and back. Even a single UI spec that doesn't confirm anything covers 95% of the full stack lines of code. Now, when I mark the socket, that means the server doesn't receive any messages. My code coverage drops to 75. So I would not suggest we do that because I'm not testing the backend at all. If I create a second user using a Socket.io connection, but without opening a browser, I cover all lines of code because literally I can connect, I can disconnect, I cover everything. And guess what 2 test runners give me? The same 100% of code coverage. So notice all this complexity, all this creating extra server just to sync to test runners, all this X11 server problems that could potentially arise, all the race conditions, all this complexity does not give me anything more than I already had when I connected as a second user using Socket.io. Okay, so with using code coverage, I proved that the second user via separate socket is as good as it gets. And just to reiterate, code coverage is an amazing tool that tells you if you tested everything that you needed to, or if there are more edge cases to consider. And code coverage from end-to-end test is absolutely extremely effective at covering a lot of code. Just a reminder, a single end-to-end test that opens a browser page, sends a message, confirms it arrives, already covers 95% of my full stack code. It really, really pays to measure code coverage when you're writing end-to-end tests. All right, this was my presentation. You can find the slides online. You can find all the source code with all different types of tests on GitHub. And if you want to ask me any questions, I'm online on Twitter. And I have a YouTube channel where I post these little videos showing how to test using Cypress.io. Thank you very much for inviting me, and I'm looking forward to answering your question in a Q&A panel. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your expertise. And yeah, I'm impressed. Yeah, that's nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
So see you and at the Q&A session. Yeah. See you
Sounds
soon.
good.
Yeah. Okay, guys. So again, please share your comments and please ask your questions. We will be happy to answer it during our Q&A session. Yeah, we'll cover them right after the last one topic for test automation today. It's named Legoizing Testing. Quite interesting name. And yeah, let me introduce the speaker, Shyam Sunder, who is portfolio manager. And he will tell us more about legalizing testing. Shyam, hello.
Hello, Alex. Can you hear me?
How are you? Yeah, I can hear you well. How are you today?
Okay. I'm fine. How are you?
Great.
I think
I'm
it
good.
was, yeah, it was a good session, and a good presentation earlier session. Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting topics and yeah,
Yes.
tips. So look forward to see you.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
I can see your presentation in the list. So would you possibly share it?
Okay. Just a second.
Yeah.
Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Share entire screen. Is it visible now?
Still not yet. It's not visible for us.
Saying StreamYard is sharing your screen and audio.
Yeah, it's here.
Okay.
It's here, but it's not in the presentation mode.
Yeah. I'll do it in presentation.
If it's okay, yeah, okay. So please take the floor.
Yeah. Is it
Thank
fine?
you. Yeah, all good.
Is it fine, Alex?
Yeah. Always nice. Yeah, it's presentation mode. But also we see like Microsoft Teams notification and sound picker. Oh, it's gone. Yeah. So you can start. All is good.
Okay. Sure.
Thank you.
Hello all. Yeah. Hello all. Myself, Shyam Sunder. Let me give a quick introduction about myself before I go ahead with the Legoizing Testing presentation, which is my topic for today. Myself, Shyam Sunder. I am an IT professional for last 23 years. I have been into testing since the start of my career, and I'm currently working as a portfolio manager in CAP, Germany. I worked in various IT consulting companies like HCL Technologies, Dell Services, Sapient, United Health Group, and that has been my forte for the last 23 years journey. For the last 10 to 11 years, I've been a regular presenter, speaker in various testing forums with various testing topics like test estimations, defect prevention and management, agile testing, testing center of excellence, and this is a new topic which is called as Legoizing testing. And so let me go ahead with my presentation now, and you'll come to know more what is it I'm speaking about. This is the overall agenda for my session. I'll be speaking on Lego blocks, test scripts, how do we write the test scripts, issues while scripting, Lego tests, the overview, a demo of the Lego tool which I have created, conclusion, and a Q&A session, Q&A answer session, which will happen at the end after my presentation is over. Before going to Legoizing testing, Lego blocks, or Lego, I would like to ask the audience, what are the various testing terminologies which we have used throughout our career? I presume most of us are from the testing fraternity, so you might be conversant with the testing terminologies which are normally used. If it was a live audience, I would have seen your faces and your hands raised and you would have started speaking. because it's a video session, online session, so I can't see your faces. But I would like you to still ponder over it and what are the database testing terminologies you might have used. Just give it a thought for 3 to 4 seconds. Okay. This is what comes to my mind based upon my experience with the testing. Manual testing, automation testing, sanity testing, regression testing, performance testing, that is volume load, security testing, exploratory testing, user acceptance testing, and the list goes on. This is just not full list, and the list goes on. So what am I trying to do? What I'm trying to connect testing with Lego. Let me go step by. So testing terminologies you have seen. Lego blocks. What are the Lego blocks? You might have heard about Lego blocks, but what is Lego blocks doing in testing? Everybody might be wondering why Shyam Sunder is speaking about Lego blocks in testing. These are the Lego blocks, yeah? I first saw it when my son started playing with my Lego blocks. 2 years, 3 years, he was old. He used to say, Papa, get me some Lego blocks. He wants to build it. That's when I in my childhood never did anything with the Lego blocks. But when my son started pondering, that's when I first saw the Lego blocks, or first I gave it and started noticing about the Lego blocks. And these are the Lego blocks which everybody of us might have seen. And you might have all played with these Lego blocks. Yes, I have also played with my son, not during my childhood, but with my son. So how is Lego blocks related to testing? Big question mark, yeah? Why am I speaking on Lego blocks with respect to testing? Good question. Let me give you a problem. Just a hypothetical problem. Just imagine you have to log into HPALM tool. This HPALM is a test management tool with the below roles and write the test scripts. Maybe one of you can be a developer, second one could be a tester, third one could be a test manager, fourth one can be administrator. But the problem is the same. Log into HPALM with these different rules and write the test scripts. Write the test scripts on what? Let me give you a scenario also. I have been into healthcare mostly for the last 15 to 16 years. So most of my test scripts or scenarios are from the healthcare background. So this is one specific scenario which I would like to give it to you. Just give it read it for a couple of seconds, and then I'll move to my next slide. This is ectopic pregnancy scenario, which is mainly on a women's hospital. And these are the various areas, clinical areas, which this scenario is going through. And my Lego blocks is mainly, I have been using it on the healthcare domain. So that's where my scenarios have pretty much benefited, or my Lego blocks have, Lego tool has pretty much benefited from my activity. We've gone through the scenario. Now, what is the normal process? You get a scenario, write a test script. Maybe you take the help of the business analyst or the user and come up with a manual test script. What is the activity to be done and what is the expected result? And this is how a typical test script looks like. Now, suppose the scenario changes a little. The name of the scenario is same, ectopic pregnancy scenario. Clinical areas remain the same. Scope, synopsis, everything might look the same. But this is the subtle difference, a slight difference. Test scripts look the same from that perspective because you have spent effort and coming up with a test script. This is on the left hand side, you can see the first scenario. On the right hand side, you can see the second scenario. To a visual eye, can you spot the difference? What could be the difference which is there in the first scenario with respect to the second scenario? I can make out a difference, but I'm asking this throwing this question to you. Can you, as an audience, pinpoint what the slight difference can be? To a raw, naked eye, everything looks same. But if you look into detail, the first paragraph of the second scenario, 8-week pregnant woman has been changed to a 16-week pregnant woman. And couple of the complexity of this first paragraph, the pregnant woman has gone into tenderness and guarding on left side of abdomen. A little bit complex scenario is there added. So basically what I'm trying to say is like the script scenario has changed. Will you take the whole effort to write a test script again? Sometimes you will have to write the whole test script again, and that takes time. Script changes, but you have to analyze whether in the second scenario the workflow has changed. You can't blindly say has the scenario, whatever this slight change has happened, has it impacted the other modules? Is there any other dependency? What all steps would you need to change? Even though there one paragraph has changed, what all steps you would need to change? And how much time will it take to change the scripts? How will you solve the problem? Can this specific problem be solved by automation or performance? And mostly these are user acceptance test scripts, where the scenario is given and the business users will have to test it. So the concept is simple, and this what I'm explaining in this specific presentation. What I have done is I have created Lego blocks for my test scripting. In healthcare domain or in hospital domain, there are different blocks which can be created. Patient registration, patient payment, patient licensing, patient physician documentation, nursing documentation, lab, payments, patient discharge. All these small blocks are called as Lego blocks for my scripts. And joining these Lego blocks, you'll have to understand the business workflow, which Lego blocks to be joined for that specific scenario. Then you'll come up with the actual script. That is what is called as the Legoizing testing or Lego box test scripts. And joining one specific block on seeing the scenario, you'll come up with a whole test script for that specific scenario. So the idea of this presentation or idea of Legoizing testing is break the testing into building blocks. And what were the building blocks? Patient registration, patient scheduling, bed allocation, physician documentation. The concept remains the same for all those blocks, but join those blocks or join those Lego blocks. I'm calling those specific blocks, building blocks, as the Lego blocks. By joining those building blocks, we're coming with the overall scripts. So what is a Lego block? What is a block? A block is an atomic, reusable, and testable component. For one specific requirement, the set day you combine it to come up with a departmental workflow. That's all which this simple concept of Legoizing testing is showing. You're testing each block and assembling the results. And you can see from this slide that you're creating a picture of how built the solutions are. Use many hands to test many blocks instead of one long workflow. So you can test individual blocks in silo, and for the overall patient journey workflow, you can test registration separately, scheduling separately, bed allocation separately, but joining them, you can get into the overall test scripts. The key benefits of Legoizing testing is it's faster, more repeatable test events which drive the better quality. Test events enabled by self-assembly tools give greater user confidence. And training based upon the same materials increases the system adoption. Let me go ahead with a demonstration of a Lego testing tool. So, are you ready? Yes, no, maybe. But let me go ahead with a presentation of this specific demo of this tool. Let me give you a quick snapshot. And Lego block is nothing, but what I've done is I've created, it's an Excel-based tool actually, where for each specific blocks, I have created a subset of Lego blocks called as, and those blocks have been named based upon the specific area like registration, scheduling, admission, bed allocation. So for my scenario or for my demonstration purposes, it's a typical patient journey which I'll be showing. And my patient journey which I'm trying to show is scheduling first. A patient will have to be scheduled, then a patient will have to register, patient will have to be admitted to hospital, bed should be allocated for a patient, nurse assessment will happen, physician assessment, lab tests, all tests once are done, then the documentation is done by the physician or the doctor. Then nurse gives the medication, medication is dispensed, patient discharged. Simple concept, simple patient journey. So let me go on to the Lego blocks now. what I'll do is, in my Lego blocks, it's a simple Excel-based tool. What I'll be doing is, sorry. I'll be selecting. So in my first patient thing, it was I have to do a scheduling. So I'll add a scheduling. I'll show you first, and then go into the root internals of what this script is about. Okay, scheduling is added. Now I'll go for patient registration. I hope everybody is able to see my screen. Then I'll go for admission. Give me a second. Okay. Now after admission, we go for bed allocation. Bed allocation will be happening in a module called as capacity management. In yeah. So what I'm doing is I'll be doing a bed allocation here. Bed allocation. I'll try to quickly demonstrate it what this tool is about. And after bed allocation, a nurse will do a assessment from her perspective. So will give us, and that will happen in the power chart. And nurse assessment. Okay, and then I'll probably will do a lot of lab tests. So there's a module called as lab test in patient. I'll just give it short culture for the lab, and I will say laboratory. I'll just quickly give an overview because we'll have to, otherwise it will have to go into details of what all this tested about. Then you do a medication dispensing, and I'm not going to doing all those steps. Maybe a patient is discharged, and we'd go for the patient liability, that is the patient financials. So what I'll do is, after him coding, that is site, and this patient discharge, you do a patient discharge, and you discharge the patient. Okay, and then you do the financials, and financials will do it in the PLE module, which is the patient discharge module and the patient. Okay, let me select something. Okay. There is a PLE module which is called as PLE. Yeah, HI information, so HI information. Yeah, patient security. So I'll say PLE add PLE. So that's it. Okay, now we'll close it, and what we'll do is we'll try to say generate. And what is it's doing is, for each of the blocks which we have written, it has created a test script. And this sheet 7, which is my Lego blocks, the blocks are in my sheet 4, the high level blocks name. There are 364 blocks which I have created. The details of each block are mentioned in sheet 3. Whatever I selected in sheet 2, the Lego blocks, based upon the scenario, it picks up the high level blocks from this. Out of 364, it has picked up 7 blocks. Details of those have been picked. Details of each blocks in terms of in test steps are picked from sheet 3, and we get a ready-made view of what the overall test script is for that specific scenario. For my scenario, it is what it has done is it is almost like 72 steps are there, and you will know that this script was generated on this by a user called as Shyam Sunder. So the main plus point of this Lego blocks is that there are almost 364 blocks, and for my previous project there were almost 472 scenarios given by the clinical users from the outpatient perspective as well as the inpatient perspective. We analyzed this in a separate hospital first, and that scripting itself took almost 3 months. So we thought that 3 months is not a good time, because if these blocks are same and if the scenarios little bit changes are happening on the scenario, it shouldn't take 3 months for us to come up with the overall scripts. So in our project we did, in our hospital project we created Lego blocks, and those similar 472 scripts which were used, scenarios which were used in early, other cases, but there were differences in our hospital because the workflow etc was different. We created the scripts of 472 scenarios in 2 weeks. Actually, we finished it in 2 weeks. Yes, there was an initial effort of creating those blocks, but blocks were kept separate. 472 scripts scenarios, once it was given to us on a specific Sunday, we finished it in 2 weeks. That's the faster turnaround time which we were happy to deliver it to the customer or the user. There were minor changes made to 24 scenarios that we were able to deliver it in 1 day. Actually, this was this sort of faster turnaround time which happened with our Legoizing blocks test scripts. So the conclusion is the Legoizing testing had helped my previous project in creating test scripts within 15 to 20 minutes. Only the scenario needs to be changed, need to be identified, and we have to pick the test block specific for the scenario. And the tool takes care of the actual script creation on its own. Stakeholders and leadership had really appreciated the Lego tool, and this was extensively used in my previous projects. And based upon the success of these projects, there were other various greenfield hospitals in that specific region who approached us in coming up with approached us so that these Lego blocks, which were pretty much reusable, can be used in their projects also. And so based upon the success of this project, this Legoizing block or Legoizing concept were used extensively in 3 other hospital areas. Same blocks were used. Couple of minor changes were done on the blocks based upon the workflow changes, but the overall scenario, if once you implement it, it was pretty much faster with a faster turnaround, and that we were able to deliver so much scripts to the users in a pretty short interval of time. So the recommendation which I am giving is identify the building blocks which we call as Legos. Test each Lego. In my projects or my project which I explained, that each component like registration, patient registrations, documentation, etc., we need to test each Lego block. And once you combine the block, you come up with the overall scripts for the end user workflow testing. So it provides a self-user toolset to build your own test scripts actually. So let's Legoize the testing. That's the whole message which I'm trying to explain with my presentation. It's a short presentation, and I'm reachable on my email ID, Twitter ID, or the LinkedIn ID. And if anybody wants to have a shot or look at this Legoizing tool which I've created, they freely contact me at my email ID, Twitter, or LinkedIn, and I'm available to share that specific tool. It's not so, there's nothing copyright. You might have to make minor differences. If you're in the hospital area, you can readily use it. But if since you are in some other domain also or vertical also, you can just use the same concept and come up with the overall test scripts from that perspective. Thank you. That's all from my side. I'm looking forward to the questions or queries from you guys in the Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So guys, we had interesting topics today that we already discussed. And let me go to Q&A session, I think. So I will take back all the speakers from today. Hello, Gleb.
Hello.
Hello, Alex. Hi. So are you ready for Q&A session?
Yes.
Yes.
Cool. Great. So let me find out what we have for today. Oh, I see there is one question to Elias. So Elias, where else is a factory pattern can be acceptable from your point of view?
Good question. It can be applied for anything. You can try to create different objects that, like, let's say, belongs to the same domain. Like, let's give an example. I give you guys an example with the browsers. You can do, let's say, for devices in a mobile automation. You can do, if you have different objects that shares the same like kind of responsibilities as well. So you can do all the time. You have like to create something, and those creations are most like similar, but has some similarities on that.
Okay, yeah. From my experience as well, it can be used for multi-tenant environments, let's say, yeah. So, but the idea is everywhere is the same. So similar objects, but they have the same goals. They are similar, but their implementation is a bit different. It can be mobile devices like Android, iOS, other stuff. In multi-tenants, it can be, the factory can be acceptable for like page object abstraction and page object implementation as well. Okay, maybe something in chatbot. Gleb, what do you think?
It's hard to say. I'm not big fan on like Gang of Four factor, like pattern books, right?
Okay.
For me, the simpler the better, right? So most of my programming is almost functional programming, simple functions, no internal state, right? And really, like, to the point, something readable, right? So even if a test is copy pasting some of the commands, to me it's better than creating abstractions in the testing code.
Okay, yeah, I see. So we shouldn't use any factory pattern in chatbot test automation, right?
Yes.
Okay, I see. Shyam, maybe something from your end?
Not much actually. Actually, we have used various tools for our testing, so I haven't got I'm doing two researches right now. One is the Legoizing testing, which the concept was, and I'm doing a lot of testing from the AI perspective. So that is the area where I'm going right now. AI testing is definitely area.
Okay, but I hope the audience got the question about similar objects with the same goal but different implementations, right? Okay, thank you guys. And the next question is to Gleb. It's related to programming languages. So do you personally prefer TypeScript or JavaScript when developing Cypress tests?
I prefer CoffeeScript because Cypress was written in CoffeeScript many years ago, and it still supports writing spec files in CoffeeScript by default. So that's kind of neat because it's very, very terse language. There's no like brackets, nothing. It's just like very clear syntax. I personally don't find much value in TypeScript, right? Like, yes, you can write things in TypeScript, but I don't think it buys you much, honestly. And in fact, you can use in most modern editors like TS check directive. So even in your JavaScript spec files, you can get all the benefits of syntax highlighting, IntelliSense completion, without going full TypeScript route in just JavaScript projects, right? And if you bring TypeScript now, you have to worry about more things and things working but not being synctically correct, being problems. So why bother?
I see. So hope the answer is good for a person who asked it. And there is one more question to you, and we can maybe get back to your presentation because I think it appeared during the presentation. You shared the approach about chatbot automation for 2 users. And the question is if it can support 3 or even more users, and which actions and maybe some trigger states or other stuff can be approached in this case. Yeah.
So in my idea, one user controls the browser page, right? Other 2 users would be separate connections, almost like from the backend, right, of a test. So the first user goes through the page, and then you create 2 other users and maybe block the user, right? And then you check what state on the backend did you receive a message, block this user by the first user, right? But I would advise you not to think of setting up this complicated, almost like orchestra of users and tests. If you're working on a blocking feature, make sure you can block from the UI, and that the server receives, block this user, right? Test in isolation. Don't try to test the whole system of chatting even randomly. Think of each feature as a separate end-to-end test, so that you immediately know that something is broken. Don't try to put everything into one test.
Yeah, so this question is directly connected with test design process when we select test cases and to make them isolated.
Yes.
So, cool. Thank you. Thank you very much. And there is one more question about how to understand if classic model, I think, or builder pattern approach is better. So I think the question is to Elias mostly, because you presented us design patterns in the approach. So what do you think?
Actually, both you can have benefits. But the builder pattern can give to you a fluent way to use it through your code and read your code as well, because it'll be really easy to understand. Okay, when you have just a constructor and you have a lot of parameters, sometimes you understand what is this parameters means. It's a name, it's a description, it's what is this. And when you have the builder pattern, you can see explicitly, okay, you need to fill in a name, a description, price, quantity, and any other thing. And you can restrict as well easily if you have some hard necessary attributes or optional attributes. Let's say the name and price is all the time, from my example, the price and name is all the time required. So you can create some restrictions inside the builder to throw exception for you, to throw in some error when you're not using it. So you have a lot of benefits. It's indeed one layer of abstraction because you are creating an extra class to manipulate this, but you have benefits by using it later.
Okay, yeah. I have one more question here. Maybe you can recommend to our audience some libraries that can simplify the process of building builder pattern creation or model process description. So maybe there is something. I know Lombok for models is acceptable to describe it more simple in Java. Maybe there is something for builder as well.
I know that Google has a library for that, immutables, that you can create some immutable objects, and Lombok is the most used one, but it depends on your kind of programming and what it needs to achieve. It's not the right library, but let's say for most of the testing project in Java, Lombok is pretty cool to use. So you have like you can get rid of the boilerplate code, so it's even easier to read and write all the code.
Thank you. Thank you. Cool. And the next question is, I think, open for all of us. It's quite simple and might be with different opinions. So how do you identify the test cases which are suitable for automation?
It depends upon the context.
Yeah.
It depends upon the context. Like, suppose you have 100 test cases. What is the bare minimum pack which needs to be used to test that specific product? So, in my previous experiences, for example, on a retail product, I had 100 test cases, and they came up with a new product, a new version in 3 months. So do we need to test all the 100 test, all the functionality which was there in the 100 test cases? Depends. So what we analyzed it, and we found out that 60% of the test cases are required for regression, and those were automated. On my separate project for healthcare, the number came down to 40. So depends upon on the project to project basis what is the bare minimum core core area which needs to be tested, and the functionality remains intact in that. That's what needs to be automated. That's what, and there, that bare or the core area, that's where you get most return of investment. Otherwise, ROI will keep on increasing. That's all. That's all my take is.
Yeah, it's ROI based, and I absolutely agree here.
Yeah.
So, from my opinion, we need to think about the stability of this functionality, and if it's getting stable, okay, we can go. Other factor is if we are able to automate, for example, this specific feature. For example, when we have here live stream, it might be a bit complicated to introduce test automation here as well, right? So, okay, guys, maybe something else here. Some other recommendations or some cases from experience will be appreciated, I think. Yeah, Gleb, please.
Alex, I think you're absolutely right. There could be technical blocker where automation is not worth it or is impossible, right? So maybe keep it manual. But I would say the flag to go ahead and automate is when you write it something, like if you write the steps down, like and say, always go through these steps before you release the software. If you wrote it down, that means you probably should automate it by now, right? Because you already have to do it again and again, right? And when you write it down, that means you want to pass the knowledge to someone else. And this knowledge sharing is something we kind of skip when we talk about test automation. The test, the automated test, is the knowledge how software works, right? And if it's all in your head, right, where you're like, oh yeah, I manually check how it works, it's a great candidate for automation where going forward, you actually describe how software is supposed to work, right? So that someone else reading the test understands this is how it's supposed to work, right? So automate it when you write something down, like as an instruction for yourself.
Yeah, cool, Gleb. Elias, maybe something from your end?
Oh yeah, I agree with everyone. It's based on context basically. So your context will decide if you should automate it more or not. My context on the API layer, we have all the layers to automate. So API layer is the most important one. So we have almost 100% of coverage in the API layer. Yeah, it seems okay, it's that much, but yeah, we provide financial services. It's better spend one more day automating it than deliver something that will you needs to pay millions because of some contract. So it's really depends. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you. Thank you all. Next one question. So I found it a bit interesting. You know, is it important to stabilize tests before automating? So it's like in continue our conversation.
I can give an idea about it as our main core is the API part. We are creating tests as the backend engineers are creating the code as well. We work together as like quality engineers and backend engineers doing the different testing layers. So they are implementing something. We are in the same pacing, like doing the test automation. So it's really depends on the context as well, because on my context right now, we are not stabilizing all. We are not waiting for, okay, the feature is totally done, and after that we can do. We are doing parallel, and for us, it's proven the fastest way we can like test and automate. But it's like the previous question. It depends on the context.
Yeah, exactly. But here, I can see as well there is a trend for continuous testing approach, you know. So when the test automation process and development process, they are in parallel. So in having the requirements, test automation engineer prepares automated tests as much as possible. For example, missing some locators, other stuff. But we can, for example, develop, let's say, page object pattern. We can describe elements having these requirements, but we don't pass the exact locators to these elements, for example, or our flow can be changed a bit. In a parallel, imagine development team performs this feature and develops it, then they prepare delivery, share, for example, some identifiers, and test automation engineer can put it. Okay, so it's about the communication. Mostly. So there is an approach to develop unstable, develop automated tests for unstable features as well. But it's about about the budget of the project, because a lot of time will be spent for nothing. So here is the case. Okay, cool. Maybe let me find something else. There are some questions about the toolset. Guys, are you ready to talk about AI a bit? So audience is interested in your vision of AI generated source code, such as GitHub Copilot, as example. So what do you think about like AI-based coding approaches for test automation? Yeah, Gleb, please go ahead.
So I started using GitHub Copilot as soon as I saw beta news. I have to say, when writing end-to-end tests, I literally enjoy it so much, right? Even in my videos, when I make a video and it shows suggestion, usually I oh yeah, it makes sense, right? So I accept it and just press tab, and it feels part of my test. It's not always accurate, but for a little snippets of code, it's really, really good. So the only thing that I think AI would be successful and help me a lot, if I could make it learn from just my code. I don't care about other people's writing Cypress tests, because they might have different standards, approaches. If I can take all my tests that I've written, all my examples, recipes, and throw it and just have Gleb Copilot, I think it was the best thing since ever. And now totally adopted, because I can see the potential that it could be super, super intuitive and provide good suggestions. But we'll see if they do it.
Thank you. Because I've never used GitHub Copilot before. Maybe I will try soon. Okay, yeah, it's a good one. Good one point. For small pieces, might be wow, cool. Yeah, guys. Yeah, Elias, Shyam, maybe something here.
I'm personally, yeah, no, go, Shyam first.
No, you can go first. You first.
So I like this all the way we can improve our work, by artificial intelligence and any other tool that can we can learn more. But for me, we need to know all the basics. So I'm telling for my colleagues, my peers, to understand what it does behind the scenes and why you should use that. And if you learn that, okay, let's go and use. And if you don't know, you have no idea what is being done, or you look at the code that what the fuck is this is doing. So yeah, it's not that good to use, let's say. So I'm in favor to learn the basics first, and after that try to use those kind of tools.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Even I agree with. You need to know the concepts first, basics first, before you start implementing. Don't go with the jargon that AI is good or something is good. You need to understand what you need actually, and then start thinking about it. That's what I'm doing. I'm doing research on AI. If it will benefit my project, my activities, definitely that's what I'm trying to analyze.
Yeah, so it's a not good approach to do AI for AI. Okay,
yeah.
So there must be a specific one goal, and AI-generated codes, they are still closer to, I would say, codeless approaches that were a bit old, related to records and play. For example, click something, provide. But yeah, AI-based, they're getting more smart. Yeah, maybe in 2 years things will be changed, but again, without manual intervention, it may affect the end quality of the product. So the idea of QA is to do not pass some bugs in the production. So here is the main logic that we have, and we should be always focusing on this business goal to exclude risks related to bugs. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Nice opinions, guys. And I see one more question to Gleb, maybe. I'm not sure really how to answer this question. So is there something like all-in-one Selenium WebDriver project, or even better than Cypress? I mean faster. So the idea is if someone, I see, no, it's a bit connected with our previous question. So I see that someone wants, don't want to use codeless or AI-based approaches. I understand that there may be some risks. Okay, and wants to use code-based approach, but don't want to spend a lot of time for investigating of this tool. For example, maybe guys have manual KA teams that they want to teach in test automation direction. So maybe there is something better than Cypress.
Okay, so just a backstory. Cypress is all-in-one web testing solution, right? You don't have to install browser drivers. You don't have to create a test runner, plus bring your own assertion library, plus bring video recording, plus bring reporting framework. Cypress includes all of that. You do npm install Cypress. It has built-in browser, or it can use whatever is installed. It will create video. It has assertions, tests, everything. Network stubbing, method stubbing, and clock control. Like for the first month, you won't have to install anything. If you don't believe me, I'll run at this Global Summit a workshop, Basics of Cypress. So join on Friday, and I will, prove how it's possible. I don't see anything even close to what Cypress can provide as an open source test runner out of a box. And everything else that you might need is a plugin away. You want visual testing? Boom, just install a plugin for everything. You want additional reports like Allure? Here's a plugin for reporting, right? You want accessibility testing? Here's a plugin. You want component testing? Here's a plugin. Like, that's all-in-one testing solution that I truly love using.
So the answer is that there is no something better when we talk about speed and investigation. Okay, but by the way, like I heard about Nightwatch tool that I found it's a bit similar to Cypress, but I did not investigate deeply. Maybe you have something for this.
No, I went through the journey of like Casper, Nightmare, Nightwatch. Compared to Cypress, especially for web developers, it's like, and again, I don't work at Cypress anymore, so I can say whatever I want, right? Right? I'm already a user. It's like being used to horses and finally you get a sports car, right? You're like, yeah, I cannot maybe jump over obstacles like I can do at Olympic Games, right? But I can freaking do donuts in a parking lot, right? So it's fun. It becomes fun, so.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Guys, can we switch to the next one question, or you may add something for this? Maybe there is something even faster than Cypress in terms of setting up an investigation. It looks like, yeah, we've got the answer. Cypress is the best one when we talk about speeding up the process and diving into the automated test development pipeline. Okay, cool. Maybe I think the last one question for us today. It's a bit complicated, It's about testing tools and why we don't have a single approach. Maybe Gleb will say that why it's Cypress and it was JavaScript or but yeah, guys, what do you think? How to answer the audience to this question in the correct way? I would say.
I believe it's because we are humans, and sometimes we need to create our own things, right? And when we see something better, instead of contributing, we are creating a derivation of that. Yeah, it's basically human behavior for me. Instead of trying to use something like good for everyone and one thing or maybe two, you are having disagreements. Sometimes we are having divergent ideas, and we know all those behaviors, right? I believe that's. I don't believe I can see that it's happening in your technology community. So yeah, for me it's pretty much this. Let's say there's Selenium. There's in the beginning there was a Casper JS, and after that Nightwatch, and now Cypress. Why not? It's only two. Yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I say this is the same? We'll have a single testing tool when we have a single programming language, not before, right? Why do people come up with new programming languages, new frameworks, new operating system, new libraries. So the same thing. We'll never have a single tool, never.
Same
And
as
it's a good thing.
why we are visiting different coffee shops as well.
Yeah.
Cool.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, so we answered there is no standard. Okay. Maybe a part of recommendations. We have 3 minutes still, so how we can help a person to find the right tool? Which factors should people think while selecting test automation tools?
For I would say it doesn't matter the tool, if Cypress, if Selenium, if any other tool, it should be based on your own requirements, on what you need to achieve and what you need as an answer for using that tool. After that, you can try to do some proof of concepts in different tools and see which one will adapt more for you.
Okay, so idea is to try several and then make
Yeah.
a decision. Okay?
And not just try, but try based on what you need to achieve. Yeah.
Correct.
Focusing on the goal. Okay.
What your requirement is, you need to understand. I have been a fan of Windrunner. I used Windrunner for 8 years. Then I used CG Silk Test for a couple of years. Moved to Silk Runner for some time. And I'm a big fan of Windrunner UFT. For a specific last project, I wanted to use UFT, but it was on a Citrix-based environment, and UFT had limitations on Citrix-based. So I had to go for a new tool called as Eggplant. So depending upon the requirements, you have to analyze what is prevalent in the market and start using it. That's it.
And can I add, not just evaluate how fast it takes to write a test. Majority of your time will be spent debugging a failed test, right?
Correct.
See how the tool, does it help you? Or does it like just tell you, oh, something failed, and then, oh, now I don't know what to do. So think about other aspects of your QA, like debugging, looking at tests, and so on. Because that speed and those capabilities matter a lot more than like initial investment in just like automating, visiting a website, clicking on a button.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you guys all. You were amazing today. So I think it was the last one question. And so have a good time. Yeah. Bye. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So looks like we finished with test automation topic for today, and I hope all the answers were beneficial. Guys, I would say thank you for your attention, and see you next time. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Alex, and thank you all of our speakers from this blog. And before we proceed, I would like to do a small announcement. So the next announcement will be about the Blockchain Summit by Geekle. If you're interested in the world of blockchain technology, you would definitely want to check out our Blockchain Tech Summit 2021. Industry top experts will join us to talk about the future of the domain and will share real-life cases with this amazing tech. If you are interested in switching to blockchain development, don't miss your chance to get your ticket with a 50% discount. To get this deal, use the special promo code PROTEST at checkout. So scan the QR code or click the link in the comment and use 50% discount. And now, before we proceed with our next speakers and introduce next moderator, we'll have a small break, and so you can take a look who we are going to talk with on the next blog. See you in a few minutes. And hello again. Before we start with our next speakers, I would like to announce our sponsors, Bitrise. So, did you know that Bitrise recently published an ebook on building mobile apps at scale containing 39 burning challenges on native iOS, Android, and cross platform development at scale? The book gives you a deeper understanding of how mobile development is different, including unique challenges in continuous integration and testing for apps, how large engineering teams should approach app architecture, and what steps they can take to step up their game. To download this book, just fill out the short form which I'll share in the chat and download it. I'm sure you will get to know a lot of interesting information. Okay, and now uh, we are happy to welcome our next speaker before I'll invite our next moderator who is getting a bit late. Okay, so next speaker is Niranjani Manoharan. I hope I'm pronouncing your name and surname correctly.
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Hi Niranjani. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Oh, just great. Did you get a chance to take a look at previous talks?
I didn't. I was just switching between my work meetings and just jumped right into the conference 5 minutes ago.
No problem. Okay, thank you so much for joining us today. And I think you can share your slides. I can see them right here, right now.
Can I just share my screen right now?
Yes, yes, sure.
Okay, 1 second.
Okay, yes, I can see your screen now, and I'm adding it right now.
Okay.
Yes, okay, thank you so much. The floor is yours, and we'll see you in some time.
Awesome. Thank you, Vikky. Hey, everyone. I'm Niranjani, and I'm currently working as an engineering manager at Hippo Insurance, a home insurance provider in the United States. I'm excited to be part of the QA Global Summit today. I'll be sharing my learnings while I worked on a data science project in one of my previous roles. We'll be exploring a data set, doing some low-key cleaning, and also making some inferences. So I hope you all get geared up for it. So why tacos? I'm sure that's the million-dollar question running in everyone's mind as soon as they saw the title. So I'm a taco aficionado ever since I moved to the US because a taco resembles the Indian roti with fillings. And in my attempt to learn data exploration for a project at work, I decided to find an interesting data set related to tacos. So let's get geared up to explore the taco data set. So data sets are leveraged by data scientists to analyze and investigate data and summarize the main characteristics to discover patterns, spot anomalies, test the hypothesis, or check assumptions. So for the scope of this talk, our objective is to clean and explore the data set and make some inferences. We will use a few industry-wide commonly used tools like Python, Jupyter Notebook, NumPy, and Panda libraries. So let's take this simple data set, which includes the dinner time of an individual. What do you infer? I mean, just look at the first 4 rows. Big picture, this person loves Mexican food, especially tacos, and you also notice a pattern. They keep alternating between 2 different Mexican restaurants, the Chile's Bar and Chipotle. So based on your inference, can you guess what and where they'll be eating on August 5th at 1930 hours? I'm just going to give a couple of seconds for you to think through. Well, this one is easy to predict when it is a smaller data set. But let's say we have 300,000 rows of data. We definitely need to write some code to make those inferences. So let's explore a data set. I hope you all can see my screen. So this is basically, we're going to explore a bike ride data set. So it's a bunch of people who've been taking bike rides to buy tacos. And in an effort to make this talk interesting, I leveraged this data set that resonated with me. And this is an open source data set, which you can find on Kaggle or any other forum that consists of data. So let's see. So I am basically trying to import the pandas library and NumPy. So every time you import something, you basically just run it just to make sure this notebook is current. And I'm reading this data from a CSV file that I have locally. And I am going to show you the first 20 rows. As you can see, this data set consists of 9 columns, and this is the first 20 rows. And this basically comprises of start time, end time, and there's a trip duration, which is probably in seconds, because the start time was 15:09 and end time was 15:14. So it's around 5 minutes. And there is, since this data is based out of Chicago CSV, so basically the start location is one of the streets in Chicago, and the end station is again, its intersection in Chicago. And we also have other data like user type, gender, and birth year. So similarly, you can also explore the last few rows. So that'll give us an idea as to how big this data set is. Whoa, this is a 300,000 rows in this data set. Okay, so let's continue with our presentation. Okay, so why is data exploration critical? Data exploration should be done before building any data models. So this is important for a data scientist to be able to understand the nature of data without making any assumptions. So they also use statistical summary and visualization to understand data. So this helps them find clues about tendencies of data, the quality of data, and formulate assumptions and hypotheses of our analysis. So what are ML models? So you can use machine learning models to get predictions on new data for which you do not know the target. For example, let's say that you want to train a machine learning model to predict if an email is spam or not spam. You would provide it with some form of a machine learning model like Amazon with training data, and that contains emails for which you know the target. That is, it's a label that lets you know whether an email is spam or not. So now we would train this ML model by using this data, resulting in a model that attempts to predict whether new email will be spam or not. So where does data exploration fit into this data science process? So as mentioned earlier, for the scope of this talk, we will be focused on the scrubbing and exploration part of the data pipeline. We obtain data from relevant sources. We clean the data to formats that match with our machine learning algorithm. And then we find significant patterns and trends using statistical methods. And finally, construct models to predict and forecast. So this is again done by the data science team, and it was part of a project that I was working on with the data science team. So obviously I can't share the NDA project. So instead, I took an open source data set to share my learnings. And finally, they leverage the data provided by these ML models to improve business. Say, for example, Starbucks in the United States basically is present in, let's say, between 1 to 2 mile radius. And I believe they did conduct some kind of a study, and they gathered data around how far a person would walk to get a cup of coffee. So I think you get the idea. So what does data exploration comprise of? So it is a vast field leveraged by data analysts, and sometimes the quality team gets pulled into that effort. So as part of data pre-processing, we have univariate analysis. As the name implies, it explores each variable in a data set individually. It looks at the range of values as well as the central tendency of these values. It describes the pattern of response to the variable. And then we look into missing values. So real world data often contains missing values. So we need to handle this before marking it as a feature for the ML algorithms. And outliers can bring in noise to the statistical analysis and distort the distribution. So this is why data pre-processing and data visualization go hand in hand. But again, for the scope of this talk, we will restrict our discussion to data pre-processing, and especially with missing values and null value handling. And finally, collinearity. It is the linear association between two predictors indicating they are related. For example, let's take a data set where you have a person's height and weight that determines their overall health. Similarly, the number of years of experience and annual income are related. So these are the commonly used frameworks for data pre-processing and visualization. And again, for the scope of this talk, we will be leveraging the NumPy and Pandas library. So before we jump into our data set, there are different types of data. Structured data is critical because it usually adheres to predefined data model and it's easier to analyze. For example, Excel files and SQL databases. Unstructured data is the opposite of structured data, which doesn't have a predefined data model. For example, social media comments, images, video, and audio files. And finally, semi-structured data, it doesn't reside in a database, but still has some structure to it. For example, like email or a CSV or a JSON file. Let's continue exploring our data set. Okay. So we have different commands that we can use to understand our data set better. So data.shape, this command provides the number of rows and number of columns. And as we saw earlier, there are around 300,000 rows and 9 columns in this data set. Now we're going to use data.describe. Now this command summarizes the location estimates and shape of this distribution. So it shows the mean, standard deviation, and then various percentiles, min and max of numerical columns. And it also describes the categorical data with count, unique, and mode values. So this can give you a glance at the frequency and spread of data. Now data.columns basically lists out all the different columns in this data set, and data.dtypes gives you the data type of each of these columns, and the length of data gives you the total number of rows in this data set. Let's switch back to our presentation now. Okay. So how do we explore data? Data cleaning is the most hectic and time-consuming task before getting into machine learning modeling and analysis. Initial data is raw and unique, and sometimes filled with noises that need attention. We will walk through 4 key steps and techniques that can be made use of to clean data and perform exploratory data analysis. So step 1, think beyond traditional boundaries. So try to associate and relate the data set to derive patterns. So what does this data speak to you? Let me quickly switch back to the, yeah. So let's do a data.head. So what does this data speak to you? As I mentioned, this is basically a data set where there were folks who took bike rides from Wood Street and Hubbard Street to Damon Avenue and Chicago Avenue, say between 3:09 and 3:14 p.m. And obviously it's a 5-minute ride in order to go purchase a taco. And this person is male. They were born in 1992 and their user type is subscriber. what does this data tell you? So this gives you that information that this person did a 5-minute ride to buy a taco, right? So what else can you infer from this data set? I think that's what we're trying to explore right now. So what do you want to infer from this data set? So which of these columns are useful? Like we have start time, end time of bike rides to buy tacos, start and end location, trip duration, user type, gender, and birth year. So the trip duration definitely seems like a critical piece of information. Similarly, location seems like an interesting input as well. So wouldn't it be interesting if we figured out the most popular hour for buying tacos? And that's exactly what we're going to do in this talk. So just to reiterate, while supporting the data science project, my team and I helped scrub the data sets, and we added assertions around some of the expected patterns. Since the team had already built out the ML model, we were still figuring out what's the best way to help the data science project though. So which columns do you think are irrelevant here? I mean, given in this set, we have user type, gender, and birth year, which seems like, especially for the use case, if we wanted to figure out the most popular hour for buying tacos, maybe the gender, birth year, and user type are not needed. We'll see. So step 2 is to analyze how the data set behaves. So identifying and managing invalid entries and handling missing values are very critical. Like I said, right before the ML model is developed, we want to ensure we're passing a clean data set. So let's quickly switch. So we're going to quickly determine the mean of the birth year. So let's define a variable called average birth year. And this refers to the column birth year. And it is S type. Sorry. So 64. Now we need to print to figure out what's the average of the birth year column. So average birth year. So I basically determine the average is nothing but 1980. So potentially we could replace some of these NaN values, basically nothing but null values, with 1980. That's one of the aspects of doing data cleaning. And that's essentially why when you're cleaning data, if you don't have, if you notice that you have missing values, you potentially replace those with the average because that you don't have a data. But in this case, for our scope of this discussion, since we are more focused on determining the popular hour when people left to buy tacos, this data is irrelevant, so we could completely ignore it. Let's move on. So step 3 is to understand your customer. So how do you know if someone is an aficionado or not? In this case, can you infer the longest trip for buying a taco? So how many people would basically go the long distance to buy a taco, right? So that information could potentially let the restaurant owner understand why they need a taco place within every 5-mile radius. So I think this goes back to the Starbucks example I mentioned a few minutes earlier, where Starbucks is located within a 2-mile or 1-mile radius in large cities. There is some data learning and around their customers wanting to walk the distance and how long folks were willing to walk. So this type of data model will essentially bring in revenue for the customer, in this case, Starbucks, where hence they know how important this piece of information is because it's going to impact their revenue. If they probably have Starbucks located right next to each other, obviously they're not going to make revenue. Instead, if they're going to have it positioned in a 10-mile radius, again, they're going to be losing revenue. So hopefully you understand how critical data cleaning is, which is an integral step of this process. So let's switch back and compute the most popular start hour for buying tacos. Going back to the data set. So first, we need to convert the start time column to a date time format. This is a comment. Now I'm actually doing cleaning. Start time. I'm using Pandas library to convert it to a date time format. Starting. Okay, so now I'm going to print it. So potentially this gives you an idea as to how it converted it. Now we need to extract the hour from the start time column to create an hour column. So essentially, since our goal is to find the popular hour, so sorry, this is a comment. So now our step is to create this hour column, and we're going to fetch the data from start time, and we're going to extract the hour. So, okay. So the next step is to find the most popular hour. So find the most common hour, say between 0 to 23. And so we're defining a variable. This leverages the hour column that we just created. And mode is a statistical concept which helps to determine the most commonly found value. So in this case, we're trying to find the most popular hour. So we're trying to determine the mode. And now we'll print the most frequent start hour. Right. So essentially what we determined was based on this 300,000 rows of data. A lot of people stepped out for a bike ride to buy a taco at around 17 hours, which is basically around 5 p.m. Sounds about right. Probably people were hungry around that time. So switching back to our, okay. And so the last step is to remove obsolete values. We're checking for null and empty values. So this command quickly returns a list of the number of nulls in each column. They can be handled in many ways. You could potentially impute with appropriate values in the data set. Like I mentioned, for the birth year, we found some of the null values. We could potentially calculate the average and replace those null values with the mean value. And the other approach is to potentially remove those rows or features if imputing wouldn't really add value to this data. And common methods of imputation include mean calculation or mode calculation. So in the mode calculation, you basically replace missing values with the most frequent value of the column. And if more than 60% of the values are missing, then you potentially discard that row or column than to try and impute. So moving on. So this is a typical data warehouse architecture. Sorry, I think I forgot to do one more calculation for this. So switching back to our data set. So we currently just determined the most popular hour for someone to go buy a taco, take a bike ride to go buy a taco. The other data that we can extract is the longest duration traveled to consume a taco. So essentially, we're trying to find out how long a person could have rode a bike to buy a taco. So let's see, out of these 300,000 rows of data, let's see who took their longest ride. So we create a variable, longest duration, and then we take the data from the trip duration column, and now we try to print it out. Longest duration, that gives us around 86,224 seconds, which probably translates to around 24 hours. Looks like someone really rode a bike for 24 hours to just get a taco. So I don't know, they must definitely be a way more aficionado of tacos than me, but hope you get the idea. So this is a kind of inferences you make. Again, for the scope of our talk, I wanted to keep it as simple and easy to follow as well. Like I said, there's more in-depth. This is a vast field and a lot of data analysts work on it. And sometimes the quality team gets pulled into it to help out with some of the scrubbing. And that's what we did in our project as well. So moving on. So this is a typical data warehouse architecture of one of the projects I'd worked on. And we helped with data cleaning by adding a similar script that we did with Jupyter Notebook as part of the data pipeline within this transformation layer. As you can see, there are multiple data sources, from databases, web services, and Apache Kafka, which get ingested into stream or batch mode into the raw zone of the data lake. And the transformation layer allows for extraction, loading, and transformation of data from the raw zone into the target zones and the data warehouse eventually. So the data lake is the storage capability that allows high-speed processing of data and storage of large volumes of data. So data warehouse has far more mature capabilities and in modeling and serving data to users. So the analytics and reporting layer provides the data consumption capability wherein they prepare and train the ML models. So to summarize, we leveraged my taco-based approach to clean a given data set, determine patterns, and make some inferences. We also understood where data exploration fits into the data pipeline, plus the big picture idea where data warehouses and data lakes are involved. As quality engineers, we have different avenues through which we can add value and make a difference. And hope this talk inspired you to explore other open source data sets that are available on Kaggle. Feel free to reach me out via my Twitter handle, and thank you.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hi. Hey, Kristen. How are you?
Well, I was going to say, as a stage mom, we're all about testing. I was in the testing room. Just trying to stay on brand. I want to give a round of applause. As always, Queen, you always continue to wow us. I love how you take a fun concept and you apply it in the real world. It just makes me so happy. And I can't wait for the Q&A as well. And I know as we're wrapping too, I dropped your Twitter in the chat. I know, shocking. Really appreciate you sharing your knowledge so much. And just so everyone knows who's watching, please join me in the chat and congratulate Niranjani on getting her new job. We're so proud of you and just so happy for you. And
Thank
just
you so much, Tristan. Good to see you here, for sure. I hope you came out of this talk. So.
Oh yeah. Did some little Twitter updates as well too. With that said, thank you so much, and we're gonna be sure to have lots of questions for you during the Q&A. And it wouldn't be a Test Bash SF reunion if we didn't invite the Queen herself, Jen. So with that said, Niranjani, thank you. I'm gonna get you off over here, and we'll bring you back if that's okay. I'm gonna pull up Jen. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you.
Awesome. See you soon. Oh, hello.
Hello, how are you? Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you loud and clear. It is so good to see you. For everyone who's watching, I genuinely told Victoria I was so excited to moderate this part just because I was like, these are my friends. And you have a very, very exciting talk. But before we introduce you and your amazing bio, can you give our global audience a little preview?
Yeah, so what I wanted to talk about is some of the changes we've all experienced over the last 18 months and what that's going to do for our careers and things to think about in terms of new jobs that are going to get created, stuff we could all be focused on right now. I know we all love binging on Netflix and other things in our spare time, but there's some other skills we could be picking up. So I'm going to give you some tips and tricks and some places to go to get those skills.
I love that. And for anyone who does not know who Jen is, you're living under a rock. She's a founder and CEO specializing in building tech and brands from the ground up, experience in raising capital. If you have not been to one of these testing conferences, welcome, because you're in for a treat with this one. So with that said, Jen, I'm going to give the floor to you. And please chime in the chat anytime if you have questions. Round of applause for our speaker.
And let me know if you guys can't see this. I am going to share my screen. We're going to make sure this works for all of you, all of our lovely hybrid tech that we're dealing with. So we want to make sure you can see it. So can you guys see my screen?
Let's add that here, add to stream. Magical. There we go. Perfect. I'm going to step away.
All right. Well, I will get going. Thank you so much for that introduction. So excited to digitally be here with all of you. As I mentioned, we're going to talk about the future of work now that we've had all these fun advancements in tech and things that are happening in the world. One of the new brands, as Tristan kind of alluded to, several brands that I've been involved with, but most recently one called Red Rex. It is a red T-Rex. It is a dinosaur inspired by a little 5-year-old in my life who told me that he wanted to create a company that was called Red T-Rex, which evolved into Red Rex. So I have my email on there if you want to learn more about that later, but we'll get to it. A little bit about my background and what we've been doing. So humanized AI and tech solutions is something I'm very passionate about with 2 co-founders that I've worked with on several companies so far. And what we really focus on is there's a huge opportunity right now in tech around what types of solutions we all get to be a part of and build. And one of the things we're seeing is really being about making the choice to be about the type of company you're working with and for, and the type of solutions they're building. So I really believe right now as technologists, we're at a unique juncture in the world where we have an opportunity to be about social impact first. And then in turn, that generates revenue, because I really believe we're seeing a shift in consumers in that they're being more conscious and aware of the solutions that they're selecting and choosing, whether it's for personal lives or in corporations and their use, but wanting to really ensure that the companies that they're spending money on and investing in are companies that have that social impact and are looking at the impact they're making in the world, not just on the tech itself. So just to review, and I know we talked about that in your earlier session and went deep on AI, but here's some of the tech that we have that we may or may not be familiar with, or that you may or may not have utilized already. But chatbots, personal assistants, we're all used to those, right? When we go online, we get those little bots that start talking to us and asking us questions, or even on the phone, different engagements. So that's our interactive AI that we're talking about there. We also have text AI that's doing speech to text conversations and recognition. We've got visual AI, which is doing computer vision and augmented reality solutions. We've got stuff that's more in the analytics space, where we're running sentiment analysis, supplier risk assessments, all types of things around what does it look like, and quickly understanding the landscape. So what's really fun about this, and I'm going to just stop on this one for a sec to give you a real life example where this is used today. We were working with an organization that works primarily in the retail space and sells a lot online through their e-commerce platform. Like many people in the last 18 months, they weren't able to do as much in their brick and mortar physical stores. Most of their business transitioned to their online capability with pickup and drive up and touchless delivery solutions was where they had to go. So in that transition, a lot of companies had to understand how their consumers now want to engage with them in that touchless digital model, as opposed to how they traditionally did when they were going into the store. It's a different experience. So is your digital store compatible? Is it working the way that they want it to? What are the things you could quickly modify? Some of you may have seen stores where you go to do pickup and they initially maybe didn't allow you, for example, to say what space number you were in. And with 10 cars trying to pick up orders, they would get orders wrong and you would get someone else's stuff. So all of this was fed through reviews, sentiment analysis, all those types of things, and AI looking across massive numbers of reviews coming in from consumers, telling companies quickly how to pivot and what changes need to be made in their development lifecycle to make it work for the consumer. As an example, it used to take in this organization I'm talking about that went to primarily online retail. Previously, they had a team of 5 people that had to spend 2 weeks on average looking through their reviews on both the iOS and Android stores. They would get reviews directly into their website. They would come in through their phone systems, people calling in, emailing. They had to go through all of that, and it would take 2 weeks to come down to categorization, prioritization, what were the things people are upset about, and then feeding that information into the development team could take another week to 2 weeks just to summarize and get the information over. Now with analytic AI embedded in that process, they've taken it from 5 people in 2 weeks down to 1 person who reviews it, and several hours only maximum that they're doing this, which means they're more quickly able to take that information and put it into their life cycle and make more rapid changes. So it results in a better consumer experience because now they're not waiting months to see the changes when we complain, right? Or have feedback. We all know when we have feedback for a company, you don't want to wait months to see them do something. It gets frustrating. So analytic AI is one of these things that's super helpful right now in generating information, not only for testers who have to look holistically at the product, but the dev teams, the product managers, product owners, all of those people. But we've also got functional AI, which you guys are familiar with, all the IoT devices, the connected devices we wear, our smart devices, smart watches, all those things, robots, those kinds of things as well. So all of this, what it's done, it's brought some new skills that we're able to focus on, because now if we have some of these technologies aiding some of this, there's some new things that we get to do, which I think is really exciting. So I take it from the perspective of a lot of people get scared when they see new technologies, but my entire career has been focused on next gen tech and looking ahead at what's coming. So I tend to see the positive or the advantage of these new technologies. One of the things we've seen in particular is that the pandemic in the last 18 months to now going on 2 years has really sped up adoption in organizations of intelligent automation and AI. This has accelerated the path we were on. Whereas it may have taken a few more years, we really accelerated and sped up over the last 18 months to 2 years, which leads us to these skills I was talking about. So interestingly enough, everyone remembers back to March of 2020 when the world really started to collectively close down, shut down, send people home, try and figure out where we were sitting. This article came out in Forbes in 2020. So April of 2020, about a month after the world said, pause, let's figure out what's going on here. And what it was saying was they were projecting at that time the skills that would be needed to succeed post-pandemic, right? So post-coronavirus world, when we open back up, when things go back to a semblance of what it would look like. I call it the new version of what it looks like because it's changed. But what would that be? And what Forbes was saying is these things. So the ones in white are things that we consider more your fuzzy skills. I call them fuzzy, techie and fuzzy. If we think of those two types of skills or the two sides of our brain, our fuzzy and techie skills, what you can see is that some of these more human characteristics or fuzzy skills like leadership, creativity and innovation, critical thinking, emotional intelligence, and lifetime learning have really jumped ahead in 2020 in April as to what companies wanted. They still, of course, need people who are tech savvy. With AI comes tons of data, as you've seen probably in some of the presentations you've already seen today. But knowing how to read data, understand data, the example I just gave you guys of when you have vast amounts of input from all these sources of where consumers give you reviews, being able to quickly analyze that information, make determinations, and then feed that into a product roadmap, really critical. The next piece is digital marketing and coding skills, because we went very digital. So how do you attract those digital audiences? And then what are the things you need to do? And being able to code, still important. So not saying that our technical skills are going away, but just wanted to show you the relative order of what they were saying and predicting in April of 2020. Now I'm going to show you a year later what it looks like post 2020 and 2021, where we're at. But remember this, because we're going to now look at what comes later. Another piece that's sped up besides AI that's going to impact testers and skill sets. So voice tech will be the post-crisis standard, and not just for ordering our pizzas. So many, many more consumers and homes are now upping the amount of voice-enabled technology that they're utilizing. When you talk to many young people, and I say young in terms of I call them tiny humans. I happen to have a tiny human of myself who I mentioned is 5. A lot of them are very familiar with voice or touch as input mechanisms, as opposed to typing or other ways to input data into a system. They're conditioned and used to just talking to something, getting the response and feedback, as well as the capability besides voice of touching and moving things around and adjusting. So we're seeing a lot more of that in the market space, not just with young people, but in general with consumers of how they want to quickly achieve tasks that they normally would have done inputting other ways through searches, typing stuff in, more adept at that. What that's actually going to do when we start adopting more of this voice is I get back to that social impact. Now, when you ask for order me this, that search technology has the capability to boost or select certain products or vendors that come up that you get ordered, right? So it's not the same way as when you search and you get 15 or 20 or 30 different items that you can select from. It's now selecting for you. So a lot in terms of how will this work, the ethics of it, which products are selected, who gets those opportunities. There's going to be a lot of questions coming out about this in the future. You'll see on this slide lots of stats in terms of voice on the left side here. I'll let you guys take a quick peek at those, but voice is going to be another big player for us coming up here. Now, I mentioned that I would fast forward a year. So we fast forward from 2020 to now sitting in 2021. We take it April of 21, 5 essential skills to expand job prospects. And this was in fast companies. The number one thing that showed up was knowledge of artificial intelligence, right? So that's what I'm telling you. It really in the last year, 18 months, had accelerated in terms of all companies, not just saying we're doing it, but really putting in strategies to implement AI. Problem solving and critical thinking, still coming up at the top of the list. You noticed that before, but whenever we get into times of change and, adaptation where we need to be flexible, people want problem solvers, those folks that can really work through a challenge and get to the solution without being given the recipe. So what you're going to see here is, and I'll talk about it in terms of the new industrial revolution that we're in. We are in an industrial revolution. The world is shifting. And one of the key things is being a relationship worker, which means these problem solving, critical thinking skills rising to the top as something incredibly important. Along with AI, always comes that data. Data is going to be real critical again, and analyzing data. So data scientists, data analytics, that's going to be hot skills as always. So making sure you're aware of how to utilize and work with data on a day-to-day basis and how to make decisions. That problem solving with the data is a good combination of skills to make sure you keep sharp. Emotional intelligence. How do you read consumers? How do you understand the shifting market and what they need? Having that emotional intelligence to understand the shifts and changes that people are going through in their lives and how that shifts the products you provide to them, how you test the products that they are going to then utilize, because the way they're going to use them may shift and change. And then digital and social marketing. Again, we said the world has gone incredibly digital. So how do you reach these communities or groups of people to get the products out to them and market to those individuals? So again, interestingly enough here, we have a few technical skills, but we also have a lot of those fuzzy skills that are coming up as core and critical. And you're going to see that, I think, as a pattern in that as we have more tech and more smart technology, whether it's intelligent automation or it's artificial intelligence and algorithms behind the scene, the common thread here is machines are able to do some of the routine, rote, repetitive tasks that we as humans used to have to do. And if we embrace the machines doing those routine, repetitive tasks, it will naturally free up some of our time, our energy, and our mind share for us as individuals and as contributors to teams to be able to offer our insights, our problem solving, that critical thinking, the ability to imagine new products that didn't exist before, the ability to understand better the end consumer and how do you reach them and put yourself in their shoes of how they're using these products. So again, looking at it as, I see this as a really neat time for us in the quality space, in the testing space, of figuring out how we embrace some of this new technology, free up our mind share for us as humans to be able to do some more exciting things, get more involved in some of these new technologies that are coming out and embracing those as we leverage them in our teams. So I mentioned this concept of the industrial revolutions. These are not new. Some of us may need a refresher from our school days and university days. But what we see is we've had these industrial revolutions before. So if we look back to the 1800s, if we just start there around industrial revolutions, the future and the face of work was changing for people back then. from incredibly manual processes to more automated ways of achieving mass and scale in terms of production systems and things. And then in the 1900s, we get more new technologies, and it now reinvents how things are able to be done. You start to see new opportunities, new jobs. Some of you may have seen the commercial. I think it's really cute that's out there, but it kind of sums it up of what if we always just did things the way we originally did it, right? And the examples they use are things like horse and buggy instead of cars and other vehicles and modes of transportation, you know, those types of things. If we never evolve or embrace the new, we don't see the potential of what it is. And sometimes I think we get very mired as human beings about the fear that comes with it. But I think that's where professionals in the technology space and the quality space really play an important role right now, because as technology is embedded more and more in our everyday lives and is being used for everything from deciding what jobs you get to if you get a loan or not, the type of credit you get, what universities you're accepted to, all these different aspects of our personal lives. Oh, not to mention even our very personal lives of online dating, all of those types of things, that it's selecting matches and everything for all of us. It has so much to do with our lives that we have an opportunity to say, is it getting it right? Is this new technology correct? Or did it get it wrong? Because these algorithms, as you see with some of the discussions today, are making predictions and determinations and outputting information to help or assist us make decisions. But that's where in this fourth industrial revolution that we're in right now, the human mind and the critical thinking, problem solving, all of the things we're innately good at as human beings become even more important than we've ever seen before, that we don't lose the capability to think through those things and assist the technology in ensuring that the product that we're getting and the output is actually accurate and correct as intended. And especially as we want to shift patterns, as we want to make changes, that we're not just taking the old pattern that the algorithm may have given us and repeating it, but we're actually consciously shifting to a new pattern and building in a new pattern for how we want the future to be built. Now, what does this do for jobs? So what's really interesting, and this came from the Cognizant Center for Future of Work. A lot of people say, well, is my job going away? That's where we naturally go, because as human beings, we're very focused intrinsically on ourselves and what's the impact to me. So that's a natural question we ask. But the idea is that by embracing some of these technologies, what happens to the majority of jobs is that we see that almost 90% are enhanced or invented, which is fun. We get these new jobs we didn't have before. I'll give you an example, the gig economy. We didn't have drivers who picked us up and delivered us different places before, right? The concept of a gig worker in terms of Uber and Lyft and some of these different things weren't there. Same with Instacart and the delivery services. Those are all new jobs. And if you've seen some of the commercials on those lately, they're talking about how nice it is to have those types of jobs because it creates a different way to work, where you're not working set hours in a set location for a set company, but you're able to utilize your talents and skills to work across multiple companies, to choose which jobs you want to take or not take, and is providing really that freelance opportunity that we've seen in tech in the past, but expanding that out beyond coding and technical skills or UX and UI skills to other people that now can, quote, freelance and work for, say, Uber, Lyft, and Instacart and do their driving, whereas before maybe they worked as a part of a taxi company. So it's expanding those skills. So that's an example of how I think we'll see enhanced and invented new roles in the tech space and other sectors as well. Now, inevitably, whenever we get really new tech, there are some things that go away and there's some replacement, but usually those are skills people didn't want to do anyways. So those are things that we're losing favor in that individuals or humans were like, oh, this is too easy. It's not challenging enough. It doesn't provide enough income. So what we can do is use technology and machines and robots and some of these other things to do those jobs that we weren't paying humans enough, and humans can focus their skills on some of these higher value add activities and jobs and things like that. You see it right now in the US, and I was looking to see how prevalent it was across the globe. But right now, there's actually a huge shortage of people coming back to certain industries and certain work in the US, which is causing many different companies to struggle to actually find the number of workers they need to service their consumer base. So things like, again, machine learning, AI, robotics, some of the things we talked about in the beginning, getting really critical to these companies to be able to deliver. This is going to be, you'll hear this more and more. This isn't just a Jennifer thing, but it's going to be called the rise of the relationship worker, or you're going to hear a lot of research coming out about what's being dubbed the relationship worker era. What that means is that it's about fostering collaboration, your ability to build collaborative spaces across teams, across organizations, with partners, things like that, being able to really bridge those gaps and build those connections and collaborations. It's going to be about relationship building, getting what you need through the relationships you're able to build, adopting this where can I help mindset, figuring out where you could add value instead of waiting for people to ask you to do something, saying, hey, I see this thing here. This might be an issue. Can I help with it? Asking to have those opportunities will be critical as well. Learning to trust, like, can you trust this technology? And as testers, we naturally have a curiosity and a ability to say, is it trustworthy? So determining that is going to be incredibly important in the new tech that we're seeing. And then being open to some of these new intelligent automation strategies and building them in to your organizations to free yourself up to do some of the higher value add skills. There is a pamphlet out there. This is free. It's available out there. I'm going to give you a few resources and tips now. If you want to research some of the jobs of the future, one of them being a human machine teaming manager, where people will no longer manage other people, but they're going to manage sets of bots or algorithms that perform specific functions, where you're responsible for the data analytics. Again, I mentioned it earlier with that scenario in that company. That individual was managing the sentiment analysis algorithms and assessing how accurate they were, the output, making any adjustments, and then feeding that information into the rest of the team. We're going to see more of this as formalized roles. This pamphlet, 21 Jobs of the Future, is available on the internet. If you Google it from Cognizant, you'll be able to see some of the other jobs they're predicting from their futurists. The other thing we're going to see is a fundamental shift in how we work. So we used to work in these physical structures and buildings that we all operated in with walls and all of that. But now we've truly, through this, become global, where many of you no longer have returned to your office, or if you do, it's not every day, it's some days, or maybe you're rotating who's returned to office and when. We also are hiring people we've never met or seen. We did that before, but not at the mass scale that we're doing it now. Many people getting hired during the last 18 months maybe haven't physically seen their headquarters for their company, haven't seen their coworkers face to face. It's all been through this digital connection, which is creating some new opportunities for how we'll actually perform our work. So besides the skills, what's going to shift, and I'm already seeing it in the major corporations, everything from startups to massive Fortune 100s, is we're changing the way we collaborate and connect. There's a new need for digital connection and digital digitization and digital twin spaces. So you're going to see a lot of this being built out. Couple of the big companies, 3M is a big global company. They just came out this week with Work Your Way is their new program. So it's customized work schedules and where you work based on who you are and what you need. So work your way as a benefit instead of having to always be in an office or always be from home. We're also seeing a lot of hybrid models being implemented of sometimes in the office, sometimes from home, picking a couple of days a week you're in or not in. I think forever we will change how people work and the way people work. So again, not just focusing on skills, but thinking about the way your teams work, the way you want to work. What type of company do you want to work for? And how are they organizing their digital and physical environments? What I will leave you with is resources. So for those of you new to AI, there's 3 places I like to go. We had 30 minutes today, so that's definitely not long enough to give you the full picture of what some of these new technologies and skills are. But 3 places: Udacity, Kaggle, and then Stanford course in Coursera that I recommend. Now, what's really interesting about these courses, a lot of those Coursera courses, you're seeing a lot more of their commercials. More people are opting for online education, as I mentioned. If you're bored of all your Netflix that you're doing or other series, take one of these courses. You can take it on demand, do it kind of at your own pace. You also have the capability, a lot of them are being offered for free right now. So not even a money issue. So no excuses. Try some of these different courses. Huge outcomes for them. Some of the folks that have taken these courses, the stats show 33% started a new career after completing these courses, and 32% had tangible benefit to their current career from these courses. So some good ones. That's why I put them up here. They get results. And the last piece I would encourage you to do is I would encourage you to watch a film called Coded Bias. Coded Bias was a Sundance Film Festival winner. It is a 90-minute documentary that talks a lot about that social impact, ethics in technology, and what is our responsibility in this generation of the relationship worker as technologists, as QA professionals, to ensure what we're building is not harming or hurting the individuals in our world. So Coded Bias is an excellent film I recommend. And my email is at the bottom. I appreciated this 30 minutes with all of you digitally. I hope there were some little nuggets and at least some resources for all of you. So thank you.
Tristan, I think you're muted.
Of course.
Me that can't hear him, or is it?
It's really coming through. Thanks, Vikky. Yeah, I was going to say again, round of applause in the chat, Jen. What I love about your talks is not only do you always provide concrete strategies, but you're always giving us continuous learning opportunities as well. With that said, in today's topic, I want to bring back our Niranjani, pull her back up here for a little Q&A. We have some questions that came in here. Oh, hello again.
Hey, Tristan. Hey, Jennifer.
Hey.
I just love all this. I love all this. And I want to thank you both again. We did have a few questions from our audience members. And I think one of them that was really kind of touching on your theme as well, Jen, when we're thinking about AI, there it is. No, we're going to come back to that one. We talked a little bit about continuous learning opportunities. We're going to drop yours in the chat, Jen. But one of the ones I wanted to ask as well, what are some of your top resources, Niranjani, around continuous learning and understanding of AI?
I think apart from Udacity and Coursera, which Jennifer already mentioned, I would definitely recommend, whenever I get a chance to attend conferences, speakers like Jennifer and others, Tariq King, I think they obviously talk a lot about AI and ML. So I think they are amazing resources that'll help you get a head start on all of these topics, and then that could lead you to get inspired and go further and understand using these Udacity courses.
And that's also a shameless plug for anyone who has not yet purchased the ticket for tomorrow. Tariq is coming back tomorrow, and there's so many other great speakers, so we cannot encourage all enough. There is my question. Victoria's just going to fire me. This is what happens when you start a new gig. You're not the only one, Niranjani.
Oh, I know. You've been busy.
We've both been. There is a question, though, that I thought was really important. We're talking a little bit more about companies and the shift in adoption of AI. And I think you're talking in the same way around thinking a little bit more about this great, resignation wave that we're seeing, not just in April, right, where 4.2 million people left their roles. We're going to see another shift as people use their PTO after the summer, right? And so with this rise of people seeking companies, the social impact element, right? So TLDR, what advice do you have for job seekers that are looking to be part of companies that are ethically leveraging AI for their customers? And I would start with you on that one, Jen.
Yeah, I would say do your homework. Right now, there's a lot of information publicly about companies and what they've done. I love resources like Glassdoor and others just to get insights on what people who've worked there in the past have said about companies. I also tend to find that I use LinkedIn. I get kind of creative if I were looking for a new company to find someone who had been at that company but maybe left recently, or just reaching out to them. And a lot of people, I think today, are pretty open if you just reach out and say, hey, I saw you work for X company, and you left recently, would just love some feedback because I'm looking to make a good choice. I think everyone can relate to, we all want to make good choices usually in life. So they'll probably talk to you as well. But I think it's best to hear from people that are there, have been there, and then doing your homework in the media on what's there but hasn't been super highly publicized. A lot of things don't make mainstream media, but I think there's some blogs and some other spaces where Reddit, others where you can find a little more open insight as well. So Reddit, and then, like I said, Glassdoor.
I appreciate that. And what about you, Niranjani?
I think Jennifer pretty much covered all of my sources. Apart from that, I think I would definitely reach out to folks via Twitter because folks are very responsive on Twitter as well. And of course, that's how you and I got to meet, offstage testash. So it's always fun meeting people and trying to understand their nature of work and how they're leveraging AI and how, things can proceed from there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate this. And I think this idea around leveraging AI in an ethical way, this is something we've all been talking about. And just kind of a quick follow-up question too, for so many people out there that are in these roles and have concerns about how companies are leveraging AI in a non-ethical way, do you have any, without giving away any information, obviously, have you ever had a friend reach out to you and ask for any guidance about this? And what would your advice be to them? Not, around raising the alarm or, in some way, because I know that everyone, job security is, we're all in different situations. We also want to balance our morals and ethics. And I'm going to start with you, Jen.
Yeah, I would say to your point, start with that. What are you willing to give up, right? So I know in past when I worked for companies and I've challenged practices, not even just around AI, but around hiring or what they do or how they treat diversity and inclusion in the company. Whenever I've seen this, I always go to what am I willing to give up? Because ultimately it could be your job if they don't like what you're saying. I always like to say, I always used to think human resources people were our friends, but they're the company's friends. You need to remember that HR is there really to protect the organization. So if you are going to an HR professional, know that anything you give them is really destined to protect the company first. Above everything else. They'll try and resolve situations that are not appropriate, but obviously they need to protect the organization. So usually the best resource is those compliance hotlines that most companies are required to have, which is anonymous, that you can report things anonymously to. If you know of others who have witnessed what you witnessed, having multiple people report anonymously is very helpful so that they can see it's a pattern of behavior if it's a very big issue for you. Obviously taking it, there's some agencies that you can take it to. I've had people that I've helped get to watchdog groups and other things in Washington and other places if it's very serious, where it impacts health and safety of individuals, for example. But definitely evaluate what you're willing to do and have a backup plan that if it doesn't go your way or if your viewpoint isn't adopted, what's your strategy for exiting that situation and then getting to a place where you feel more comfortable giving the information that you need to protect others.
I really, really appreciate that. And I think that's also important too. Having a backup plan is key. Niranjani, have you ever had a friend reach out to you about any of these issues and or any additional advice?
Not really. I think I'm just gonna.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jen's like, I have stories.
You could be here for days, people. Days on this one.
This is super helpful. And just as a follow-up question too, and I know this is kind of a theme that's come up a little bit, Niranjani, this was a question for you. When you're thinking a little bit more, you were talking in a recent talk around exploratory testing is an approach and not a technique. I'm wondering, how did this approach help you learn data exploration more efficiently to help you leverage your new current role? And understand.
Yeah, it's interesting you brought up that statement where, so basically I tried applying the same concepts of exploratory testing where I was trying to understand the data set, how I can infer something out of it without getting too much into the weeds, if you know what I mean. Like, obviously, from a quality perspective, we're not necessarily designing the models there. We're only trying to scrub the data and make sure it's consumable by these ML models. So that's one of the reasons how I came up with the whole taco approach, where I was talking about, high level, instead of using those technical terms around, hey, leverage statistical data analysis to do this. I was like, yeah, let's keep it simple so that it's easier for folks to follow. And that's how I tried understanding how to scrub data and clean it, prepare it. And we tried basically writing a Python script, very similar to how we did this Python notebook. And we have those running in CI. So that helps our teams with cleaning up the data, like continuously, and not just wait for someone to do it manually. So yeah.
That's super helpful. And there was another question here for you, Jen. You talk about this a little bit more about this shift, right? And we're talking about, again, the Great Resignation wave. We're also talking about this huge rise based off that Forbes study that you mentioned, which I loved. Many executives and leaders right now, I'm wondering, what do you feel is their biggest challenge in hiring and scaling talent needs to perform these new roles? And do you have any advice for them? Because I know recruiters can only do so much. Like, do you have any creative insights for how they can look for this talent?
Yeah, one of the biggest things, honestly, is creative thinking and the ability to think outside the box. So for a lot of folks, they've grown up with Google or search engines. So they're used to, and I have to practice this even with my 5-year-old, of don't just ask Alexa, now she'll talk to me. Don't just ask her the question. You need to figure this out. And see, now she's, I know I told you.
Hello, Alexa.
English is the most commonly used language.
See, exactly. This is our problem, right? It's like,
couldn't help myself.
I know. It's so, but that's what happens. And so critical thinking is really, really important. And so forcing yourself to do critical thinking tasks and not just look it up and envision how to do it. So what they're finding is when they give these tests of critical thinking or thinking outside the box to the people they're trying to hire, they're not able to be flexible or adaptable or think of different solutions on their own without some assistance or help. So that's been a huge challenge from what I've seen in organizations and companies currently. So any of you out there that can teach classes on how to do this would be very good. And to make sure you yourself as a continual learner is doing that besides just growing your tech team.
Mm-hmm. That's super insightful. And I'm wondering, just thinking a little bit more about this and skills that are desirable to address the needs of this growing market. Niranjani, as you're in this new and exciting leadership role and as your teams are continuing to build out, what are some additional skill sets that you're looking for, both from a technical perspective and non?
Sure. So I'm definitely hiring for a data quality engineer, which I'm having a shameless plug here. So I definitely believe that skills are transferable. So I don't look for specific technologies in their resumes, so long as they understand how this fits into the big picture. Like, I think if you go back to the talk where I presented saying, hey, this is how our data warehouse architecture looks. And then this is a small piece where the quality team was helping out. So long as they can, understand the big picture, understand how they're going to be contributing to the team, it doesn't matter whether they use Azure or Amazon platforms. At the end of the day, they should have a good understanding of the data pipeline and how they can help out in terms of both testing and automation. So I'm not looking for specific skill set. We are definitely hiring for the data warehouse team that does both extraction, transformation, loading of this information into our data lakes. But we are definitely looking for someone with a good understanding of the data pipeline and how they can help out the teams. So.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Back in the day, for years, probably, I think, I don't know how many plus, but, Berkeley, #1 public university in the world, the #1 degree everyone sought out there was molecular cell biology. Past few years, it radically shifted. It's data science now. And I used to be a new student orientation counselor there for years. And so seeing that shift over this past decade, it just shows the rising demand and that we have more of a demand than we have people out there. What advice would you both give? I know today is a junior track, but I think we're all lifelong learners regardless. For those that are watching these recordings streaming live, what advice do you have for that recent graduate in data science to really get out there and, jump into that first experience? What would that role look like, and what would you see that career trajectory for them in this field? I'd start with you, Jen.
Yeah, so I would say for folks that are new in those careers, like I mentioned, kind of this concept of, not one company anymore, that to get broad perspective, I really wanted broad perspective when I left university and wanted to see different things. So I did that through consulting. I went to Accenture and I worked for different companies just so I could get a perspective of different ways companies operate and do what they're doing in regards to data. Because the first company you get may not be the way that aligns best to who you are or how you think. So freelance is a good thing. I always say right now, everyone has side hustles of stuff they like to do. So you can still be a full-time employee, but have other things you do on the side as community service or work projects or other stuff. So a lot of times startups are looking for people to assist them. They let you do a lot more than normally in a big corporation you get to do. So a lot of autonomy, and they're always needing hands and arms to contribute where you can. So I would say go for your company, but also get some perspective from some startups, join some groups, blogs, online stuff where you're getting your favorite people that you like to bounce ideas and get insights from as well.
I love that. What about you, Niranjani?
Apart from the awesome resources Jen mentioned, I think definitely working on side projects is very, very helpful, especially if you didn't get that exposure in your work. You could potentially show these side projects as your portfolio, as part of your portfolio. And employers these days are definitely valuing bootcamp folks. It doesn't matter whether they actually went to grad school and got this degree, but so long as you have the practical exposure to how to solve this problem, I think that's all they're looking for. And definitely contributing to blogs. I think as part of my own experience, I've realized I have a better understanding of these concepts whenever I blog about them, and when folks reach out, following up on other questions. So I think definitely you should leverage these resources, and given we're all in a pandemic where we're all working from home, it's probably a better use of our time.
I love that. And I think that's something you and I have talked about. Shameless plug. Niranjani and I started a DevOps leadership book club just because of a post I had reshared. And she's like, "Do you have a book club?" And I was like, "No, but we could start one." And it just became this whole beautiful thing. And we would share questions in advance. Everyone would vote on the book. We would then apply that with test automation, and the DevOps ecosystem. And then I would just be the stenographer, don't mind me. And then you would turn it into a blog, or someone else would turn it into a post. And I think that's part of it, is that these hiring managers, they're also looking at what you're putting out into the community. They're also looking at the size of your network, what open source projects you're contributing to. So making yourself a well-rounded competitive candidate, and also to your point, Jen, around what are those fuzzy skills as well. How are you demonstrating all of those in a external environment? We did have one additional question though here, and this one's coming in when we're thinking, as we're wrapping this Q&A, thinking a little bit more about those testers out there that are looking to improve and their understanding. How can testers better collaborate with data science teams to improve their understanding of AI and machine learning? Any concrete tips or tricks that you might recommend, Jen?
I would always say, so I mentioned it in my Rise of the Relationship Worker, but collaboration is key, and adopting the where can I help mindset. So these teams are always overwhelmed. Data science, AI, ML teams are always too much work, not enough bandwidth to do their jobs, as I'm sure you are as a tester. But you as a tester, having knowledge of the system and more holistic knowledge of how it operates in the end consumer, they're really interested in how to read the data and what the end consumer or the product should be doing. And you can augment with that knowledge, so you can bring something to them. So just offering and saying, how can I help? I see you guys are working on a project. And I know in some of the big companies now, they have these side projects internally that you can volunteer for to get involved. I saw one recently they were doing on research of different strategies around COVID. So you can offer to get involved in those projects as well. And if no one's offering, offer for yourself. Pick up for yourself and ask for what you want on that.
That is super helpful. And just as we wrap here, Niranjani, any additional insights or concrete tips to add to that?
So when I was working on this data science project, I reached out to the product manager because I felt like whenever I spoke to these data scientists, they were getting into the weeds too much, and I was losing track of, hey, what am I supposed to do here? Because they would start talking about a lot of things about the ML model versus I was looking for where can I add value? So talking to product managers definitely is super helpful and critical just to understand the big picture, because the moment you understand the whole architecture around, I mean, again, you don't have to get into the deep weeds about it, but then try to understand where you're starting, where the data is coming from, how is the data being processed, and eventually how this model is being created. So long as you understand the big picture and what technologies are being used, you can always replace those technologies with, you know, Microsoft or Google or Amazon products. So it's just easier, like peel out the technology part, just look at the big picture view. I think that's going to be super helpful.
Amazing. I really, really appreciate that. Very last quick questions just for me. I know that we're dealing with another rise of COVID and whatnot. So I just wanted to ask you all, what's the one song right now that you are bumping that's keeping you going and motivated today? I'm going to ask you, Jen. We like to ask the hard-hitting questions around here.
Oh, I know. That's amazing. You know, honestly, there is always, I have a favorite of Lady Gaga's, but right now I kind of have turned to this is country, which is weird. That's a new thing for me, is country music.
Yeah.
Went to a festival this last weekend, and there's a new band out there, the Swan Brothers, and they had an awesome song that just came out about all the mamas, because I can relate to being a mama during COVID, and it's for the mamas of how you do so many things in life. And so that's my song that keeps me going and reminding myself I'm not the only one struggling with tiny human. And
I love that. What about you, Niranjani? Real fast, number one song.
Yeah, I basically listen to some focus music just because my husband's working in the room next door, and we can basically hear each other otherwise. So it's just easier.
I love
Keeping
that.
it simple.
Thank you both so much for giving us your time, sharing your expertise. We appreciate you both. We're going to be going to a quick break, so I'm just going to say goodbye to you all real fast.
Thank you, Kristen.
Bye. And we're going to have a very quick break, y'all. But before we do, we wanted to say first and foremost, just to remind you all, for all of you awesome people who take care of iOS devices, Geekle's organizing an iConf Summit for Swift developers. This is an event, like no exceptions, for the next week. You can get a discount 50%, and we're going to drop that discount promo code below. But just again, we're going to take a very quick break. And when we come back, we're going to have Sergio Riveros, who's a senior software engineer at Adidas, for his talk, Enabling Reliable End-to-End Testing for Modern Web Apps. So we'll see you in just a few seconds, okay? Grab a coffee, grab a beverage. Look, there's the promo code right there. So we'll see you in 2 seconds, okay? All right, let's get back to it. There we are. Oh, hello. We are coming back. We hope that you all grabbed a coffee, grabbed a beverage. Maybe you're out a little bit later in your part of the world and you grabbed something else. We're here for it. Maybe you tuck the kids in. We are getting ready for our last part of day one. And this speaker is someone you're not going to want to miss. And I'm going to pull him up on the stage right now. Oh, hello.
Hey. How's it going, Tristan?
You know, it's funny, Sergio, of everyone here, like you're the only one I haven't met yet. And I was really, really excited about your talk. For today's talk, before you give us a little preview, I just want to introduce Sergio. He's a senior software engineer at Adidas, and he's an electronic engineer, extreme sportsman, and lover of Colombia with more than 8 years of experience facing different challenges through his career as a software developer and software testing and in leading teams. He's the founder of Mocana Colombia, a Colombia project that seeks to create a new Colombia, and also part of multinational Adidas with a role as a test chap leader. And his talk today is going to be about enabling reliable end-to-end testing for modern web applications. How'd I do on the introduction, Sergio?
That's nice. Good. Yeah. Sounds very, very good. So promising, you know. Don't put too much focus on words. I expect to get my best, but yeah, you know.
You know what? I have to say, friend, we're going to pull your slide up here as well. The biggest thing, the hardest thing is coming up on a virtual global stage and sharing your knowledge and your story. So just showing up is the biggest part. And you're giving us all such a gift. So I am going to pull up your slides over here. We can see them. Ooh, those are modern. With that said, Sergio, the floor is all yours, friend. Take it away.
Nice. Thank you very much, Tristan, and thank you very much to the whole QA Summit event for this space. I'm really happy to be here with you sharing this presentation. So let's go. So I will be talking today about enabling reliable end-to-end testing for modern web ads. So pretty much just gonna start with the common slide as usual with me. So I'm senior software engineer at Adidas and founder of Mocana Colombia. As Tristan mentioned, is an idea from a couple of friends in Colombia where we are trying to build in and preserving and conserving many of the environments that we have here in Colombia, and also trying to help to maintain our roots for indigenous people and other communities that we have here in Colombia. And also, in addition to that, I always like to just share about 3 things that I like to do or I like in many different dimensions. So one of them is that I really love the dinosaurs, and my favorite one is Allosaurus. The second one is that I'm really fan of the Naruto. That is an anime and a manga too. Actually, I had a t-shirt today from that anime. And the third one is I'm really in love with a small town we have here in Colombia that's called Barichara. That I encourage you all, when you visit Colombia, just visit that place because it's amazing. So with no more words in that, just moving to the presentation. So for the agenda today, we're going to be talking about modern web ads, and also about what's mean an end-to-end tester, and also what I need to do in order to be reliable. And after that, we're going to start entering a little bit more in something that is an amazing tool from Microsoft, that's Playwright. And we're going to have in a couple demos regarding this tool, right? So just moving around, this is a sort of like a timeline that I create in order to show you how we are evolving in time in terms of the web application that we have. So we're going to go in detail for each of those days. So some time ago in the 90s, a team with Tim Berners-Lee created the first browser and also the first website, right? So just to give you an image about how we are evolving in time and how we have in the past and how we are right now, right? So I just pick Yahoo just as an example of how this is changing over the years, right? And also after that, we have the introduction of the W3CR, and that's a regulation that we have for create the websites. And also we have a couple milestones like the creation of the JavaScript that at that moment was not so famous that we have right now JavaScript. Also, we had the CSS, and also after that we start adding more and more information to the website, like the vector graphics. And also you see here that now in the new Yahoo page, after a couple years, we have more hyperlinks on the web page, and also more information just saturating very much the web, right? And now after we have something that was a boon in that moment was the introduction of jQuery. That revolutionized a lot of the web applications. And also in the 2010 we have the responsive web design, and that's is along with the boom that we have in that moment for the mobile devices. So every time that we are developing something, we were thinking now and that this page needs to see looking good in the mobile devices, right? So, and at the end, we just have the last launch from HTML5 that was introducing many nice features too. And also, as you see now, the 2021 page from Yahoo is really, really looks different with more animated content, with more dynamic content also, and more focusing components with our application that we have like React and others, Vue.js and others, right? So that's pretty much sort of like a context for the introduction of this talk. But just going deeply about what means to be a tester in the end-to-end world, there is 4 important points here, right? So the first one is that we need to keep in mind that now we are testing and we are creating worldwide ads. And that means that the ad that you are creating can be used from any part around the world. That can be used in South America, where I am, or can be used in Europe, or even in Asia, and all the parts around the world. So that's changed a little the perspective about what we are creating, because the people that's trying to access that information can have different keyboards, can have different languages, and so on, right? So the second point is that quality in the sky is right now another level. Maybe some years ago that wasn't the case, because some years ago maybe the management role and those things, they say quality is not really important, we are so underrated at that moment. But now when they are realizing that if you don't have really good tests in your application, you are losing money for any different reasons, for security breaches, for performance, or for just because the user don't want to stay more than 10 seconds in your page and those kind of things. So now the quality is a really good moment to try to implement those best practices and try to put that that rates really high, right? So the third point is right now everything is changing, and when I'm talking about everything change is because as you maybe know, pretty much every year we are releasing new technologies, right? So we have the launching of React some years ago with Facebook that having the PHP application, but now they moving completely to React and those kind of things. And we have the same with any other applications for automation, also even for executing some animations, like for instance page with GL and those kind of things, right? So we are adding many things all the time to the software world, right? And the fourth point that's important is that there is a concept that I always really like to talk in is magic testing. There is a misconception from the management roles and even from other areas that thinking that testing is just checking points, right? Like we're not just gonna do a couple clicks and that's it. But that's not testing. Testing is not like magic. Testing is an engineering process, and I will explain you a little bit more what I'm talking about there, right? So just a couple concepts and advices that I can give you in order to be a tester in that end-to-end world is, first, you always need to have a contest. And the contest is important to understand what are your limitations, what is your application, what capabilities you have in that application. It's really important to automate that application. It's really important to execute a API test and performance testing or anything that you want to execute in that application, right? So have always a contest is key in order to understand your application. right? The second point is that you need to keep in mind and also to reflect that to the other areas and to the management people that testing is an engineering process. It's not just about writing some scripts or just clicking some buttons or just reproducing some stats. You also need to thinking about how to elaborate strategies, what's the best way to test, what's the best tool that match with that problem that you are trying to solve, right? And the third point that's really important is that different tests plays different roles. And this is important because there is a usual problem that we see is that sometimes the people mention that they are doing it end-to-end tests, but when you are going to see those end-to-end tests are more focused on functionalities instead of end-to-end flows, right? So it's important to understand that the tests have different roles in the application. Maybe some are more focused on the technical part, on the backend part, or maybe they are more focused on the accessibility of the application, or they are maybe more focused on the performance and those kind of things, right? And the fourth point that I guess is the most common problem that I see is behaviors are about requirements. So what this means, usually in this agile world that some of the companies try to apply, we end up in trying to apply end-to-ends for specific requirements. But when you apply end-to-ends for specific requirements, you are going to having a really a bunch of tests that any of them are end-to-end tests. So it's really important to make clear that when you are doing end-to-end tests, you are modeling behaviors and not requirements. You are trying to elaborate something that's covering the behavior of the end user, right? So that's regarding to how to be an end-to-end tester. And also regarding be reliable, now our scope is a little bit more greater than the past. So now we have many things to cover. We have to consider to multi-browser application. We have to consider to test in mobile also the application. We have to consider to manage high concurrency in our application. Many of the applications that we are testing right now are e-commerce sites, right? So those e-commerce sites requires really high concurrency sometimes, so it's really good to have parallelization in our tests. Another point is to try always to cover multi-domain scenarios and also have the ability to network control in your tests in order to save some time to validate your API responses and those kind of things. And additionally to that, it's important to have a really solid way to implement weightings in your code. And other two important points is selectors, and you have to have really good selectors, elaborate strategies with your team, with your development team to have really an agreement based on this. And the last point is debuggability, because one of the main problems that we have in end-to-ends is the flaky test. So you don't have a really good tool that allows you to do a really good debug, and your application, you will be end up in a really big problem more than you start, right? So those are sort of some of the points. So based on all that context, I'm going to introduce you sort of a new tool, I will say. It's a really powerful tool. That's Playwright. I'm not really a fan of recommending tools, but from my perspective, this tool is so promising and have a really bright future in terms of implementation. But I really encourage you, all of you, to try by yourself to see that match to your necessities, and not just because it's a boon or just because it's new. So what is Playwright? So Playwright is a Node.js library to automate browsers in a context through its pages. So what this means? So this Node.js library allows you to automate browsers, and additionally to that, allows you to isolate those tests in a specific context. So the context is like a bus for you, right? And in every of those buses, you will be having a page. So that page is the representation of your application. So this is the way that Playwright achieve parallelization. So I will be explaining you a little bit better after that. So just giving some important points. So Playwright is created and back from Microsoft Team. also supports TypeScript, JavaScript, Python, Java, and .NET. And in addition to that, also supports Chromium, Firefox, and WebKit. And WebKit is for Safari browser. And also, in addition to that, has some APIs to do auto weighting and also parallelization. And more than that, also cover multiple domains, page and frames, has the ability to emulate devices and also network control. And these two last points are important because are for the debuggability feature. And is Inspector is a tool that they have in order to you can debug your application, and Trace Viewer is another amazing tool that's come from the Playwright test runner in order to allow you to see what's happening in your test when something fails using the grounded tools sometimes. And also CodeGen is the ability that you have to auto-generate code in different languages like JavaScript, Java, and others. So it's sort of like a Selenium IDE, but a little bit more advanced, right? And has also an integration with the developers tools to try to looking for new selectors and those kind of things. So I'm gonna move in now to demo time. So I'm gonna explain you a little bit about Playwright in a real example. So here, just before to start, I just do some stuff before just to save some time in the presentation. So the first thing that you need to do in order to use Playwright is confirm that you have Node installed in your PC. So in my case, I have this version of Node. So the only thing that you need to do is install that Node, go to the Node page and install it, and that's it. And after that, I just create a new folder, QA Summit demo, and after I move to that QA Summit demo folder, and after that, I just create an npm init just to create the package JSON in my application, right? And after that, what I did was just npm I Playwright, and this is for install. So npm install Playwright, and that's the only thing that you need to do in order to install Playwright. So I just realized this today that they launched 3 days ago a new version. So we have now in the 1.14 version right now. And from here, what I'm doing right now is just gonna create a file that's called demo test.ngs. So I'm gonna click in this. And just to show you how this works, right? And we're gonna start doing some code here, right? So the first thing that I will do is just importing the browsers that I need to use. So this is so easy to do it. Just I'm gonna import in Chromium WebKit, that is for Safari. And also another thing that I will add is devices. Devices is the ability that give me the device emulation, right? So I'm gonna do is just from here, I will say from Playwright. So it's the package that I just installed from Node. So after that, what I will do is just create a constant. And the first thing that I want to show you is the ability to emulate devices. So I'm just going to create a constant that's called iPhone device, right? And after that, what I will do is just calling that devices interface that I just initiate, right? So I just will say devices. And here, when I pass this, there is where magic becomes to appears, and is we have here the ability to choose between multiple emulation devices that Playwright provides to you. So we have Nokia, Pixel, and every other devices. So I'm gonna choose just here iPhone 11 Pro, and after that, what I will do is I'm gonna do this in JavaScript because I'm more familiar with JavaScript. But also you can do the same with Java, also with Python, because there is another project for that, so you can do it too. So here we're gonna run a asynchronous code here. So the first thing most important here is trying to understand the three concepts. So as I mentioned before, there are three concepts: browsers, contents, and pages, right? So the first one is browser. So I'm gonna create a constant here that's called browser. And after that, what I will say is, okay, I want to run this with the Chromium package that I just import, right? And after you see, we are seeing all the options that we have here. We have connect over CDP, but I'm just gonna select this one, launch, right? And that will simulate the launching of the browser, but also is retrieving me the instance of that browser. So now that constant that we have there, browser, is the instance of that Chrome instance that we have in the application, right? That's the first concept. So now what I want to do is just to give a context to that browser. So I'm going to say just constants to that context, right? And from here, what I say is away again, and just say the browser that I created before, right? Just say create a new context for that browser. So that means then executing that browser inside of this context, right? So there is a interesting part here, and is that I can specify what's gonna be this context. So one important thing that I want to do here, just to show you the device simulation, is that I can pass that iPhone device that I created just before. So I can say iPhone device is passing here. So when the test is running, it's gonna running with these characteristics. Another thing that I can do is also allow some permissions for that. So just gonna allow one of the most common ones is the geolocation. And also when I am enabling this, I need to enabling what's I am mean for geolocation, right? So I need to pass all the coordinates in order to make that possible. So the first coordinate is gonna be latitude, just to say something, and I'm gonna just put this, and also the longitude, and also you're just gonna put, just to make it easy, and that's it, right? So based on that, there I already defined my contest, right? But there is one concept missing, that is the page, right? So now I'm gonna create another contest, another constant, and say it's gonna be called page, right? So, but I need to assign that page to the contest where I am gonna execute the test cases. So I will say contest, right? In that contest will be a new page. So this should be enough just to reference that page inside that contest. So now I will say page, and you will see that we have many options, and these are the APIs that they create for us. So go to, right? I'm just gonna copy the link here. I will go to the maths just to see the geocalization approach. And after that, I'm just gonna say, okay, I want to run this. So in order to run this, I'm just gonna close the browser. So in order that we can see how Pyrite works. So now, as this is a Node.js application, pretty much, I just will say node demo test and JS, right? So as you see, looks like it's running. Oh, I missed something here. As you see, this is a function, so I have to close it. And running again. Now it's running. So Pyrite has something interesting by default, and is running in a headless mode. So that means we are not able to see anything that is running. So there are multiple ways that you can cover in order to see that something is running. So I'm gonna show you just a couple because we don't have too much time. So just gonna say web page, right? I'm gonna take a screenshot just to show that I am running something, right? So I'm gonna say that screenshot is gonna call, I don't know, iPhone device test, PNG, and that should be enough. Close this here, and also go back here to just running again. So now when I am running this, and this finish, automatically you will see that I'm having here and a screenshot of the test that I'm running, right? So this is a way that I have in order to see what's happening, but there is also another way that Pyrite provides you in order to don't run in headless mode. So that way is just saying here that I don't want to run the test in headless mode. So I'm just gonna push this and passing the false attribute, right? And additionally to that, I want to run a little bit more slow this. So I'm gonna just say run with 300 milliseconds, right? So now when I run, this is gonna initiate an instance of my Chrome browser. So now it's initiating that instant, emulating that device. So that's sort of the first step that we are doing, and was really, really easy, right? So as you see right now in this, I'm not really able to see the location that I'm passing on, and that's because the test is so faster, right? So Playwright provides you multiple times to do that really easily. So one of those times to do is, I'm just gonna say await page, right? And there is a couple APIs in order to wait for something. So I'm just gonna say wait. As you see, we have wait for event, wait for function, wait for, let's say, wait for navigation, and so on, right? So I'm gonna just choose this one, wait for load state, and that allows me to wait for 3 different states: load of the page, don't content loaded, or network idle, right? So I'm just gonna select the last one that allows me to wait until there are no network connections for at least 500 milliseconds, as you see in the documentation that is displaying right now. So I'm just gonna say network idle here, and that gives me some time just to see what's happened there. Now I'm gonna run it again. And now you are able to see that we now get a different message, right? So we have right now this part, right, that we are not able to see because in the mobile version, Google Maps is showing you there is a message like you want to go to the web application or to the mobile application. Sorry for the Spanish. But that's pretty much the reason that you are seeing that there, right? So in order to just delete that part and you say that message is sort of annoying, right? So I want to use one of the really amazing abilities that Playwright has, and is to use the inspector. So now here I am using page.pause, and that will give me the option to open a tool that they call inspector. So just to show you that, I'm gonna run it again, and once he reached that part, automatically is gonna load this Playwright inspector, right? So now as you see in here, this Playwright inspector is like a console that we have the ability in order to navigate there. So I just kind of say explore here, select this part, and copy this, right? So this giving me the option to automatically look for selectors. So I'm just gonna click in here to finish that part, right? And after that, what I will do is pretty much, I wanna just click that message in order to disappear that from the window. So I'm just gonna say click here, right? And that click, I'm just gonna pass in that part, that selector that I just found. So here, that should be enough, right? So I'm just gonna, pretty much the script what's gonna do is just go to this, wait for this low state, click that button, and after take the screenshot, right? So run it again. And as you see, is clicking the last part, and now we have without that view, right? So that's pretty much for the demo. I'm just gonna move into the slides again. So there is a couple recommendation regarding Playwright. So if you are in a web application, you must try this application because this is one of the most powerful tools that we have right now. If your application is small or medium, it's a go for it. It's big one. There is sort of a risk from my perspective, and it's because the application is too new. And when I'm saying too new, is that there is a possible scenario where they can introduce breaking changes that may change some of your application. That doesn't happen yet, but there is a gap for that happening. So just keep that in mind. And in addition to that, there is a community, but that community is too new. they are so fast in the response in their Slack channel. But more than that, there is not too much information on the website with other applications like Selenium or Cypress, right? So just keep that in mind. And the other point is that programming skills are really important if you're gonna use this tool. You necessarily need to have how to develop, because it's important to have that in mind. For animations, I don't recommend. Actually, there is no tool right now that I can recommend to test animations. It's sort of difficult. For visual testing, they have something with the test runner to do some snapshots, but is from my perspective is not really ready to use it. There are some like flaky testing, for instance, with some of the browser like Firefox. So keep in mind that that will be give you some false positives and those kind of things. So I prefer to use another third parties like Applitools or Percy or other things like that. That also you can use it along with Playwright.
And Sergio, if it's just possible, just because we have another speaker coming, we're going to have a Q&A as well. And I know that we're going to have some more questions about the limitations. So if it's all right with you, I'd love to revisit this topic in the Q&A. Is that all right?
Yeah, it's okay.
You're amazing. I want to give a round of applause to Sergio, and we're going to bring you back for this Q&A because there's so much content here that we want to unpack. So thank you so much, Sergio. We're going to bring you right back for the Q&A. You're absolutely awesome. Thank you again. Yep. All right. All right. We are bringing up another industry legend with us, y'all. Hello.
Hi, Tristan. It's nice to meet you again.
I know, we've got to stop meeting like this, Christina.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, before you dive into today's topic, I want to thank you so much for taking the global stage and sharing with us your talk, Driving Postman to Meet Newman for Rest, and the challenges faced and decisions made. For those of you that don't know Christina, she's a test engineering manager at Northwestern Mutual. She has over 7 years of experience in both functional and non-functional testing and possesses a development background. Since she's worked on PHP web development, Android mobile development, before taking up quality engineering, she's worked in automated testing content management systems for the UK government, point of sales applications, e-commerce applications, and clinical trial applications as well. She's worked on-site in the UK on projects with the UK government sector and major food supply chain management companies. She's currently working as a test engineering manager at Northwestern Mutual, a Fortune 100 financial services company, where she's managing the testing efforts for their customer experience web apps, which compromises of both microservices and micro apps. She also has been a part of very prestigious conferences, technical meetups, and webinars. She's a software testing evangelist. Y'all, she is everywhere, but she is here with us today. Christina, how did I do on that intro?
Oh, you did a great job. That just kind of yeah, I'm not going to tell much about myself now. Thanks.
I love you. And Christina, do you have slides for today's talk?
Yes, and I'm going to share my screen now.
I love it.
Just let me know if it's there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got you. Let me see. Aha. Perfection. Look at you. All right. I love it. I'm going to get off the stage. The floor is yours. Take it away.
Thank you. So hi, everyone. I'm so glad to be part of this QA Global Summit Volume 2. And that was a great intro, so I'm not going to go around introducing myself. So you can follow me on Twitter, and then you can use LinkedIn if you have any questions. Yeah, we do have a Q&A session as well. And I'm glad to meet you all virtually. So today, I'm going to talk about a topic. Before that, I am going to ask you a couple of questions. I don't know if you can, put thumbs ups or thumbs down, or you felt this way, but have you or someone in your team spoken about continuous API testing, those proper circular, semi-cylindrical waves, wheels, according to this image, but the team's just busy automating UI and testing UI when the main logic or the main data retrieval is actually in API testing. Has anyone been in this situation. I've been there where UI was given more focus over API. That kind of topples the testing pyramid, and I know most of you would have heard about it. So once that happens, situations like it worked fine in dev occur. I'm sure you've heard this statement where things are not working in the test environment or the pre-prod environment, but apparently it was working in dev. So how do we find these issues, right? And then integration also starts failing, and then slowly we start thinking about continuous testing. So today it's all about actually API continuous testing. So how this is based on a compilation of how I was working with different teams where we needed a solution in order to bring continuous API testing. So today I'm going to talk to you about driving Postman to meet Newman for REST, the challenges that we faced and why we made the decision of moving with Newman. So today's agenda, I will be doing an introduction to API testing for those who probably are newbies, who want to get their hands on API testing, understanding what API testing is, and then we'll compare a few popular tools out there, and then basically I'll talk about what challenges we faced with each of the tools, what was better in some of the tools, but why did we go with this route. And then I would be talking about Newman, who is kind of the hero of the story today. And this will comprise of a short demo so that you could get your hands dirty with Newman maybe as you start using it. So what is API? What is an API? So API is basically the middleman between the UI and the database layer. Basically, it talks to the UI, the database and the UI talk to each other using API, right? It's like a connection, and it's so simple and concise, and it makes things much easier than how it was when we never had API before. Gone are those days, right? And that is exactly why most of the functional layer is actually embedded in API, in the API layer. So if you have APIs in your applications, it's ideal to test them so that you know that, you know, in the logic part of things, your application is sound, and then your UI is just going to show those details, or it's going to insert those details into the database. So it's API, if an API breaks, then that connection is not going to work. So for that, we need to do an API testing. And for that, we need to examine things like functionality. Also, in terms of API, we can also check like things as performance and security, how secure it is, because here we are interacting with the database or layer as well. So we want to make sure that it's secure as well. So there's so much to API testing that we're going to discuss. So API testing is not just about checking functionality, right? It's validation testing that occurs mainly in the final steps where plays an essential role in the development process. And we all know what validation is. We can validate if the UI is actually accurately showing what we actually want to. For example, some sort of sort like articles needs to be shown in a particular page. In what sort of sorting or what sort of weightage does the articles need to be shown? If you have an API for that, you would request it, look at the responses, and then make sure that the articles that you're looking for in that page is as expected. Same with functionality, like the basic functionality needs to be captured, and here you have that connection with API, the API connecting the UI and database level so they can talk to each other. So that functionality is crucial. It also impacts a lot on load testing. If your API is too slow, your UI is definitely going to respond slow, right? So if you want to fine tune your performance or the way your application responds in the load, first of all, you need to understand how your API responds, and it needs to be like technically in milliseconds, or maybe worst case scenario less than a second, so that your UI would actually respond accurately in terms of time taken, right? And there's runtime detection, and also like UI testing, like how I mentioned, stating that we can define what sort of data, like for example, certain data creation also can be used, API can be used for the UI testing. Security, penetration testing, and fuzz testing, this is all pretty much the same, but where you could actually do sort of certain penetration testing where you could check if the API is sound, right? So that's just the overview of API testing. So let's get to the real business. So what were we looking for in terms of the tool that we were trying to pick? So one of these teams that I worked with, not most of the test engineers knew to code. And therefore, one of the main things that we had to consider was minimum coding skills that was required in terms of the tool that we select. So therefore, yes, there's lots of other tools that you can think about, especially if you're using things like Supertest or Axios or something of that sort for API testing, or Rest Assured and so on as well, which I've used way in the past. So if that kind of constraint comes in and we still want to make continuous testing possible, then we need to make sure that we choose a tool that will make it possible. And that's one of the main points that we had to take in consideration. Also, the ability to work with mauth proxy and similar sort of authentication proxies, things like tokens like auth tokens, AWS signatures. So these are also some things that we need to take in consideration. One of the teams that I was talking about who didn't have many people who were well versed in coding skills did require a moth proxy as well. And then we also required to have ability to share scripts, right? So you would wonder what is this all about, but I'll talk about as we compare certain tools that we were considering for this. I would talk to you about how some of the tools didn't really have this privilege. And the other one is we were thinking of continuous testing, right? That's where we started from. So one thing I just want to mention to you that this does not carry any details. So this presentation doesn't carry any details to any specific organization, especially currently I'm in Northwestern Metro, we use a different sort of flow for API continuous testing because most of our test engineers are able to write code and so on. But this is about a compilation of all the experiences that I've had in the past with most of the teams I worked with, and how I came up with like certain challenges, and then which ones worked well for the teams. Okay, so first of all, the tools that were compared mainly were Postman, Insomnia, and POR. So these are some tools, basically API testing ID client tools, where you would see that it doesn't require much coding skills. So that's one of the reasons why these were selected. Now, as you can see, some of the pros and cons, or the comparison that we did for these tools, are kind of listed here. So authentication, most of the tools were able to basically cover the authentication that was required. Some of the teams that I worked with required things like JWT generation and auth-o, which didn't work out for Postman and Insomnia, and POR didn't work with NTLM, and whereas other extensions were working. Okay, and things like environments, like I would love to keep it all in terms of variables and segregated for each of like a project or environment. Definitely, I don't want to have different scripts just written for the things like how do you say, for like QA environment or pre-prod environment or prod environment. You know, I don't want to have separate scripts. I just want to have it in one script and just be able to change the variables, which kind of went with Postman more, because Insomnia did have that, but there was no sort of variable grouping saying like, okay, this is a test environment and this is a prod or pre-prod or so on. You couldn't really group it because there's like one space, right? And also pod, you could do it, but there's no like no color segregation, you know, that it doesn't give any hints and stuff like that. So overall, yeah, Postman was winning there because of the fact that we wanted to run it in different environments. And then assertion side, especially because we are thinking of automated testing, because we want to go into continuous testing, Postman had that in place for us, right? So you could do assertions. So I would be covering some part of it during the demo as well for those who've not used it, but there's a lot of documentation there if you're looking for assertions with Postman. Also, things like saving responses was another thing that Postman was able to do, whereas Insomnia and PAW wasn't. But the best part about Insomnia and PAW is that you can create plugins as you want. So one of the teams that I worked with, initially we were looking at Postman, and then we kind of deviated to Insomnia because of the fact that we were able to create a plugin. The developers were able to create a plugin that was works well with a mod proxy, so we didn't really have to have the proxy running at the background, but the tool itself had it running whenever needed, so we just had to choose that particular option and it would run it. So it was pretty cool. Unfortunately, yeah, the other restrictions in terms of assertions and so on wasn't working well for us, so we had to forget about Insomnia. But one of the best things is you can create your own plugins for that. And then GraphQL, also one of the teams really required some of the requests to be with GraphQL. So yeah, again, Postman and Insomnia were winning with that. There's one more thing that I didn't mention here, because now I know that PAW is also available for Windows, but at that time it was only restricted to Mac as well, which was not so great, as I would say, based on some of the people who are using the application. So we decided to go with Postman, and moreover, we decided to go with Postman because of Newman. So Newman is a powerful command line collection runner for Postman. Many people have used Postman at some point of their life, not just only the test engineers, but I've noticed that even developers and even some product owners have used Postman in some part of their life. Currently, because it's so popular, but not many know that Newman exists, and basically Newman and Postman are like, you know, some sort of like siblings or cousins. No, actually they're completely different, but Postman is running, if you want to run it on a command line tool, you need to have Newman installed. So that's the overall idea. So if you are looking at an option that way, Postman is awesome. So let's see how awesome it is, right? So first of all, how do you get started, right? You should make sure that Node.js is installed in your machine, right? That's like priority one. And I wouldn't be covering that step, but we will be covering the rest of the steps in the demonstration. Next, you will install Newman. And once you have Node.js installed, it's just an npm install of Newman, right? And it's simple as just running a Newman run and just making sure that your collection is stored in a JSON file, which when I say collection, Postman collection is saved in a JSON file, so that you can run that specific collection. Now you could also have the JSON file saved in the Postman collections URL as well. However works for you, but make sure that when you run it, you will have to run the JSON file and you will have to have all the changes that you did saved in that JSON file. Okay. So next is these very cool flags that I think I need to point out here as we talk about Newman. So it's a command line runner, and it's all about how well you know the commands so that you could use them well and leverage them to have your continuous testing enabled, right? So here, obviously, there's help, there's version. So I'll just avoid talking about that and we'll move on to things like folder. So you could actually specify a single folder instead of like how it's mentioned here, and instead of actually specifying a collection.json, if you want to run a set of collections that's within a folder. So that's how cool it is. You also can have things like environment, like you want to specify your environment. So people who've used Postman, you know that you could create a different environment variables within a JSON file, and you could basically specify that file if you have it like locally installed, or if it's a URL, you could mention that URL there, right? You could have iteration data. Like for example, if you want to run it for different usernames with different passwords, where you would want it to have a JSON or CSV file that will have those details for you. We'll talk about that. And also, if you want to set certain global variables in like a JSON file, that's also doable. Again, like it's not going to do a lot of severe performance testing for you, like rigorous proper performance testing for you. But if you do see that you have some sort of throttling issues and there's something failing on and off, intermittent failures and so on, you could use this iteration count and you could troubleshoot it. Or maybe certain requests you need to make it multiple times to actually see if it's breaking, then you could use the iteration count, or you could use it with iteration data, whatever that works well for you. There's also a delay request that you could do, so you can delay it by a few milliseconds. So for those who've used Postman, the UI or the GUI format, you would know that when you start running a collection, you could set iterations and delays and so on. So this is basically you setting it in the command line when you do the request itself. Then there's time out requests. That's also important, depending on like when you want to specify saying, okay, if it doesn't respond within this many milliseconds, then just let's stop it, right? So if you have that kind of concern, then you would go with using the timeout request as well. Now, bail is something that I will cover for you as well, where this is like if you do see one single failure, you don't want to waste time running the test. That could be a case that way. Then you would basically use -- bail, which would say it just bails out and doesn't run the entire test. Then there's insecure or -k. I prefer using -k, where sometimes you might have some sort of SSL restrictions, especially if you are setting up this in your continuous integration pipeline. There might be some restrictions and that might not run the test accurately, and that's when you might want to try this little tip where you could use -k or insecure. That could really help the test run, right? So it's basically disabling the strict SSL. Also, you could run the suppress exit code. Like for example, if there's like you want to continue the test running, if there's an exit code set in your continuous integration and so on, but you want to just bypass that exit code 0 and you want to run it, then you would use this command as well. So yeah, overall, some of the things I kind of gave you an overview, but there are some tips that I said I will hold off and we will talk now, which is what I'm going to talk at the moment, right? So tips to keep in mind when you're using Newman is that, yeah, you could do iterations, first point, where you would do a hyphen n and 5 or the amount you want. And then if you use the -d, you would have to specify the data file. It could be either this JSON or it could be this in the CSV format. It depends on what works for you. And you could specify that, so it's going to iterate within that, right? There's also things like reporting that you could cover, where the reporter CLI, it creates like a JSON export, and there's output file. So you have like the final results that we were talking about, where Postman has that privilege, and Newman basically through the command line also makes it doable, right? Newman also supports things like file uploads. So you should make sure that one tip is that if you have a difficulty, you could go back and check the Newman documentation. It's clearly mentioned there, but you can make sure that when you do upload with different file, if you want to do uploading different files, you should make sure that the the file that you're going to upload should be in the relative location specified in the collection itself, so that you don't have any issues. But that's pretty obvious, right? So let's quickly jump into the demonstration. So so that I don't have any hiccups, I usually have a recorded demonstration. So this is the particular API endpoints that I'm going to use, because this is freely available and you can use it. So I'm using that. So let's go. So you could use this as well. So it's called JSON placeholder typecode.com. You could use this if you're like new to API testing. You could pick this up and you could use it for your tests and basically start learning API testing. So that's helpful. So here basically you get the JSON body details and so on. And this is my collection, which is already prepared. I also have you can have like a test environment as well if you need. So that was what I showed you for those who haven't used Postman before. And you can mention your authentication. So there's no specific authentication for that. You could create a new collection. You could add requests to that collection, delete them as well. Here you see that I have mentioned the body data. There's no specific headers here except for like the hidden headers, which you can see here. That's not very important. And then these are the assertions that I was talking about. Now, if you are not aware of how this script is, you don't really need to know much of coding for this. Postman has all those snippets available, and then you can just tweak it as you go. So here, this is one for response code. One, if you wanted to say it's one of the two or so on. So here, I've already set it up, so I don't really have to change it because, it's already set up there. And here we have things like the ID and so on. So the whole test is like making sure that we have the IDs and the status code. I am exporting this because, as I told you, it needs to be the collection.json file. So I'm going to just save it as demo.json. I had it saved already. So that's why you see that I'll have to replace it. Now, before everything, my machine has Node.js installed, so I don't have a problem. But here, you will have to do that if you're starting for the first time and you don't have Node.js installed. Now, I am actually going here and installing Newman. Technically, it's installed in my machine, so it's not going to take a lot of time. But for you, if you're doing it for the first time, yes, it's going to take a while. Right? So, yeah, I am going to run the collection here. So a small mistake there. So I need to go to the location where the collection is. So I have it stored in my documents and I am running it. And there was basically 7 assertions and 3 requests. So all those details are there. So you could see like all those assertions, and like according to that, it says ID status code is 200. You can specify that so that you really know what you're looking at as well, right? And it has things like the response time, min, max, and so on. But here we just only ran it for one request. So there you saw that I did run it with iterations, and that's why you see 30 requests of each and 70 assertions, because 10 times 7 assertions, as you can see, because one has 2 assertions and the get request has 3 assertions there. So that's why you see 70 assertions, and it also has like the time taken. So you could even individual requests, you could see how the time has basically taken, right? So yeah, now what I'm doing is I'm going to make this fail. So I'm just changing the ID from 101 to 102. Technically, it's going to fail. Make sure that every time you do a change, yeah, you will have to generate the JSON, because Newman runs the JSON file. So it's not going to be like you save it and then it's going to run. You'll have to export the file. Okay, so let's just run it on the GUI mode. So this is what I was talking about, delays and iterations. So same thing, we do it with Newman. So it's basically, technically, Newman is like a clone of Postman, or you need, it's a runtime tool, right? So here, if I run it, again, the request that is the same way that I ran before, I see a failure because I made it fail. And you see that the assertion ID says you weren't expected it to be 102, but it's 101. So once I did a bail here, you see that after that post request, it did not run anything further. So that was what I said about the minus bail. So once I run that with that request, or basically that command, it would not proceed with the rest of the request. It will just stop there. So it depends on what you are actually looking for, right? So if it's like if it's something that you want to suppress the exit code, which we will be looking at in the next slide. Okay, so that's like a quick demonstration, and you know how simple it is, isn't it? If you know how to write the scripts in Postman, which is again simple, and you know how to leverage the assertions, the command line will do everything that you would do in the GUI, and Newman makes that possible. So the moment you have it in the command line, having it in continuous integration tools, making it possible is very easy. So today I'm going to show you a snippet from Jenkins, right? So Jenkins is I think the most popular tool in terms of continuous integration. I know that most of us have moved on in using other tools like Travis and things like GitLab and so on, but I'm just going to show you Jenkins because that's, I think, like the first level of doing continuous integration. So you can basically get this idea and use it with your different continuous integration tools, right? So here, if you're using Jenkins, for those who've used it before, you would be doing creating a project, and then you would be executing the shell, and here you would do a build, and as you can see, it's just the same command like how we did. It would be a Newman run, and then the collection.json, and then you would specify if you want any sort of other additional commands like your iteration data or so on. So that's where it is. If you have it in a URL, in the Postman URL, you can mention it here, but it depends if you have Jenkins installed in the cloud, so make sure that the location of the collection JSON is in the right place so that it can be accessible. Finally, I'm going to leave you with the one of the last tips, where this one is going to be helpful with those who are actually looking at things like proxies. Now, one of the reasons why Newman was more helpful for us is that we were able to run the proxy, as you can see in this image. I know it's a bit not very clear, hopefully, I guess you could see it, where you could initialize the proxy, and then you could export the proxy values, and then you could run Newman. So we had a problem where we had 2 different API services, right? One was creating the data, and the other one was testing that data. So we had to make sure that both required different sort of MAuth proxy details, like different UUIDs and so on, and key files and stuff like that. So
And
how
Christina,
did
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I think we're running out of time. We have a quick Q&A. Is there any last key takeaway that you want to share with our audience before we go for the Q&A?
Right, just this and I'm done. The next one is like a slide. Right.
Sorry.
That's all right. So once, we had these two problems where we had to create the data and then we had to run the tests for that. We're using that data. So it was so easy where we had to just use command lines and then put this whole chunk into the continuous integration tool and make it possible. So finally, I want to leave you with this statement that Newman made continuous testing a reality for us with all these restrictions and constraints, and hope this is helpful for you, and I hope to meet you guys in the Q&A session. These are the references in case you're interested, and I'll meet you during the Q&A session. Thank you.
Round of applause in the chat, and to everyone who's watching this as well. Christina, what I loved was not just that you contextualized this with the challenges you faced. You gave us a demo, you gave us stories, you gave us key takeaways. I love this. And what we're going to do is we're going to bring back our Sergio to continue this conversation Q&A around web and API testing. Let me just see if Sergio is here. There he is. Let's bring him up. Look at us all together. Look at us all together. I want to thank you both from the bottom of our hearts here. You know, it takes a lot to come up and share your stories, and I know from more experience to less. So I want to say thank you both. We got a lot of questions that came in here. And so I want to just, because I know we have limited time today, I want to go back first over, there was a question for you, Sergio. We were talking a little bit about Playwright. There it is. So you talked a little bit about the do's and don'ts of Playwright that you mentioned in the talk. Can you expand upon this a little bit, Sergio?
Yeah, sure. So there is a couple things I recommend you all before to, I will say, digging in that point, because every solution requires an own analysis. I mean, not all the problems that you have there will be solving with this application. So for instance, you are doing visual testing, animation, and those kind of things. Maybe Playwright is not the entire tool for that. And maybe you have to use Playwright along with other tools like Apply tools and others, Percy, maybe those kind of tools. And also there is another point important is this tool is too new. And just to give you an example, they just launched their own test runner sort of like 1 month ago, 1 month and a half ago. So that's sort of a sign that it's too new, and maybe it's possible that in future those changes can be breaking changes for you. So that's those kind of things should be keep in mind. And also the third point is that there is not like a huge community out there so far, and we are trying to build in that. I include myself because I'm one of the guys that I'm trying to push in that. But yeah, there is still many to to get a point like Cypress or Selenium that are so strong at this moment. But yeah, for the rest, I will say, yeah, I encourage to everyone to test by their own and see, yeah, how amazing this is. But yeah, that's pretty much.
That's super helpful. And we should talk offline, friend. We should have a virtual coffee, because when it comes to community building, spoiler alert, it is not easy. When it comes to tips and tricks around engagement, your girl here knows a few. So I'm going to slide into your Twitter DMs now that we're best friends, and we'll have a virtual coffee. I wanted just to ask before, because we had some questions before as well for you, Christina. One of the questions that came in via DMs, yes, it's a new tool, right? But a lot of people have already adopted Playwright. They're really excited about it, and they're already seeing solutions. So for people that Playwright is still new to them, what are some continuous learning opportunities that you could recommend to quickly scale knowledge and adoption of Playwright? Obviously, you mentioned the community. What else?
Yeah, I mean, this is a sort of a debate around this. I am one of the guys that I recommend the people not just go to the application and try to automate something. I am more fan of the try to put efforts on the basis. And when I say basis is try to learn how to program. and that's really, really important for me, at least. I mean, you want to try with Java, Python, whatever language that you pick is okay, but try to understand first the language that you are trying to use. And after that, try to do real testing, not checking points. And that's another important point. And testing is trying to explore the application, trying to know the application, to playing around with the application. And after that, you can move into to try to automate, to try to do more stuff. So there is I will say a balance, but always there are many communities out there like Minutes Free of Testing. They're on Slack that you can visit. There are just the emails that we have from those like chats and newsletters that there are or there's about testing that you also can read and learn new things. And there are also many people that I say like experts like Michael Bolton or Angie Jones too, or there are many out there that you can follow to learn and continuous learning. So there are many ways to learn right now.
I appreciate that, and we're definitely going to continue that conversation. Christina, I had a question for you here. You talked a little bit about how you went through deciding, different requirements that were needed and the abilities. What would you say is the biggest misconception about Newman that leaders get wrong when considering similar tools?
Right. So one thing that I noticed was that because of the reason that Postman has things like you can't do things like coding, there's a tendency that there's a restriction on you being able to make it in the way you, or mold it in the way you want to mold it. Well, I guess there's currently it has, I guess maybe in like the last 5-10 years ago, or I would say, yes, I don't think Postman was there 10 years ago, but maybe 8 years ago when they were starting, yes, they weren't as great as they are now, where they're making it more feasible and making things like Newman is actually making continuous testing a reality in terms of people who can't actually do much of sophisticated coding, right? Mm-hmm. It's not like they don't know coding at all, they don't understand coding, but Newman is making it a reality, and therefore I think that's still that norm of when you use such code tools, coding will make it more feasible to do a lot of things. That idea is still embedded, and that's probably one reason why they probably want to stay away from that. But one more thing I noticed is that they do not kind of know that it has a privilege, and I don't really know why Newman hasn't got really popular. I do see that there's a lot of people who are blogging about it as well recently, which was great, but still I feel like there's a lot more that's unknown, and I don't know whether I would say even like the documentation that they've made in terms of Newman is very, very helpful, but I think it needs a little more marketing out there so that people know that it exists. It's just, so I guess that's probably what it is, because the moment we got our hands on it, it was simple. It was just write your Postman scripts, which is already something that we have, and then run it with the command line. And if you have command line, it's going to be part of continuous integration without any hassle.
Mm-hmm. No, I think that's super, super helpful. And I think part of that too goes back to this idea that you mentioned as well, Sergio, around community. And I think that we need to do a better job in general of kind of, it's like a double feature, you know what I mean? Like having someone from Postman who's really experienced, and having someone like yourself and Newman, or in Sergio, in your case, talking more around Playwright and other people with similar experiences, and having people collaborate together in a meetup, whether it's 30 minutes or an hour, and talking about how that value works. And then also too, socializing it offline, because a large part of it is lack of awareness, and then that call to action too. When you're talking about documentation and knowledge, someone's got to maintain it, right? So like giving people that benefit, and that goes back to community building too, Sergio. I want to go back to, there was an additional question here, and this is for both of you. So we're thinking a little bit more around trying out new tools, right? What's the number one piece of advice you have for less experienced test automation leaders who are trying to sell the value of new tools to their managers and teams? What's your number one piece of advice? And I'm going to start with you first, Sergio.
That's a good question, actually. when I look for new tools, I will try to solve the biggest problems that we have, right? That's the first thing. You can say, hey, with this you will solve this and you will save this money. That's it. There is no more to discuss with the management. And I know this is sort of difficult to transmit in a message sometimes. But sometimes more than just say this is the tool, you need to share that with real cases. So one thing that I it helped me a lot is try to pick that scenario that is a messy scenario right now in your current application, building from scratch and showing a demo session and see what happens. And that's pretty much the way I try to inception a new idea. But yeah, that will my advice.
I like that. And I think that it's part of it, right? Is always that you said, what is the biggest problem? Money talks, demo it, socialize it, right? Christina, is there anything you would add to that?
Yeah, so I would obviously go with the proof of concept, and so that give like how Sergio said. But one more thing that I would add to that is comparing the similar stuff, like how what I just spoke about as well. So basically, making sure that you're not losing out on another tool that probably has the capability, and making sure that you read about it. I know it's going to take a while, but there's a lot of information there. It's just, Dr. Google helps us with that so much, right? So you could actually Google, use Stack Overflow, whatever, search about it, because I never knew insomnia. I only know that it was a disease. I never knew that it existed, right? Till I was able to find this out, and then some part of some team in the same company in a different location was using insomnia for their development effort, and had written a nice sophisticated plugin that makes MOD proxy a reality. So I think, like you said, communication is also key, trying to find out what's out there and comparing, and then making a proof of concept to make sure that they feel like, okay, the biggest problem, like how Sergio told, the biggest problem can be solved with this solution. We also have others that we've compared, but yeah, they fall behind because of this detail, makes it more viable and presentable. And then they'll be like, okay, wow, so there's so many tools out there, but this one stands out. Makes them it narrows down their decision to make, to one.
Yeah, one point I would like to add there, and is there is too many missing education to the management regarding testing, and I think that there is a room for improvement there in the companies, because there is a sort of a disconnection between management and what's really happening. So I also encourage the people just to try to create those spaces, like educate the people in what really means testing and what really means development, and that also will help you a lot in order to to share these ideas and try to asset new concepts in the company.
Yeah, and one of the things that I've seen really successful, in previous communities in Testim and Sauce Labs, what I saw from customers was this idea of socializing new ideas and creating these. I don't believe in safe spaces because, everyone has opinions. I believe in brave spaces, though, and inclusive spaces. And part of that, too, is also incentivizing people to share knowledge. And so what that could look like for one of my customers, and I love this idea, and I've taken it with me everywhere, is that you have a Slack channel. You also have people sign up each week. You find a time that works for global people, probably morning on the Pacific coast, maybe a little bit like later in the evenings in the India time zone. But what you do is in those spaces, and they might rotate, and you have someone sign up, 2 people, and they talk about a new tool and they demo it. And people ask questions and they share the value, because one of the biggest things that we often see is that everyone's trying all these different tools, and sometimes there's a tool that works for everyone's requirements in these 2 different teams. Why not share that knowledge? And working with upper management and saying, hey, we'd love to have a raffle. Is there a way that you could do like a raffle prize for the person, who shows up, or what I mean? Something to that effect. So using that little carrot, using the continuous knowledge and creating the infrastructure to have those conversations is really, really important. We have so many more questions that were submitted, but we are running out of time. So anyone who has purchased a ticket, I just want to say as well, remember that Senior Day track is coming up tomorrow. There's a lot happening, but I want to ask you all a question, because these are still, we're still in a global panini. And as I call it, I got to bring light in these dark times. Ugh. And I was going to ask you both, what's the #1 song that you're listening to right now to keep you pumped up and going? And I'm going to start with you, Christina. I'm making a playlist.
Oh, no. There's so many. I'm just...
Okay.
It's... could it be not an English song?
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
So there is this is really popular. It's actually got really, really popular on YouTube. You could go check it out as well. It's got a very funky video. It's called Enjoy, the word enjoy in English, and Enjami. I can type it out for you if you want. So it's ENJAAMI. It's cool. It's interesting, and it's so pumpy that it keeps me going. Yeah. I would say that's like the recent one. During the pandemic. Yeah.
I'm going to make a note of that one too. What about you, Sergio?
Yeah, it's a tricky question actually. I hear a lot of music. I'm not really fan, but this weekend I was on the beach, and there is one song that was sort of like in my mind, and there is a gender here that's called reggaeton. Not sure if you are familiar with that, but it's more Latin American.
Reggaeton. Yeah.
So there is a song that's called Muy Feliz in Spanish, or very happy, just to translate. And it's sort of like, like really in your mind all the time, not because you like it, it's so, yeah. So I will pick that one just for now. Yeah.
Feliz. I love that. Well, I want to thank you both so much for taking time out of your busy schedules to share knowledge during our web and API testing portion. Y'all are brilliant. If you're not already part of the QA community, love to have you all there, because I know we had some additional questions. Just want to thank you all from the bottom of my heart. Stage Mom did a little tweeting. We appreciate you so much. So thank you. And with that, I'm going to take you off the stage. You're absolutely awesome. Ciao, ciao.
Take care.
Bye.
Gracias.
Bye. And so with that said, everyone, we are actually wrapping up our portion here. Vikky, are you still here? Can you come up on the stage? Come up. Come on.
Yes, I'm here. Hey, Tristan.
Hello.
Oh, you're amazing.
You are, and such a great session. And this is just a shameless plug, y'all. There are still tickets available for tomorrow. We have so many great speakers coming tomorrow. Lots and lots of knowledge. And we also, Vikky and I want to thank the amazing sponsors that make these types of community events happen, specifically for today in the junior track, Andela and Bitrise. And I wanted to say as well, for those of you who have purchased a ticket, we want you to continue the conversation tomorrow, the day after, in the Geekle community on Slack. And also to, what advice would you have for anyone, Vikky, who has never given a talk before, to consider sharing their knowledge? What advice would you give them?
I think the only thing that I would like to say that they should definitely try it out, because even if they are still considering, and I'm sure like most of their active, especially active community members, people who are like mostly into QA, they definitely have something interesting to share. So they should do it, and we're here for them.
That's right. And not just, and that too, yes, absolutely. One of the things that I remember from the last summit that, you amazingly put on, and having Christine up here, and she was sharing, what advice would you give to all of those people that have said, well, what story hasn't been told already? Her thing was yours. You haven't told your story. So talk about those challenges that you had around scaling test automation practices or influencing software quality. Bring those to the table. You've got a great community with the Geekle community. So please, we hope that you got inspired after today to share your story. And for those of you that are going to be tuning in tomorrow for Senior Day, we cannot wait. So with that said, Victoria and Vikky, I'm going to be tuning out. You are such a joy. We don't thank you enough for all the work that you and all of you in the Geekle staff, and volunteers do. So props to you. I bow down.
Thank you so much, Tristan.
All right. Ciao, ciao, everyone. We will see you all tomorrow. Bye.
Yes, bye everyone, and see you soon.